Hey, good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing today? Welcome to another edition of Sage Talk. Drop me a drop me a thumbs up or a one in the chat if you guys can hear me well. Okay, first of all, I'd like to just welcome a few new members. Anonymous Base, thank you for becoming a new member. Christian Santo, Sonta, Christine Shanta, sorry about that. Me and Ya. Me and Ya. Okay, so everyone can hear me now? Appreciate it. Okay. Well, we're going to have a live show today. Okay, so everyone can hear me now? Appreciate it. Okay. Well, we're going to have a live show today. Okay, so everyone can hear me now? Okay. Are you guys hearing an echo? Let me know. Are you guys hearing an echo? Let me know. Are you guys hearing an echo? Let me know.
Yeah, you can hear the echo. It's a delay, feedback. You got to turn that speaker down.
Okay, I'll go ahead and rectify that. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Okay, what about now? Am I good? Testing one through, testing one through.
Yeah, you seem to be pretty good. I don't hear
Okay.
anything. I'm just waiting a second to see if it was going to come back. It was like a 5-second delay. But I don't hear anything right now. You should be good.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Today's topic, Sage Talk. The Black Man's Dilemma. We get no respect. You know, back in the day, Rodney Dangerfield, the white guy that's shown on the graphic for the thumbnail, Rodney Dangerfield, that was part of his shtick, you might say, on how he promoted himself as a comedian. But I think that was so appropriate to use for us Black men, particularly in the way in which we have been experiencing our relationship with our Black women. You know, time and time again, so often we see, either by demonstration or sometime by direct statements, Black women have told us, or told Black men, we don't like you. We don't want you. And we just keep coming back for more. More insults and more disrespect. Most recently, we've had in the news the situation with Stephen A. Smith and Michaela Andrews, and the manner in which she addressed him, somewhat talking down to him. Now, I'm not saying that she should humble herself in any way. She's a colleague. and she's a professional from the same network. But I would think that there would be some mutual respect as professionals in the business and working at the same network. However, she was not part of a panel discussion. She called in to his show to voice her opinion as a woman. And that was an issue. When she voiced her opinion as a woman, she took away the professional aspect of what she wanted to communicate. She spoke to him in an authoritative manner in which he's obligated to listen to her. She spoke as though she was the superior in that conversation. One of the things that I see that we as Black men tend to experience so often is sometimes subtle, sometimes not so subtle disrespect that we receive. And I think this is where the root of the problem lies with Black men and Black women. This is where our dilemma, when it pertains to Black love, Black relationships, and everything else. You know, the Black woman wants to be the Lion King. Excuse me, the Woman King. There are so many examples where a Black woman wants to be both queen and king. All power lies with her. There is no place in her space, in her mind, where authority for Black men reside. Therefore, there's no place for respect. Respect is not required. As Black men, Black women don't see us in a position of authority. They don't see us in a position of power. They believe they hold all the power. And who respects an underling? Very few. Many don't. How can I say? If we look back at the past 60 years, let's examine what the Black women have done to build the community, to improve the lives of Black people. Because if you want to be king, you want to be queen, if you want to have all the power, then you also bear all the responsibilities. So let's examine for a brief moment, what has Black women done over the past 60 years to improve the lives of Black people. They say that they want to lead. But true leaders lead. And I know we hear that statement or some derivative of that statement so often in our community and in this space. But we really have to take a look at the results. If you're a CEO, your leadership is measured by your success of your company. If you are a community leader, your success is measured by the goals the movement achieves. As a leader, leaders are selfless, not selfish. Leaders sacrifice themselves for the good of the many, not the progress of the individual. However, what have Black women accomplished over the past 60 years? And I really want to focus in on one specific area because I'm sure that there are many things, and I'm probably not skilled enough to go into all the deficiencies. But I think I would like to focus on one thing. You know, BGS, he is excellent when it comes to bringing up the statistics as it pertains to the Black community. He's the statistician genius of the Black manosphere, I would say. So I would leave, the number crunching and stuff like that to him. However, I would like to cite that as a leader, as a queen, as a king, if you want to wear all these hats, these crowns, then you need to bring the spoils in. Kings go out and conquer and bring the spoils to the kingdom. Queen's supposed to support the king in accomplishing those missions, but since you wear both hats, then you're supposed to do the same. A true leader outwit its enemy, not abandon their people. And they definitely do not sacrifice their children. This is one area I really believe that we can shed light upon because it's an area without question. And what I mean is as it pertains to the children. As it pertains to women and children, they hold all the power, all the control. Neither white men or Black men have any power in that. The power to build a nation, to build a kingdom. And I suppose this is where they, Black women, get their ideology of female superiority. That is a power. Women bringing forth children is a power. If any of you guys watch Game of Thrones or actually the new House of the Dragons, that's been the primary theme over the past 5 or 6 episodes. The insurance of heirs. The growth of a nation lies in the hands, or should I say, in the wombs of women. And it's a power and it's also a responsibility. And what I would like to do today is just make a brief comparison. A comparison between two Black women. I guess I will call it the tales of two cities. The South African Black women and the American Black women. And I went back and I did look at some numbers. And I'm just going to use the surface general numbers. I'm not going to go into all the details and the breakdowns. Like I said, I am not a statistician, so I'm not going to go into that in depth. However, 60 years ago, in the 1960s, South Africans, or the South African woman, she used her power as a woman to build a nation, to build a strong and powerful nation. How did she do that? She transformed her country through her power. And this is where Mr. Logic is right. And I've heard him say it on numerous times. The true legacy of a people is their people, lies in the children. The South African women used their power to take their nation of people from approximately 10.9 million or 11 million people in the 60s to 46 million today. A 400% growth in the Black South African population, giving them over 81% population and growth. In contrast, how did the Black American women use their power to advance their nation? In the 1960s, the Black American population was approximately 18.9, 19 million, a 10.5% of the country's total population. Today, our population is approximately 42 million, or 12.5, 13% of the country's population. Now, many of us can say, wow, we doubled our population. We went from 19 to 42. Granted, that's a 100% increase plus. But I think what's missing in the details is that a big difference between the Black American woman or the American Black women, our so-called queens, in the process of time between the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010 up to now, they've aborted 20 million of our beautiful Black babies, the legacy of our nation. The difference between us going from 100% increase in population, we could have had a 400% increase in population similarly to what the South African Black women did. And I think what we're able to see here in just this caption is how women interpret their role and their power and how they use it to the benefit of not only themselves, but for their people. So, a question I would have is, where is the love? We hear some Black women say, "We love you, Black man." But too often we see just the opposite. And I think that our women, knowing what we've gone through in slavery, Jim Crow, the civil rights movement, on up to today, the crack epidemic and whatnot, we've all heard it so many times. We know that Margaret Sanger and many of those who holds position of power have always seek to cull our numbers, to keep us to a manageable level where we can do just enough work to better the kingdom, but never to become a threat. So often, as Black men, we hear from Black women, we don't build. She had an opportunity to build, and she blew it. My question to Black women is, what have you built for the Black nation in the past 60 years? Because you have been wearing the crown. I can remember back in my day when I grew up in the hood, Harlem, New York, there was a term that I heard a lot. Finesse. I always heard the term finesse. Now, over the years, I've understood that term to mean don't get played. But for whatever reason, it seems like we always get played. We get played by the majority so often. Our Black women got finessed by the feminist movement, and by social services. If we understood the true finesse game, we would know who is our people, who we love, who we care for, who we protect, who we invest in. If the Black woman truly understood the finesse game, they could act as a double agent. They could have finessed the white man and the white woman, took his money, took his welfare programs, and build a Black legacy. Not kill the future. The very power that they, and when I say they, I'm referring to the powers that be, have always feared, is the multiplication of us. From the turn of the century, once we came out of slavery, The goal has always been, how do we keep them below us? You have to understand, when we came out of slavery in the late 18th century, 19th century, going into the 20th century, we was like China. Like China is today. China today have the skills and the wherewithal to build everything because America and Europe and Australia turned over all of their manufacturing to China. When we came out of slavery, we were similar. We built everything in America. We had the skills, we had the know-how, we had the wherewithal, we had the ingenuity. The only thing we lacked was money. But we were very creative. Now, don't get me wrong. Black men has been finessed also, for sure. But that's a discussion for another show. Today, we're talking about respect and the lack thereof from Black women to Black men. So my question to Black men, how do you build with women who don't love you? How do you build with Black women who don't respect you? Black women say that they're the queens, and Black men are nothing in their eyes. We're not worthy of submission. We're not worthy to be followed. And we're not worthy of their respect. Now, to the ladies who are listening to the live show at present and who may view the replay, I'm definitely not talking about all Black women. And I want to put that caveat out because I know sometimes that's the default in many arguments that people try to throw out. So I'm not speaking about all Black women, but there's a large enough majority that this is a problem for us as a people and have been so for many, many years or decades. So for Black men in America, I have a question. What's next? What do we do next? Recently, I was watching and listening to one master teacher, and he was saying something very interesting. He proposed that 1 million brothers get their passports and travel. And I meditated on that for a little bit. But I thought 1 million Black men was a lofty goal. So I looked at a proposal that probably would be more accomplishable in the near term. What if 250,000 Black men were to get their passports, leave America, and build somewhere else? As men, we're supposed to be conquerors, pioneers, and builders. So often I hear Black men say, especially those who are a member of the conscious community, they like to brag about the Moors and the conquerings of the Moors. But the Moors left Africa. They left Africa, they went to Spain, Portugal, Italy, and other parts of Europe, and they took over and ruled those lands. I'm sure that there were probably some simps and beta males back then who told them that they were punks for leaving Africa, that they should stay here in the homeland. But now, the Moors' accomplishments are recorded in the annals of history and the greatness of their accomplishments. And we brag about them so often. My question is, who among us have the ingenuity to seek out and to build, like the theme song in Star Trek, to go where no man has gone before, or at least no black man? Now, I'm not suggesting that black men go out and try to conquer any nations, right? Because I'm sure there'll be someone who would suggest that that's the thought. It's not the thought. But what I'm speculating is, what if the 10% most accomplished black men, the working class, I'm not talking about entertainers and athletes, those are and rappers like that. Those are men of a different class. We're talking about men who over time build themselves up where their careers can literally go on until they die if they so choose. What if that 10% black men who are highly accomplished in business were to go somewhere else and build? Leave America. Passport bros, SYM bros. These are slogans that we hear so often today. Smash the Vulcan woman. That's a very violent encounter from what I remember. But you know, I was really thinking about what one master teacher said. Now, I know it would be a very difficult thing to coordinate, but I think as black men, if we think alike, if we think progressively to do business, and as black men, particularly if we could build a camaraderie amongst each other, and I think it's a lot easier to really build a good, strong camaraderie when you travel. And I thought about that and I said, 250,000 black men. What if we were to settle worldwide in 25 different countries? You have South America, Central America. We know the favorites: Dominican Republic, Colombia, different parts of the Caribbean, the Philippines, and of course, Africa, the countries there. What if over time, let's say by the end of this decade, by 2030, we could have 250,000 black men in 20 to 25 countries where we have selected where the women are submissive. And just to digress for a minute, I was watching, who is that? The brother Alan from We Need to Talk. And he was featuring a conversation between Courtney Michelle and another young lady. I don't remember her name. But Courtney said something that was pretty interesting. She said that black men and black women, because of our shared history, we have a certain communication where we can just look into each other's eyes and we don't even have to say anything, and we can understand certain aspect from our past and whatever issues we're dealing with in the present. And that's true. But we also have a lot of baggage from the past. And the baggage clouds the mind, clouds the spirit. And I think one of the things that's unique for Black men, particularly when they travel overseas, is that the women from overseas have none of the baggage that the women in America have. Their struggles are different. So, though we may have to articulate as opposed to just look into each other's eyes and know, they don't doubt you. They see you as a man. They are submissive to you. They're prepared to follow your leadership. They are supportive of you. All the other baggage of negativity about us as Black men is erased. You're starting with a clean slate. The woman trusts you. She embraces you as a man, fully in your masculinity. So as I thought about this, I said, if there were 10,000 Black men in 25 different countries around the world that we select to be, we can build Black communities in those countries. The American dollar automatically puts us in the elite class of many of those countries, economically speaking. So if you marry women in those countries, you settle, you have children, your children will have all the rights and the privilege of the country. You will be creating a new wealth class in those countries. We could build businesses, schools, hospitals, community with submissive women, women who respect us, women who support us, women who trust our leadership. What would it be like to be an elite Black man in another country? Were you hobnobbing with the top business class, political class, members of government, discussing business and plans? Being in a position where we can create our own network and we can trade regionally in the Americas, north to south, the Caribbeans, and we can trade globally, internationally with Africa. And quiet as it's kept, maybe not so quiet, but Africa is where it's at. It's the new frontier. Everyone is trying to get a piece of Africa to build except us. And they owe us. And we're brothers of the same continent. So as I thought about this, it definitely seemed as though it was a proposition that is far better than what we're doing now. And as you guys come on into the stream, definitely hit the like button. Let's get the likes up. Let me take a look and see where we are on the likes. Yeah, let's get the likes up, guys. We only have 105 likes, so let's try and get these likes up. Appreciate it. You know, while 80% of Black America has got their hands out begging white America for reparations, the top 10 or 20% of Black men who are accomplished, we can take what we want. Those of us who are accomplished, educated, or talented, or skilled, if you're an American Black man, you're the most accomplished Black man on the planet. You're in the most advanced country on the planet. We build the most powerful empire under duress. Why can't we build our own for our own success? Now, I know many of you might say, we have a stake in America. We build it. So why should we leave it? And that's a valid argument. But I'll say 4,000 years or so ago, there was another group of people in slavery called the Israelites. They found themselves in a very similar predicament. Now, whether or not we are the descendants or we're the Israelites is irrelevant. Our circumstances are similar. We were forced to build another man's nation and country. However, the Israelites found their success when they left Egypt and they built their own country. What I would say is America is fallen. The world powers are shifting and changing. And I know many of us, maybe many of you, believe that if America falls, that would be the worst situation for the world. But I'm sure back in Rome, many people said the same thing. Back in Babylon, many people said the same thing. Back in the time of the Greeks, many people said the same thing. Some people believe it's better to be a slave in a rich man's house than to build your own. I beg to differ. The world is changing, and power, something we have lacked, power is up for grabs. As a student of history, there have been many great kingdoms, but they all fell. And America is no different. To be honest, in my opinion, we could continue to waste our time. And when I say we, I'm talking about, there are a lot of guys in this space who are well-educated, smart, whether they come from the military, whether they come from business, whether they come from the trade world, whether they come from hustling. We could waste our time arguing with Black women about submission and respect, or we could go forth and take what we want. Because the internet is not going away. 25 years from now, just like back in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, we'll be fighting over the same things, arguing over the same things. If we as Black men are the most intelligent I mean, look at the world. The world follows our lead culturally right now. However, we do not profit from it because the benefit goes to the master of the house. The house is America. They get all the benefits, economically and prestige as well. I'd like to have this discussion with some of the guys in the chat. Go ahead and hit the link. Let's have this conversation. Now, I'm not sure how many of us are globally aware, but sometimes I think we get so caught up in our own Black issues, particularly issues as it pertains to Black women, but men who are builders, they keep their head. They keep their head up on the horizon. They don't have their heads up their mama's skirt. And I think so many of our Black men have their head up their mama's skirt. And what I mean by that is we're too busy looking at some woman's fat ass. Men of power, men of influence, men of economy, they don't have to chase a woman. The women seek them out. I mean, it's really sad, but, who could be sad for someone who was in a position of power and threw it away? The brother, was that Emi Oduku? It's a really sad situation to see a man for a strange piece of coochie will throw away his life, his name, his reputation, his accomplishments, and potentially significant future success to sleep with a married woman when there's so many other single women who would gladly spend their time with you. And I think this really shows judgment for us as men. What is our focus? What do we want? At what point are we going to seek power and rulership like all other men do? As men, we should be looking at the horizon. What's ahead? What's coming up? How to make moves, take advantages of opportunities that others may not see, or that we are quicker at acting upon. Power is never given. Power is taken. When are we going to take power? And what is power to us? Is power having the most beautiful woman, the woman with the biggest booty? Is power having as many women as we can have? Or is power taking another man's wife to have her for pleasure? As black men, we see our circumstance. We know our situation. We have everything at our disposal. We're in the most advanced country, if not the most powerful, definitely in the top 2 or 3 most powerful country on the planet. Why do we choose to keep playing games as boys? Why do we keep asking mommy, why don't you like me? Mommy, why don't you give me a hug? It's time to wipe your eyes. Stop crying. Stop waiting for the black woman to love you, submit to you, or respect you. Take a woman who will and build with that. Women will always seek power, and the black woman is no different. When you build, she'll come. Hey, Eugene Steele, good afternoon. How are you? Welcome to Sage Talk. 1 second.
Hey, I'm doing fine, sir. And you? Can you hear
What's
me?
going on, Eugene? Yeah, I can hear you. Talk to me.
Well,
I'm doing well.
it basically, you basically talk about basically how I would think, and I'm going to use this for example. I've been a teacher for so many years, and I'm trying to, become an administrator. And my approach is, well, if this current school will not take me, to give me
Okay.
that chance, there's going to be another system who will give me that chance. So what I'm doing is I'm seeking that system. I'm not going to, go up there and say, look, I've been working for so many years. Give me a chance. No. Somebody else is going to give me that chance. Same thing with women. Um, oh, I hear an echo.
Fun. Go ahead.
But anyway, if I heard there's a number of black women, who think the way they do and do not respect me, I'm not going to entertain them at all. Now, some of us, can go out of the country, to seek women who will respect them. And I sort of have their ideal, but me, I'm sure there are black women in this country who will respect me.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
So it's about, well, either me seeking them or they see me. The only thing I could do is just focus on what I need to do, focus on what my future is. That's all I can do. And if people see me, cool, that's great. But if not, I'm not going to, you know, knock myself out, trying to impress. Okay. This is for me and my future. And also, for so many ages, black men have always had the power to create or what have you. I was watching a series about how, if black people, do not get into, the white spaces, how they created their own all the time. For example, colleges. If they don't want you in the colleges, they built their own. If they don't want you in their secret societies, they built their own. Everything they don't want us in, we built our own. But from what I'm seeing here, lately, it's like we lost that drive to build their own. We do too much begging. begging our government for this and
You
that.
know, say that again, because I think you really touched on something there with the begging.
Yeah, all this begging, the government for this and that, it's getting old. We have the ability, to be, creators, to be builders, to save our own community. We got the power to do it. Okay? Stop trying to beg others, to do it for us because it will never happen. And I'm going
Well,
to say this.
the thing is, they want government to do everything for them.
Hmm.
You know, I think because we have built America, and yes, there's a legacy of a debt that is owed to us. But you know, if you ever lend money to someone and they never paid you back, do you stop working, waiting for them to pay you back, or do you continue working, bill, and make more money than you gave away?
The latter.
And I think that's something that over the generations, I would say the past 40 years or so, that we lack, that we have lost. We've lost the spirit to just move forward. Now, everything today is a trauma. You stub your toe and it's a trauma. Somebody says something you don't like and it's a trauma or it's abuse. We use extreme terms to classify the simplest things. So, in some way, you can be a bad guy for what you said or did, and I can be a victim for what you did to me. And now we want the government to compensate us because we suffered.
Let me say this. So many people talk about reparations. Yeah, they owe us for it. But knowing, the history we have in this country, I hate to say it's not going to happen. It will not happen. So the only thing we can do as a people is just focus on us. Focus on what we need to correct. Focusing on building our future. Do not depend on anybody else to do it for us. Because
You're
they're not.
absolutely right. Absolutely right. And my proposition in terms of what one master teacher was talking about and what I was suppositioning as well is that obviously I'm not talking about all of Black America, nor am I talking about all men. But I think we could have a multi-pronged approach to dealing with some of the things that we're dealing with, and particularly that Black men are dealing with. As Black men, our legacy is in our children. With more than 50% of Black men who do not have children, that's problematic. And if it's because the women don't want to be with you and have your children because they find you intolerable in some way, whether it's you don't have game, you don't have the look, you're not rich, you don't have, charisma, whatever the reasoning is that they may judge why you are not suitable for them. For those men who are accomplished enough and able to travel, that is an option. And if you're a man that's making 80, 90, 100 grand, and the woman in America wants a man that's making $500,000 to $1 million or more, and she doesn't find you qualifiable to submit and follow, find another woman who will. If you find one in America, great. The problem with America is because it's not just the woman, it's also the laws. Because the laws, it's like, I remember when I worked at this particular job, I had a boss and he always used to leave a stack of money, hundreds, on his desk. He would have 5, 10 grand in stacks on his desk. And one of the things he used to do is he would call you up to his desk, sit down and have a conversation with you, show you different things he's doing on the screen. And then he'll be like, give me a second. And he'll leave the office and go to the bathroom and come back 10, 15 minutes later. And that was a test. That was a test to see if you would take the money. And I think for us right now, we always want to be given something as opposed to go and take what we want and build. As successful men in America, we would be successful wherever we go. As the upper class in America, we would be in the upper class wherever we go. And I think the one thing that keeps us back is fear.
Facts.
Fear is the boogeyman in the black man's mind. And that is the reason why so many of us, we fight with our women to try to get what we want. See, men of other nations, they don't do that. If their women don't give them what they want, you know what they do? They take another one. And one thing about women, if you know anything about women, they're envious and they're jealous. You take another woman and she wants to know, what is he doing for you that he's not doing for me? I mean, one thing I've noticed in life is that when you don't have a girlfriend, it's more difficult to get a girl. When you have a girlfriend, 2, 3 women be coming at you all the time. Women want what other women have. And I hear guys talk about this in this space so often. So if you're going to be an American and be alone and always remain alone, fighting to get someone who see you as not attractive to be attracted to you, just go make yourself attractive someplace else. And the woman you left behind will then become attracted to you. How do I know that? Soft girl era.
Mm-hmm.
Now that they see at least men are talking about it. Some men are actively doing it, but men are talking about it and promoting, expanding your options. You see, it's one thing traveling just to meet a woman and have sex and whatever. It's another thing if you see opportunities overseas, business opportunities overseas. When black men start traveling for opportunities, that's really going to be where the shift takes place. Because what $50,000 will buy you in America, which is pittance, $50,000 will go a long way overseas, whether it's in Central America, whether it's in South America, parts of the Caribbean, definitely whether it's Africa, for Asia, Philippines, whatever. And I'm not talking about $50,000 as a salary. I'm talking about $50,000 as cash. Investments. I think we have to really look at a broader scope of what the world is really all about, as opposed to just the hood. And I say that because you see so many black men who make a lot of money in the hood or, from the hood. They don't travel. They don't invest. They don't build overseas. They believe America is the only place you can put your money. When America is using its military might, its sanctions might, to go overseas and take the resources of other countries. They see the profitability in expansion. How come we can't see the same thing? And why are we reluctant to explore? When you go back and go ahead, I'm sorry.
Uh, yeah, because I think that this is what they're used to. As a teacher of so many years, I looked at my black students, and one thing I've noticed, most of them have not seen a black person like me. And what I mean by this is, I talk differently, I walk differently than they do. But I was trying to get them to see, look, there are many types of black people out here in this world, let alone this country. You're going to see a diversity of black people. Now, I went to a predominantly white college, and I see a diversity there. But I visited black colleges too, and guess what? There are diversities in those colleges as well.
Sure.
So, so yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say if it's divesting. I think people just choose what's best for them when the opportunity presents itself. As divesting for us, I think that's something that we're looking at it as more as a mass movement as opposed to just an individual choice. Being butterfly, she says, are only women jealous and envious? I thought that was just a human characteristic. It is a human characteristics, but it is a human characteristics that is found perpetuated among women more so than men. Go ahead, Eugene.
I don't think I have any more to add at this point, but I would like to thank you, for your perspective on things as well.
Absolutely, I appreciate it.
Sure.
Well, I would say this about with regard to reparations. St. Louis Mook, reparations is a debt that's owed for repair. Absolutely. But sometimes debts are never collected. Especially, I mean, in the United States. How many times have America written off debt? Back in 2008, we saw the mortgage debacle that crashed the US economy and extended itself into Europe. There was a lot of debt that was written off. Reparations is a debt. It's a debt that we would be collecting as an ancestral debt. Because anyone who is living today did not go through slavery specifically. So it's a debt that's owed to us as a people. And yes, I think we should speak up for it. But I think we know the country in which we live, what we have built. We know the leaders of these people who have been around for so long. And generation after generation after generation, whenever it comes to paying a debt with us, they said, you know what, let's do a study. Let's figure this out. But when it's Ukraine, let's send them $100 billion. When it's Afghanistan, let's send them, what did they spend on the war? $1 trillion in the past 20 years? So everybody else get money, and there's no study that's necessary. But with us, we'll take it under advisement. We'll look into it. We'll get back to you. That's the perspective. And I think though we understand that there is a debt that's owed, we still have to go out and bill. The best way to get a debt paid is to make yourself so powerful that they'll gladly give you the money to not be on your bad side. We have influence in America and we have power in America. We're just too fractured, arguing with our women for the simplest of things that are more common in everyday life. We arguing over I wouldn't say it's insignificant. It is significant because it's necessary to build a future. But sometimes the best way to change a person's mind is to let them change it themselves. And I think people have to see that as Black men, we have options and we are willing to exercise those options. On a show a few weeks ago, I said that, when I was in sales, one of the key things you have to have the ability to do when you're in sales and you're negotiating is the ability to walk away from the table. If you don't have the ability to walk away from the table, your margins will always be less, so you will always lose. If you sell everything at a discount, you're never maximizing your profit and your return. I've sold cars, and I've sold cars at MSRP, and I've sold cars at premium, and I've sold cars on discount as well. I've traded accounts and got premium compensation commissions. I've sold houses and underwritten mortgages and made a tremendous amount of money. But I think if we are always looking to settle, we'll never really see what our true potential is. And as men, we know what we bring to the table as men to Black women is more than any other man would be willing to give her. Yet, she thinks it's valueless. It's not worth it. I think it was Trump that said it. He didn't coin the phrase, but I think he might have popularized it. If you tell a lie long enough, people will believe it. And I think the lie that Black men are not worth or are worth less than any other man is a lie that so many women have believed. I should say, so many Black women have believed. And I think it's not until you lose something that you tend to realize the value that you once had. And I do believe that as men, we need to take our head from underneath the skirts of women. We need to not be blinded by a sexy body and a big booty. These things cloud judgment. And obviously, when you're young, when you're 25 years old, under 30, sex is a big thing on your mind. Being with a woman, having pleasure with a woman is a big thing. But I think at my age, in my 60s, I have a little more perspectives that I can add to the younger brothers out there who may be listening. We talk about being on our purpose and accomplishing. But being on your purpose and accomplishing and making money is one aspect. If your money and your accomplishments are not rooted in something that can go on further, it's worthless. It's a waste of time. It'll die when you die. What's the purpose of that? The key is to build something that continues on. And right now, our Black community is stagnant. Many people say we don't have a Black community. Dusto says that a lot. Anton says, the Black community is trash. And there are many parts of the community that is trash. And to be honest, only Black men will change that. I think the upcoming election, we have an opportunity to flex. And when 2024 comes, we should flex. Power is never given, power is taken. And we need to exert our power. Whatever fear that we have as Black men in dealing with our women in America, we need to put that aside. Waiting for them to give us the nod, the we support you and we love you now. No. We just go out and do. The nod will come later. The respect will come later. Sir Hale Speaks. What's going on, brother? Thanks for the super chat. Salute to you as well. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, this is Caliph. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
K Alpha O.
K Alpha. Okay, sorry.
That's all
Good
right.
afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Okay, not too bad. What's your thoughts about the conversation?
Well, the last thing that you said that jumped out at me, that made me want to jump on for a second, was when you spoke about the fact that we spend too much time arguing with one another. And that's something that I wholeheartedly agree with, because from the way that I see it, this issue of respect, which is how you titled this video, it's a hurdle that we need to hurry up and get over and get past if we're truly going to experience any type of monumental unity or progress as a people. The problem is that when we get on these platforms and get on social media, if you and I are engaged in a disagreement, you're going to accuse me of being disrespectful because I'm disagreeing with you. And then I'm going to insist that you suffer through my disrespect while being intentionally disrespectful. And then both of us, while claiming unrighteously to be engaging in dialogue for some type of common ground, it's really disingenuous, because I'm trying to argue you down and show you up and get a mic drop moment, and you're trying to do the same. And if we as Black men and Black women, because really we're all of us are too busy arguing with one another for the sake of a like, a share, a retweet, or repost. And it really gets me to wonder exactly how dedicated we really are as a people, and how many of us are truly interested in the growth and development and the liberation of our people. Because as long as I'm trying to embarrass you just to get my mic drop moment, and you're insisting that just because I'm disagreeing with you, hypothetically, that warrants that equals a level of disrespect, and now you get to call me some type of ist, whatever ist, sex ist, race ist, whatever ist, then we really don't have an opportunity to get anywhere collectively. And so that's just my first point. And the second point that I just want to make, there was a point when the other brother here, Dr. Steele, was speaking on the possibility of reparations, and I left a comment, but I wanted to dialogue with you two brothers respectfully on the issue of this issue that we're challenged with in America, because reparations, whatever you want to call it, it's not instantaneous. It doesn't come overnight. It's not going to be something that, the moment that we ask for it is going to be signed into law and then we all get it. And in most cases, that's not the case. And even in the few cases that, like you just named, Ukraine, the issue in Ukraine pops up, and not too long after they get billions of dollars. That's because there's an interest there. There's
Well,
a
not only that, they're
yeah.
the same people. There is an interest there, but they're the same people.
Uh, but what I mean is that there is a lobby there. When I say interest, I'm speaking in the manner of
Economic,
investment. I'm sorry.
economic,
Yes,
economic.
correct,
Okay,
correct, correct.
sure. Mhm.
Economically, there's an
Right,
economic interest there of investment,
absolutely.
and that's and
I
that's
agree.
and that's what the United States, uh, both locally and nationally, is built upon. When you talk about legislation being passed, it's based on it's built on lobbyists. The money that you put in comes out via the legislation. That's how you see laws get changed. And no, it's not going to happen by marching up and down, nor is it going to be happen by hashtagging, nor is it going to come about by arguing and making a fool out of ourselves at whatever campaign rally comes to town. So I just wanted to just add those two parts, and I don't know, yeah,
Well,
just
well
wanted to see
said.
what you thought on that.
Well said. What I would add to that, and I find sometimes since I've had this show and I've been talking over the past several months, 5 or 6 months, is that there are times I may say something and people will interpret something completely different. And one of the things I learned from being a teacher was that I do not try to make you understand what I said. You have to get to the point where you can comprehend what was said as opposed to what you interpret. And I think sometimes, so often, as Black men, we have this coloring in our eyes. And when I say our eyes, I'm talking about the mind's eye, how we view things. And we're always on this aggressive, offensive posture, specifically to what you said earlier about respect. Respect is such a currency in the Black community. And the slightest appearance of it, blood must be shed or you must submit, one or the other. And I think that's something that I think a few weeks ago, there were a couple of people that misinterpret something I said or interpret something different. And I allowed them to interpret what they want to interpret. For whatever reason why they come to Sage Talk and they participate, over time, they'll grow in understanding. If it's something that is so necessary and they want to come up on a panel and discuss it, I'm open to that. But I do not push arguments, and I'm at a character in development where the scripture said, take low. I'm able to take low. My personality is not so dominant that if you don't understand what I meant by what I said and you understand something different, I'm going to beat you over the head until you understand what I said. I'm going to allow you to misinterpret or misunderstand if that will keep peace between us. And we could go our different ways or we could walk the same way. And I think sometimes as Black men, we are so caught up in wanting to either be right or wanting to have the upper hand that we sacrifice everything to attain that, because it is our own personal currency in our community. It's a currency amongst other men to show that you're the bad guy, and it's a currency to women because women like bad guys. So it's our form of the limited power that we perceive that we had in slavery, that now that we're free, we still behave like we're in slavery. So I don't have the necessity to always be right in your eyes, or be wrong. If I'm wrong and you believe I'm wrong, I have no problem accepting your perception, as opposed to I must make you see my point of view. That's not necessary. And I think if we can allow each other to get past that, as you stated, we could progress better. The challenge between black men, but that is, I wouldn't even, at first I thought that was a hood behavior, but even black men who are accomplished practice the same thing. I do see that. So it's a good point. Prototype Dad, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How's things going with you guys?
Doing well, my brother.
Appreciate you guys letting me on the platform. I guess something about the title. I was just, about the black men demanding respect. I talk to my peers a lot about how we can get respect and what we are getting and not getting from the women, from our, in our community. And I kind of explained it to him like this, I don't think it's necessarily we have to be worthy of respect. So we need to be men, as far as I think people are only people will respect anything that will help them get to their goals. You know what I mean?
Where?
So to their goals.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Right. So I deem this valuable, so I will respect that man because he could either help me get there, something like that. So we got to think of it like, if we're a business, either you got to think about the businesses we respect, right? We'll respect a flashy new startup tech industry job, or we'll respect a good old fashioned pension plan job. But at the end of it, we could be, we only respect those things because at the end of the day, they will help us get to our goal in the long run.
So it's based on self-interest.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? But it's about proving to other people that your self-interest, you will gain the things you want out of self-interest if you follow my plan. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Would you listen to a man of 75 years old about how to succeed, who is not a successful man himself? Or would you listen to a man who is wealthy on how to succeed?
Who's wealthy on how to succeed?
Now, that is the dilemma. And I asked that question for a specific reason, because that is the dilemma that I think befalls many of us in the black community. And someone who is very wealthy or successful had a comment on this a few weeks ago, and I saw it. And is that we don't respect knowledge or information from people who are not economically successful.
Well, it's not necessarily an economic thing. When I say our goal could be a nice house, white picket fence.
True.
That could be our happiness. I'm listening to the person who can get me to my goal. And I'm not saying it's an economical one. I'm saying wherever I determine my happiness is. And it could be, like I said, it could be just comfortable. You know what I mean? Like there's that in our neighborhoods. I know we say we don't have no leadership in our neighborhoods, but there's that guy in our neighborhood that we all grew up with. The guy who was the father to everybody in the neighborhood. The guy who will put up the basketball hoop nets when they look raggedy. That guy got massive respect, and he lived among us. He lived amongst us. So it wasn't a financial thing. It was the guy giving back to the community. You know what I mean? The guy who used to read the books to the kids, where all the kids would stop at his house and he would read stories. Like that guy still respected heavily.
Right. And that's the point I was getting to, because The person that made the comment was LL Cool J. And he was talking about how men who are not, why is it in our community that we don't respect wisdom and knowledge, but we only listen to what rich people say? And every rich person, though they may have had an ability, talent, or however to make money, doesn't necessarily mean they're wise.
Well,
You can learn from a person who has been a millionaire and lost it as much as you can learn from a person who has never been a millionaire.
but I mean, they still had $1 million and lost it.
True.
To take in what they're saying, if it's about money, right? Like,
No,
so,
I'm not. No, I don't want it to be focused just on money. But I
right. So
use
if
that
it's about if it's about a happy
prescription.
family, I'm looking at the guy with a happy family. You know what I mean? If it's, I'm looking at the dad who has his kids playing sports, the dad who's like kids, all their kids, when are educated or doing well. Like, I'm looking at that guy. That's not necessarily a wealthy guy.
True. I understand. Well, I think I was trying to paint a bigger picture, and I'm not. I'm using you for the point of the conversation because this is how the conversation grew. But many times, so often, I hear in this space, and it's not relegated to this space, but it's something that is inert in our community, that only the guy that is perceived or is successful, his opinion counts. And the person who does not appear to have the financial success, his opinion is valueless because he never made nothing of himself that we would consider successful. So what I'm trying to examine further is, where do we put value as a people? And K Alpha, you could jump in on this as well.
Yes, sir. The most honorable Elijah Muhammad said that we are a people that are easily led in the wrong direction and hard to lead in the right direction. And it seems as if we prefer the most surface level answer, or the easiest route to success, and whatever seems to be the easiest road, whatever takes the least amount of effort, or whatever requires us to do the least amount of work and dedication and understanding and have the knowledge of, that allows us to escape the responsibility of being proficient in the endeavor in which we're undertaking. That's what we go with, generally speaking. And perhaps to your point earlier about leadership, that's the responsibility of a leader, is to make the best, the destination most clearly accessible to the people. And so, if I have a certain thing that I'm an expert at, right? And I want to get everybody along on my road, I need to take the bullet points. I need to take whatever encyclopedia of knowledge that I have and break it down into simple understanding, so that the masses of people can understand exactly what it is that I'm doing and follow me along, because I am a professional and I do know how to get to a certain outcome.
Okay.
And if I were to give an example, I would say Dr. Claude Anderson is a great example of that. An economist that has been doing what he's been doing for Black people in America for decades. And
Now,
if I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, that's a very good point, and I think he's a perfect individual to cite. He's not a millionaire or a billionaire, from what I know, but his knowledge is priceless. How is it that more of us as a people will follow rappers and athletes and get seduced by a lifestyle that is not productive long term for us as a people, as opposed to doing many of the things that he has suggested as how we can build as a people and as a community.
I think I want to speak a little bit to that, right? And
Sure.
to the leadership is why that is. I think we have a people get swayed away because women are leading our community at this point.
Say again?
I think we get swayed away because women are leading our community at this point.
Okay.
So a woman likes shiny things, glitz and glam. They don't understand men hard work, especially how our communities are set up today, being so destroyed, with us being, 70% single parent moms. They don't understand our grandfather's work that they put in, that kind of stuff that men will appreciate. So that's how we could be so easily swayed when it comes to listening to people with money. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure the snake offered Eve something shiny, you know what I mean? For her to go off key. So it's not necessarily, it's that is why we don't have any control over what we're lending ourselves to, or how to necessarily build the right way.
Well, I mean, like the term "get the bag." That's a term that is, I mean, obviously no one wants to live in poverty and you want to succeed. But the term "get the bag" and the way it's practiced is at any cost and at the expense of whomever. And it seems as though women, particularly because the way the conversation is going today, so many women are selling themselves out to devalue themselves as a woman, Black woman I'm speaking of, to get the bag. And I think that's something that's emblematic. Men do it too. Don't get me wrong. Men do it too. But it's very easy to see the women's display because they're using their body, their sex, or their sex appeal.
Well, I mean, that's an age-old
money.
That's an age-old industry. You know what I mean? That's something they've relied on, from the beginning of time. But I think it's the fact that they don't.
I would beg to differ with you. In the beginning of time, that was a small percentage. That was a margin of error, 1 to 5%, 3%.
Single parent homes was also a small percentage too.
Say again?
Single parent homes was also a small percentage too. As that's grown, our issues have grown.
Absolutely.
So what I'm saying is, women doing whatever they need to survive. They're in survival mode. They're going to make these decisions because all they know how to do is survive.
Now, this is where I will differ with you. That is not a survival mode tactic because the government gives you all type of resources. It's not like they have to go out and hunt and kill, build their own house, provide their own gardening to get their own food. No, everything is being provided for them, and they're taking a choice to say, I'll sleep with this guy who have game or is a silverback gorilla who could lay it down but is unproductive society-wise, and I'll breed with him. And the guy that I really don't like that is productive, he's a normie, I'll try to get the money from him.
Again, like I said, I'm not blaming women for none of their decisions. I think it's a lack of leadership on our part. And the better we become as men, the better they'll choose. I
want to use the analogy of the horse, the rider, and the carrot. And, back in the day, when horse riders would guide their horse in a particular direction, they would get a carrot tied to a string and tie the string to a stick and they would hold that carrot over the front of that horse to get it to go in the direction they wanted to go in, right? Well, in this situation with the black man and black woman of America, the black man is the horse, the black woman is the carrot. And as we right now, and I'm talking about today, perhaps even for the past couple decades, the black man being in pursuit of the black woman, with her being the single mother raising children, or her being that 20-something attractive young lady that everybody wants to bed. That's the relationship between the carrot and the horse. But my question is, who's riding that horse? Because like Brother Lee just said, this isn't survival mode. I just listened to the podcast earlier on the Lapeef Network today, and there was a brother on there saying that this isn't a matter of survival. When women are speaking about wanting a man to provide, they're not speaking about having a roof over their head and clothes on their back and food in their stomachs. They're talking about being spoiled. And I don't mean to bring this up in the matter of inciting a gender war type of conversation, but we got to be honest about where we are. This isn't a matter of am I going to be homeless next week or not. And if we can come to an honest conclusion on that, then maybe we can move forward. But this really isn't a matter of survival, brother. I too have to disagree with you on that point.
I think we don't realize. Oh, I'm sorry. If you're getting anything from the government, if you're living on government assistance, you're in survival mode.
Well,
I mean,
I beg to differ there too. 1 second, but let me just shout out this the super chat. Logic Reason. Hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, or your call sign. Thanks for the $100. Appreciate that. Mr. Lee, your monologue, the price of admission, good sir. I love him, OG. This is coming straight from Logic Reason. Oh, okay. I knew that looked like Logic. See you at the top, Lapeef Network, Black people. Absolutely. Go ahead, what you were saying, Prototype D. Dad.
no, I was saying, my man, I don't know how to say your name, but
K Alpha, I believe is his name.
K Alpha. Okay. Like I said, if anybody's living off of government assistance, it's survival to me. That's how I see that. As far as women being spoiled, again, they're women. They like to be spoiled. We can't be mad at somebody acting in their nature. So all I can say to that
is that nature created, or is that nature the true nature?
I think it's their true nature to want to, who, like, what girl doesn't want it? Like, that's who they sell to. They market to women to get them to buy. That's their nature. There's millions of dollars in research that goes to how women want to be treated. You know what I mean? So
the desire to have nice things, to go nice places, and
to be one up on the next girl, like that's their nature. Women are competitive amongst themselves. Like that's their nature.
But I think that nature has a, how can I say? Like a lion has a nature to kill, to either protect or to feed itself. But it doesn't go and kill everything in its vicinity when it goes out to hunt. And I think that what we see is that the nature has been hyped up so much that people, women, are sacrificing everything. What we call hypergamy is like twin turbo hypergamy. Hypergamy is supposed to stop once you choose a husband. Hypergamy is not that you go from one husband to the next husband, to the next husband, to the next husband. Everything has changed. And we're rationalizing it to say that it's normal. It's not normal. New York City Tiffany, she says, Sage talking about IG hoes. Every woman wants to be an IG hoe. They're carrying themselves as IG hoes. Women are walking around with tats all over their bodies, nose ring, showing every part of their body. There are women with these yoga pants doing these moves where their legs are behind their head and you can literally see every print on their coochie. That is not natural behavior of a woman, not to seduce a man.
I mean, like I said, harlot's been around forever. You know,
true. I agree with that.
So what you're talking about are harlots. Like they've been around forever. You know what I mean? But
what I'm saying is that
I'm not going to even say
the harlotry in our community has exploded. It is not like you talked about single motherhood being something that was a small percentage in any community
you
of
can
people.
correlate all our problems to that.
But today, it's at the majority. What has changed in our thinking to make us now want to choose? Why a woman would say, I just want to have his baby, and his baby, but I don't want a husband.
Because the generation ahead of them told them there's no good men. The generation ahead of them told them that depend on yourself. We have men now saying, raising their daughters, you better depend on yourself because you can't depend on no man. Other cultures aren't doing that. And I understand, like, there was a plan to take us out, and it worked brilliantly to get our homes the way it is.
Okay, now you're honing in on it, right?
Well, I've always felt like, like the plan worked. You know what I mean? But we see the plan, we see it worked, but now we got to get back as men as trying to fix it. You know what I mean? And we got to take that leadership, though. And we can't get mad at them for acting in their nature. It's more so just about how we're going to react moving forward. You know what I mean? So we just got to be a better man.
We have to get mad at them and let them know we're displeasure. I don't think you should let displeasure go without being addressed. So we have to address the women of our displeasure about their behavior and their conduct. But then I think the next stage is, what actionable step are we going to take as men to rectify and change the situation? Let me just shout out Anonymous Based. So if a woman's nature is to be spoiled, then that's just proves Mr. Logic and Mr. Let Go's point that women are indeed children with their hands out.
If I could address that, because
sure.
Lord have mercy, this whole thing about women being children, I don't know if it's a semantics thing or if it's, again, one of those, suffer through my intentional disrespect type of things. But let's get this straight. There's a difference between childish and being childlike. And this is perhaps one of the detriments of us becoming a more agnostic or atheistic society, because we are forgetting as a people the lessons that religion has tried to teach us. I don't give a damn what you call yourself, a Muslim, a Christian, I really don't care. But there are lessons in there. And regardless of what religion you're a part of, I guarantee 99% of them have given some sort of dichotomy that says God, the universe, and ancestors are at the top, man, followed by woman, followed by child. A child is reared and geared and led by the woman, and the woman is led and reared and guided by her man. That does not make her a child. That does not make her childish. But that does, perhaps, from a man's perspective, and I mean man, not boy, a man's perspective may make her put her in the position of a childlike. But when they say that that women are children, they're speaking to behavior, but not the nature of a woman. And I just wanted to point that out. Not to derail the conversation, but it just kind of annoys me because every time that someone says that, the whole conversation goes left field because it's like, haha, I called you a child. Now what? Come on, like, what are we doing?
It's funny that you say that because I agree with you 100%. And I do disagree with Mr. Let Go. I'm not sure if I've heard Logic say it, but if he did, to the person who made the comment, I'll accept that. But women are not children. Women are women. Now, they think and process information different than we do. Like we think and process information different than them. I mean, one of the biggest dichotomy right now that we have, that we're seeing in this space is that how women don't understand men. They don't understand our directness, our approach, our logic, our silence. There are many things about men that women don't understand. Likewise, I think there are many things that when we look at a woman, because children don't necessarily have the ability to take long-term judgment, evaluating something over a long period of time. And women seem to display that same characteristic. We tend to apply them as the same thing. Children think for the immediate because they're young. Women think for the immediate because it's about survival. And I think that's something that we tend to overlook. The immediate need for women is greater than it is in us. As a man, you could live in a hut and work 20 years to build yourself up. A woman can't live in a hut like that. They want to always have things better, and they want it now. A woman is always, if they have children, they're always looking at how am I going to feed these kids today? 20 years from now, I don't give a shit. I need to feed these kids today. The man has the plan to not only feed the kids, but to make the kids educated and rich 20 years from today. But the woman is concerned about today. That does not make her a child. She thinks differently because she has different needs. Now, what makes a man different is that we have to be able to be in a capacity to provide for the immediate present and provide for the distant future. And we have to plan for both. And that's where I think many men separate themselves when it comes to success. There's some men who are very good at taking care of the immediate present and building for the future. And there's some men who are somewhat lacking, like women, can only take care of today, and they don't see tomorrow as well. So with that regard, I think Prototype Dad, I think, I do disagree as well, because I do hear that statement a lot in this space, that women are like children. And I think because we put women in the children category because as protectors, we protect our children and we protect our women. And because they're grouped together, and we've always had women and children first, women and children first. We've heard that over century upon century upon century. So now we tend to want to group those two things together as they're equal. They're not equal. They are significantly different. Because if women are children, what kind of man are we that we're allowing women to rule our community who are children? And we can't overtake it and take it back.
That's my point.
What would they say? What does that say about us as men if we can't take over the rulership of our community, and the women who we say are children, who are short-sighted and lesser than us in capacity, are running us?
That is exactly my point. We need to be better men.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
Keep
But I
going.
think
Keep going. Being a better man is not a one-step solution. So where we going? I need you to expound on that. Be better man. What else?
So better men, as in, so my name is Prototype for a reason, right? It's an example to be followed, but at the same time, I'm not complete. Be better man is having a plan, right? I've always had a plan for my family before I had a family. I've always had a plan for my career before I had one. You know what I mean? So it's like we have to be better in all those things. Have a plan, and like I said, naturally, if we show that we can provide better than Big Daddy government, a woman will be like, "Well, I'm jumping on that shit." They like Mr. Lee said, or Dr. Lee said, like it's to their daily interest that they are concerned. You know what I mean? They're not thinking long term, but that's our job, and we got to do better at planning for the future. We got to, and I quite frankly think a woman is a luxury to a man's life.
no. I beg to differ there as well. A woman is not a luxury because before there was even money on the planet, a man had a woman.
Again, it's not about financial. It's not about money.
Right, but luxury is something that you can only get through finance.
No,
Nobody get a big
look,
mansion because they're broke. Nobody get a BMW or a Mercedes or a Maybach because they're broke. When you say a luxury, qualify that for me because I might be thinking something else.
I mean, you don't have to make it so extravagant, right? Like, tools are luxury. Like, you know what I mean? That there was at one point we were building houses with bare hands. We were building huts with our hands. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
And we made a tool. You know what I mean? To kind of help us with that. But if we're a man
when we build
building,
our houses, we build our houses for our women and our children.
or we're building it for us. But what I'm saying is, if you're a man not building a house, then you don't need any tools. What's the point of having tools if you're not building? And that's the luxury part, is what I'm saying. If you're not building a house, you don't need tools. So if you don't have a plan to have a family and raise a family appropriately, if you're not doing that, then there's no point to have a woman.
Well, the thing is, I think when it comes to building, you do need the tools. And the first tools you need is the knowledge. That's where it starts, right? And for us, the knowledge I think that we really lack as Black men is how to build a nation, because that was wiped away. That was taken away from us. Our culture, our history, our knowledge of self, community, and it was done in stages. It took time. The thing is, now we're in a position now, it's like several months ago, I heard Joe Biden made a statement that he was offering crack pipes. Like, if a Black man today is using crack, I have there's nothing I can say to you. We have gone through all the traps. We should not be falling for the same trap time after time after time. And I think it's important for us now in terms of how we build going forward as men. And I think where you said with regard to a woman being a luxury or a wife being a luxury, not sure which, I've heard some people say that marriage in the future is going to be a rich man's opportunity or ability. There are very few rich men on the planet. If rich men are the only men that will have women, the species will be dead. Let me just read these couple of comments. Sean Johnson, comparing women to children takes away the need to hold them accountable as adults. It's bad framing. That is true. It is bad framing.
I agree.
And that's not just to anyone on the panel. I'm really just addressing that as a conversational piece, because we need to stop that as men, because it's a way of insulting women, and it's also a way of not keeping them accountable also. And I think it's also another way of not being respectful to our women. And I think that we as men, we need to, one, be respectful to one another. And I heard what you said earlier about respect being something that it needs to be earned. But I look at it somewhat differently. I believe that respect can be taken away. When I meet someone new, I don't have any judgments about them as to how good or bad of a person they are. I respect them as a man in their capacity, and I give them respect. And over time, whether our relationship is business or whether our relationship is friendship, over time, you will either prove that my respect is worthy or not, and you will disrespect me. And as you disrespect me, I will take away that respect from you till at some point it gets to the time where I said, you know what? I'm done with you, my brother. You've showed me that you're not worthy of my respect. And I think over time, we could gain more brothers in unison with respect in that way, as opposed to putting every brother through a hurdle of obstacles to achieve, to then prove that they're worthy of your respect. I think as men, and as black men particularly, when we see each other, we know where we all came from and the sufferings of how we come up in America and the US. So we should be the first to extend our hand to one another, as opposed to not extend it and let him fight and struggle his way up. And if he can make it up here with me, then I will respect him, as opposed to reaching down and pulling him up with you. And I think, that's part of my philosophy as it pertains to respect one black man to another black man. Something to consider for the audience and the panel. Let me bring a couple more people up on the panel. Was that Damascus Brewer? Welcome to Sage Talk. And Blake Holmes.
Hey, Demarcus Brewer. But sorry about the lighting and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Not a problem.
So.
What's your thoughts on the conversation, Marcus?
Conversation is going rather smoothly. Some things I'm gonna go ahead and try to exacerbate on. What Prototype said earlier was that women in marriage is a luxury. I have to totally disagree with that, and here's the reason why. When I go back to the Bible, I go back to the scriptures. In the Old Testament, in the beginning, God created man, then woman. All right. When the Most High did that, he was setting up an order, just like when we go to the New Testament. We have the order, as brother Kalfa said. K Alpha. I'm sorry. K Alpha said that it's the Most High. I call God the Most High because He is the Most High God. All right, just a power. All right. You have the Most High, Christ, man, woman, child. That's the divinity order. And when you say that woman is a luxury, you're basically saying that the woman can be above a man, which in the Bible, I know I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this, but hey, it is what it is. It's what the Bible says. That, the man is above the woman, period. Same thing with the woman is above the child, and so forth and so on. When we go to 1 Corinthians 11, it even tells you that the woman is of the man, not man for the woman. As of the woman is made for the man, not man for the woman. So yeah, that's that. When you say that, you're putting a woman on a pedestal, which you shouldn't do anyway. Like I said, I'm gonna get a lot of flack for it.
I'm not putting a woman on a pedestal.
Right.
And it's, I mean, the order's the order. Right.
And that's basically it. So I had to hurry up and get on that, because like I said, we putting women in a dangerous situation with that kind of thinking, because now they're thinking that the world is on their shoulders, and it's not.
It's
You
not.
know,
It's not about the world being on a woman's shoulders or anything like that.
right,
Like
right,
I
yeah,
said, the order's the order. The order
right,
is God, man, woman, child. You know, I'm
right,
not
right,
switching that order. So
right, right,
don't turn that around on me.
Yeah, I thought
A
that.
woman is a
Yeah, I thought
luxury,
that was
as
a
in
misunderstanding here.
a
right,
woman's a
right.
luxury, as in if you, like I said, if you're not building a house, you shouldn't have any tools. You know what I'm saying? So like a
Well,
woman's a tool
this
to
is
help you
where
build your house.
This is where I would disagree with you, Prototype Dad, because you get the tools before you build a house. You get
Right.
the supplies so you can build
But
a house.
if you don't have a plan to build the house, there's no point of having tools.
But men want wives. Men want
It's
children.
not about what you want; it's about what you need.
No,
But
well, we
men
need
want and
wives
need
and we need
wives.
children too.
It
That's
says
both.
in that same Bible that it like God rather you like you can focus on, you don't need a wife. You can focus on just your job without a wife, because if you have a wife, it gives you more concerns and less worried about God. You know what I mean? So having a wife is not a necessity.
Hold up.
Having a wife is a commandment.
Right,
No, it's
right. Yeah,
it's not.
yeah. Hold up. I got this.
not.
Hold up. I got
The
this.
first command that was given to man. I don't
Is
want to
that-
go down a biblical path here because
Right.
I don't want to turn Sage Talk into a Bible conversation.
Into a Bible,
right?
yeah, into a Bible study. Yeah.
But I do want to address a couple of things. Was that Cope Gels Zachariah Shaman McLeod says men of American Indian colonial. This is not the one I wanted to read. It was another one I wanted to read. Men of American Indian and colonial European descent who chooses self-identity as Black African Americans remove themselves from treaties of constitutional protection, stop being Black. Well, that's a different geopolitical conversation. I thought I saw something else I wanted to bring up. But one thing I will say is that the idea that we as men are rationalizing that having a wife is a luxury is a detrimental idea.
Exactly.
And why do I say
I'd
that?
have to agree with that.
Exactly.
Why I say that is because if you take away the past century of America, or the world for that matter, show me where people who have just been living and surviving have not progressed the world up to where it is today. I don't know if some people say 1 million years ago, some people say 200,000 years ago, some people say, biblically 15, 20,000 years ago. There are various numbers. But whatever number you choose, there are thousands of years of humanity progressing. And only in today's time that we evaluate that unless you are rich, you can afford to have children. When that is not a reality. That is a new made reality that many people are buying into, but it's not a real reality. Go ahead, Prototype. I see you looking to jump in. Blake Holmes, welcome to the chat. So to the panel, if you want to jump in, you can jump in as well.
And
Yeah,
it's not unless you were rich, but it's unless you can provide, right? So even if it wasn't if we weren't talking about financial and we took it back into history, the men that could provide for the children, who could protect the children, are the ones who had the children. It's not about that's what it is. It's still a luxury though. Like you shouldn't have kids if you can't protect them. Like,
Let me chime
I
in
hate
on
that we keep making animal
you
references.
won't have nothing to protect. You won't have anything to protect until you have it.
You won't. You shouldn't have anything to protect until you have it.
Well, what I'm saying is that until a man have a child, he doesn't have a child to protect.
That's
until
fine.
A man have a wife, he doesn't have a wife to protect.
Right. So he better
go. A man is born in the capacity to do both, to provide and to protect.
Yeah, but every man does not do that.
Okay, let's not make it every man, because that's something that women like to do. Not all women, not all women. We're speaking in the general sense, right?
In the general sense, right? Once a man acquires the ability to provide and protect, then he can think about expanding. But he first has to get a hold of himself first. He shouldn't be thinking about expanding.
But that's why I said it starts up here with knowledge first.
Right. So I mean, we're not disagreeing. We're saying the same thing.
Okay.
But
well, I just don't want it to get lost in the idea that unless you are some type of a millionaire, you are not worthy as having a wife and children.
It's not about
those are some of the ideas that are being kicked around in this space.
Well, we can't as a community worry about the ideas.
We do,
I say that. I only say that because I think the generation we're in now, we have to reinvent how we move forward and take leadership over that. I think the generations ahead of us has failed us, and we can't necessarily take those things into account on how we move forward.
Well, we need to take the failures into account so we don't repeat them. So I would.
Right. But I think this generation need to be the kids who, there's two kind of kids. There's kids that wind up like the abusive parent, or there's the kid that winds up like, I'm never going to be that. Right. And we need to be those guys that say, I'm never going to be with the generation ahead of us that got us to the 80% is going to be. We have to make the switch.
And I agree with that 100%.
So we can't worry about the ideas, because the ideas are to keep us where we're at. The ideas are, I don't want to say that, but the ideas are to keep us as the, you know what I mean? Because they're winning a war, right? If it's a war, you want your enemy to keep getting, weakened. So they don't care if we're 80%
ahead of you failed you. Why are you here?
But ideas is how you move forward, right? If you don't have ideas, formulate plans create executable action steps. So, and that's part of what this whole space is about, is evaluating where we went wrong, where are the problems, how do we fix it, and how do we move forward? What are the options? And that all stems from ideas. Anonymous Base, thanks for the $10 super chat. I'm having a wife. If having a wife was a luxury, then Adam would have had the choice to opt out of Eve ever being created. God saw that fit that Adam not be alone.
Brother Lee, you made an analogy earlier talking about the Mercedes Benz or the big luxurious mansion, right? Those are quote unquote luxuries. Mm-hmm. But when you get an expensive foreign car, would you drive it on just any road? Would you drive it through just any neighborhood? Would you put just unleaded gas in it? Would you just take it to a regular car wash, a $5 car wash? Or is it a responsibility that comes along with that luxury to take care of that in which you've been given or that in which you've been granted? The same with the mansion. You wouldn't be able to get a big luxurious mansion and then maintain it on a minimum. You're right. And it's a responsibility that comes along with it. So if I can just hopefully build a bridge between what the two of you brothers are saying, because I believe I understand where both of you are coming from. A woman is a luxury in the sense that it is that she can add and multiply to your life if you are intent on building, but it's a responsibility to have a woman, to have a wife. And you're right to make that distinction. To have a wife is a luxury. It is a luxury in that it is a responsibility. She is a responsibility as well that has to be maintained and cared for properly. Well, now, if we're just talking about a woman, then we're just if you're just talking about a sex buddy, then yeah, that's a luxury in the sense of this. You can have it tonight, and then tomorrow you got to take it back to the shop. You got to take it back to where you rented it from,
Yeah,
right?
that's a lease. That's a rent.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
right. That's a
let me
rental.
chime in on
But
that.
but I
Yeah,
don't think that we're having those types of conversations. We're not. We don't care about that. We're talking about what's going to last a lifetime and what we're going to be able to build upon. And you ain't building upon no one night stand IG model type of thing. We're talking about wives. So if we're talking
But
about
but
that, then
to
I would
interject,
say that it's a luxury
but
in
to
the sense of
interject,
responsibility.
K Alpha, that is what our society has become. One night stands. That's how the large majority of both men and women are moving. Now, many men want wives. At least the successful ones are the ones
It's not a
who are
luxury, man.
moving towards being successful.
right.
They want wives and they want children, they want a family and they want to build.
A legacy.
But a lot of the women are moving like everything is just transactional. So I think that's problematic. Blake, I think you wanted to say something. Blake, can you hear me? Blake Holmes. Okay, I don't know if his system is working.
Yeah, I just don't agree. Hold on a second. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Sure.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yes.
okay, yeah. I
Yeah,
just
you
kind of
good.
want,
You
and it's a
good.
good disagreement. It's a healthy disagreement, but I do, I do agree. Do disagree with the gentleman who referred to women as a luxury because I've never heard that before. I would say now, if I were to categorize a woman, uh, I would say a woman is more of an asset than a luxury. You know what I mean? Because just like the gentleman in the middle said that I guess when you think of a woman as being a luxury, the first thing that came to my mind is like you're putting her on a pedestal. So in that regard, it's like once you get her, if she feels that you think that she's a luxury, then she doesn't feel like she has to do any work in order to keep you. You
That's
think
it.
it's almost like you have to do all the work to keep her. I don't. I just I respect you, brothers, but I like the difference of opinion because that's how I feel. When you said that, man, it's
Man, we just lost him. Maybe he'll come back.
Ah,
Yeah, he
Maybe
was
he'll
just.
come back and finish his comment.
Yeah,
But definitely,
I
I
wanted to
think.
interject.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
No, so I
Cal.
just wanted to interject the definition of luxury because I think it may be a matter of semantics and our own kind of connotations on it. But the definition of luxury is the state of great comfort and extravagant living. A wife can definitely give you great comfort and can help you build extravagant living lifestyle. But again, it comes with great responsibility. So it's not,
But
I
you
don't
see,
think that is necessarily right or
I'll
wrong,
give
but
a
a matter
little.
of perspective.
I'll give you a little pushback on that, K Alpha. The extravagant living part. I think that is part of the problem in our society right now. Everyone wants an extravagant living lifestyle. Everyone is living a life that is so, or want to live a life that is so luxurious that whatever their heart desire, they can get. For a woman to desire, a black woman, unless she's married to a multimillionaire, to require that if you're going to be with her as an average man or just a successful man, that you have to be able to buy her red bottom shoes? That's ridiculous, man. Have we become so
So
materialistic and vain?
you guys are
Now,
acting like there's not different levels of women, right? If you're there's women that want red bottoms and there's women that want Aldo, and they're okay with either or. Like You don't need a Bugatti. You could get by on a Toyota. Like, you know what I mean? There's women of different brands, different styles.
True.
So just drive
Absolutely.
your
You're
lane.
right.
Stay in your lane.
No, yeah, you're absolutely right. But what I would say to that is that for in the past, I've never heard white women, Arab women, Asian women, Chinese women come out and say these things in their communities. It's not that they don't have men of different stature in their society that provide these luxuries to their men, to them, but they don't say, if you want to be with me, this is what you got to give me. Now, and these are not women who come from an elite class of society from Black America. These are average women, grew up in the hood just like you. And they're making demands that you buy them $40,000, $50,000 shoes and bags.
Who are
pay
we
their
to
rent,
tell them?
pay
Who
their
are we
rent
to
and
tell
pay
them
their
what they
bills.
can or cannot get, regardless of where they're from? You know
Say
what I mean?
again?
Like, I said, who are we to tell them what they can or cannot get, regardless of where they're from?
Because we are the men.
That's what
why.
they want.
But you
Hey,
see, that's the point. We
no,
should
but
be able to tell them what they can and cannot get. We're the
all
men.
I'm saying is,
We
if that's
build
what they
and run the
require,
society. Say again?
if that's what they require, hey, you're not the one for me. That's it.
No, but
Leave
what
them where
I'm
they're at,
saying is
and
we
good luck to
as
them
men
finding
set
what
the
they're looking
standard.
for.
Right, but we as men should be setting the standard in the society. And the women are setting the standard in the society. And the women are dictating to us what is required, when we should be dictating to them what is required. That's the pushback that I'm saying.
Look, we can
Hey, King
dictate our
Shanard, you need
market.
to come into the camera so I can see you before I can bring you up.
We can dictate what we want based off of what we can provide, you know, in their self-interest. So, like, if we're a company to say, hey, if you come work for us for 20 years, and at the end of your 20 years, you'll have a nice pension to retire on. We got to be, you know, and they'll either join or not. So we got to dictate what's for us by us, just like
No, but
they're dictating what's for them by them.
No. What I'm saying is that there's a standard, and as men, we should set the standard. And the women that are born into the society of the Black man society, they know what the standards are. But we have women who are prostituting themselves online, setting the standards for men who have built themselves up in society. Men who have become 10% men, 5% men, 1% men. But these women are totally materialistic, and you got to give me these things. And inside, they're an empty vessel to you as a benefit. But
that's not our problem.
That is a major problem in our society. You just cited earlier when you came on that 70% of our females in the society are single mothers. That's a standard that the women have set.
Well,
and what I'm saying is, we as men need to change that standard.
We need to stop giving these women kids that aren't going to be mothers, and like we need to marry the women we're going to have kids with. We shouldn't be giving kids to women we're not married to.
Well, supposedly, and I haven't read the statistics, but many people have quoted it, there's at least 50 to 51% of Black men who don't have children. So it's not like Black men are going around popping women and leaving them with kids. Right? So that's it. But those men want wives, want families, want children, but they're not finding the type of woman they want, so they're abstaining. Or the woman don't find them to be worthy or attractive, so they're not dealing with them. Whatever the result is, there's a large percentage of Black men who don't have children, and there's a large percentage of Black women who do have children by random or multiple dads. And what I'm saying is that we can't say that, well, the woman can have their own standard and we can have our own standard. The society can't run that way. If every car manufacturer had a different safety standard, Yo, people dying. People be dying left and right in accidents.
Right.
That's
But
why. That's
every
why.
car does have a different safety standard.
No, they don't. They
No,
have
they
to
don't.
meet the minimum requirement
I mean,
standard.
there's a minimum requirement,
Some,
yes,
some
but
you can exceed the standard, but you can't fall below the standard. That's
Right.
my point.
Right.
I don't focus on the
The
bottom
same
line.
in construction, the same in road construction and building construction. If every builder, because hey, I got the money, I'm putting up 10 million to build this building. The contractor said I can build this building for 7.5 million. He's going to make 2.5 million on it, but then he cut back on materials and make the building for 5 million and take 5 million for himself. And then 3 years later, there's a collapse and I get sued. See, there's a standard that must be met. And as men, we should set the standard. The women don't set the standard to the society. We should. And it's backwards for us. And that's part of the problem. And part of this conversation, why I use the term, we don't get no respect, the black man's dilemma, is because of that very thing that you're citing. The standards of women leading the society is leading it down to degradation and destruction. That's the point.
Again, like I said, it's a self-reflection on us, I feel like, on men. And this, there's good women on every level who don't require what you're saying. That's not even the norm. Like, that's not the norm of what women require. Like, it might be through social media, but on a day-to-day, I don't meet women like that. I didn't grow up with women like that. My wife is not like that.
Well, I'm not going to say that wherever you live or you encounter, the women you encounter are a different breed of women. There may be pockets in America where they're good black women that don't subscribe to a lot of these ideas. But Generation X and the millennials are dealing with many of these issues that we're discussing in social media. Women, number one, are not approachable. Women will set you up for whatever they need to set you up for to get what they want out of you as a man, whether it means having your baby or even if you didn't have sex with the woman. They'll just say, hey, you're the father and you got to pay me child support. And the court will enforce that. And even if the DNA show that you're not the father, you're still not bound to pay child support for umpteen years.
That's not true.
Yeah. So that's not true. That's not true?
No, that's not true.
There are many cases in many states where men have suffered that. What I'm saying is it's not common.
Well, the point is that's not a common thing to pay child support. It's not a common thing for people to pay child support for kids that's not theirs, unless they decide not to fight for their own rights. Now, that's just ignorance.
No, it's not a matter of ignorance. It's a matter of law. And there are many states where a woman can come and put your name as the father, and whether or not you receive the summons to appear in court, and 2 years, and you start getting garnishes out of your salary, and you go to court and try to fight it, and they say, well, you were supposed to come to court 6 months ago and you didn't, and now it's been processed and you're the father.
And then you appeal.
You got to pay a lawyer and you got to go through all this to get the DNA tests done, and then to extricate yourself as the person responsible to pay. And in some cases, the judgment.
I'm not saying it's not a hassle. But I mean, do law.
A hassle is taking time off from work. Spending $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $100,000 to clear your name is way more than a hassle. The threat of going to jail is far more than a hassle, particularly if you're a man that has a family of your own and you have children that you have to provide for and a wife to provide and protect, which you were talking about earlier. Someone else out of left field that you don't know, or that you may have known growing up with, or may have been an ex from some past time. Someone who just cites you because you're a responsible brother and you get your shit together and you making money, and they need a name to say who is the father who can pay child support so that way they can collect the benefits from the government. This is something that is a practice in our community. Now, it may not be something that you have experienced or even may be aware of, but it's common enough that it's an issue. Let me just read this super chat 1 second before you respond. What's this? Cut Boss for the $10 super chat. Prototype dad use luxury and is simply the same as having a car over walking, not a literal luxury. You must be able to maintain anything outside basic necessities, which makes it a luxury. Well, middle class is not a luxury. There are different classes to improving life. Luxury is a particular class, right? When we say luxury, it's like I remember back in the 80s, there used to be a show by Robin Leach called Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. And I think this is what started all this luxury mindset of us as Black people, because we really got to see how the rich live and how they splurge. It's like when we use the term trauma today, trauma is used for any simple thing that someone don't like. Luxury can't be just living above poverty. That is not luxury. Luxury is luxury. Luxury is having money to splurge on things that is incidental, where you can have lunch in New York City and have dinner in Miami, where you have 3 and 4, multiple cars, multiple homes. That's luxury. Having one house is not luxury. That's just going from an apartment to a home. And I think we have to really understand the meaning of words to really give it true qualification when we talk about these things. And if we start saying that having a woman is a luxury, or having a wife, I should say, not just a woman, having a wife is a luxury, then what is luxury? Women are saying they want a 7-figure man.
Mm.
Now, if you're a man that makes $250,000, you're not worthy to have a wife. You're not a 7-figure man. See, I think we really need to understand.
Why are you lumping all women together as the same package? Like, because every woman doesn't say that. There's a woman that says she needs a 7-figure man, and there's another woman that says I'm okay with a brother making 65.
Okay, let me ask you something. Were you familiar with Kevin Samuels when he was alive and had a show? Rest in peace, Kevin. Okay. Did you watch his show at any time on a regular basis?
I've caught a few episodes.
Okay. Did you see him speak to women of different class, whether they were PhDs, accomplished financially, or they were just a woman from around the way with 3 or 4 kids by different dudes? Were they not all saying that they wanted a man of substance making greater than $100,000?
But those are the women that came on, that he allowed on his show. He also didn't talk long with women who agreed with his point. He's like, well, if you agree with me, there's no reason for you to be on my show. I only want people who don't agree. So with that said, that also lets us know that there are women who from other classes and different walks of life that agree with what he's saying.
Right, but when he had those conflict shows, that was the theme of the show for people who disagree. That's a different issue. But all of his shows were not about those who disagree. Most of his shows was about just generally talking to women to see what it is that they want out of life.
Why can't we focus on the women that agree? Why can't we focus on the women that agree with our terms? Instead of the women who are saying
because finding that woman is far more difficult than it once was.
I don't feel that way, but that's my experience.
Okay, so you have a great experience as a Black man, and toodaloos to you. But there are many other Black men who are not having those same results. And we can't say because 3 Black men are having results where they don't have to worry about none because they got the good ones, that the other 7 Black men, their complaint is irrelevant because, hey, you just got to find a good one.
Well, no, it's not necessarily about finding a good one. It's about, why don't you look at the Black man that's doing it right, model yourself, or get what he wants and do it like that. Look at her,
Say again?
have a role model. Look at the man who has what you want and see what he's doing. Let him mentor you, something like that, and then move that way. Heighten your chances to become a better man.
But we do have a lot of men that are better men. So I think that to say that we don't have a significant amount of successful black men with regard to men making 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 grand a year, that would be false.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But those men are the men that are saying that we can't find a woman. We can't find a woman. We can't find a woman that don't have multiple kids by other men that we can marry and build a family with, that see life or want to live life on our terms the way we're moving forward and work with our plan. That is part of where this argument of respect and the dilemma of black men, this theme came from for today. And what you're saying is that that is not really an issue. Is that, am I interpreting that correctly? That it's not an issue, that it's not the woman, it's the man?
Yes.
Okay. Blake, welcome back. Sorry you had to drop off. I'm not sure if you remember where you were in that conversation, but I'd like to hear what you had to say going forward.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, what I was saying is, it's like I almost lost my train of thought. But what I'm saying is that I think where I left off is saying, like, if the woman knows that you're viewing her as a luxury, then I don't think that she feels like she has to put in as much work in order to maintain the relationship as you do. I think that's what I was saying when I got cut off.
That's what you were saying.
I mean, right. And I just see that as being the case. I just don't agree with that term for whatever reason. Because in a relationship, it takes both parties to make it work. If the man is doing everything, what do you need the woman for?
Right.
Like, I mean, can anybody answer that? Like, if you,
Look,
and just like, I think some, go ahead.
If you buy a pickup truck and don't need a pickup truck, then complain about the gas. That's on you. You shouldn't have bought a pickup truck.
Okay. Brothers are saying there's no pickup trucks available. They're not saying that they don't have the money to get the pickup truck. They're saying there's no pickup truck available. The pickup truck that they go when they go to get one has got 3 wheels or no engine, no windshield, missing windows. These are the issues that they're having with women. That's what I'm saying.
May I ask where they shopping?
Right.
One second, Uncle Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Let me just shout out this super chat. Anonymous Base, thanks again for the $10 super chat. Prototype Dad, please explain for the panel how to be a better man for a group of women that say over and over that they don't need us or don't need a man. Okay. Not sure if you want to respond to that, Prototype Dad. You don't necessarily have to.
For the women that say they don't need us.
Say again?
For the women who say they don't need us, you got to understand that they're lying. They're lying. They're not telling the truth.
Well, whether they're lying or they're not telling the truth, the thing is that it's a behavior that has become problematic in the community because the women are moving in a way where when they're 35, 38, 42, that's when they're realizing the consequence of life. And now they're saying, then they're looking for a man. But by then, the man that's 45 years old,
they have tons of baggage by then.
Want
right.
a woman that have multiple children. Say again?
Right. No, I agree. I agree. But I mean, the game is a game, and we can't. It's always been that way. You got to be a man.
But you see, that's where I'm different with you. It hasn't always been that way.
Right. It's not a game. It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be, but it is. It is what it is. I don't understand. Like,
but But at
It's
the end
been
of the
that
day,
way.
but at the end of the day, it in the beginning it wasn't. It wasn't a game. When
What's the
when
beginning?
the since the beginning of marriage, since the beginning of
And where was
time,
that?
it
Family,
right,
communities, societies.
Marriage was not at the
right.
beginning of time.
Say
So
again.
Marriage, this is what is so important that black people understand. Whose beginning are you discussing? Whose beginning, gentlemen?
I'm not saying the beginning. I'm just saying the game's been the game.
Oh,
So, well,
maybe somebody should
ask
explain the game.
Uncle Jeff. Let me
Yes,
ask you a
sir.
question. Do you believe in marriage, or you don't believe in marriage?
I believe no, I don't. I believe
Okay.
that
What type of society structure do you believe in?
I believe in the power of the village, and I don't think that we're going to get anywhere without it. I think the mathematics dictate that.
So, what do you mean the power of the village? Define that or clarify that a little bit.
Okay,
more.
as fast as I can. This is what a marriage is. Back in the day, this is the beginning of it.
Okay, you're backtracking now because you just said you didn't believe in marriage.
Well, I don't
village.
believe in Marxism or Stalinism. I can explain those. I'm not
But
an
right, but
astronaut
I'm
or a
not asking you
superhero,
about
but I can
Marxism.
explain exactly. I can
Okay.
explain
Hold
things
on,
that I
hold
don't
on,
have a
hold
part
on.
with.
But you made a proposition, and then when I'm asking you to explain it, you're switching to something else.
No,
I didn't
I'm
ask
trying
about
to cross
Marxism,
the
so I
street,
don't
but
want you to
cars
explain
keep
that.
coming. You asked me for the beginning. Here's the beginning.
No, no one asked you from the beginning.
Okay, all
I
right.
asked you, did you believe in marriage? You said no.
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 I
Okay,
said,
no.
what do you believe in? You said the village.
The village.
I said, clarify what you mean by the village. That's
trying.
what I said.
I'm trying desperately.
Then you went back to marriage.
Exactly.
So I said
I'm
you're being
trying to
confusing
cross the street,
because you
but
said you
cars
didn't
keep
believe in
coming.
marriage.
If I could have 60 uninterrupted seconds, I could clear this up for you.
Knock it
Can
out.
I have that? All right.
Knock it out.
And in the beginning, in England, when the king was the king.
Okay, the beginning in England? Hold on. Did you say the beginning in England?
I'm gonna try this one more time. One more again.
But we're not
and then
talking about the white man's beginning here. We're talking about black
If you're
people.
discussing marriage, exactly you are. But you won't let me finish. Could I please get this BS out? Would you let me finish, please?
Let him cook.
Well, we're not going to go into England and the European
grown
structure.
men, brother. That's where do you think you get marriage from? That don't have nothing to do with
Excuse
you.
me. I get marriage from the Bible, which predates
exactly. England. No, brother. If you really don't want to get on that discussion, that's bad for you. Let's stay.
It's not
in
bad
marriage.
for me. That's not bad for me because I got the Hebrew. I got the Bible in Hebrew.
Allow me?
Listen to me. I got the Bible in Hebrew that predates. Hold on a second.
Do you have a passport that took you to Egypt?
Say again?
Do you have a passport with an Egypt stamp?
So what you're saying is that any structure in society is not a structure that's worthy?
No,
a driver,
I never said that.
I mean, because the way you're going with a passport,
you know what I was saying.
Driver's license.
You know what I was saying.
On,
if we could talk like men, you would know what I was saying. If we could talk like men,
I know what you're saying.
But you have
no idea.
No, you can't possibly. You can't possibly.
We had this conversation 3 months ago.
You can't possibly know what I'm saying
we
because
had this
I haven't
conversation
finished.
3 months ago.
Can I finish? Yes or no? Man to man.
Are you going to bring England into the conversation?
Absolutely, I am.
Okay. You said that you didn't believe in marriage.
I need a yes or no from you.
Hold on a second.
How many balls are under the table?
What I asked you to clarify.
Or a no, man to man. Can I finish?
No.
All right.
Okay. Sit and listen. Okay, Blake, did you have something you wanted to add? Because let's talk about community. Community is first built between a man, a woman, and children. Unless we have man, woman, and children, we can't build a community.
And I agree. I disagree with that.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
You
don't get to talk anymore because you asked me a question and I gave you an answer.
You never answered my question, sir. I suggest you. Is there a seal on your microwave that's bad? Because you asked me a question, you never let me finish. You cannot
I asked you a question.
60 seconds.
I asked you to clarify the village.
I tried, brother.
No, you didn't. You went to England.
I am trying.
You went
desperately.
to England.
If you,
went to England.
I'm gonna need you to open your mind just a little bit for 60 seconds.
Okay, let me ask you this:
all this up.
Are we going to England?
Is who going to England?
You. Are you going to England in your conversation?
I am going to try. This is like talking to my
No, I'm asking you a
mother-in-law.
question.
I am trying to
I'm
talk to
asking
you
you a
like a
question.
man. Yes, I am, because that's where
Okay,
this
then we're
starts.
not going to England. We're not going to England.
Ladies
because
and gentlemen, if you want the truth, find your way to Uncle Jeff's channel.
predates England.
This right here is sad. This is why
Okay,
black
that's
men
fine.
cannot fellowship.
That's fine.
Can we get a
No.
talking stick in here? How about a talking
No.
stick? That's African. How about a talking stick? That's where the person who is talking has the stick, and then he.
But I have to
passes it.
grant you that. But I have to grant
exactly,
you that.
but that's manly. This is not manly.
Granted it.
Men do
I
not.
haven't
You
granted it.
cannot
No,
build
that's-
a bridge with 100
that's-
men like that. I submit
that's
that
authority.
to you. You cannot
See, that's
build
authority.
a bridge with 100 men who cannot listen for 60 seconds. That's for real shit right there. You can't listen to another man you disagree with. I'm not asking you to agree with me,
I don't
brother.
have a disagreement
I'm asking
with
you to
you.
listen. No, you don't.
No,
You
I
don't
don't have
know
a
what you
disagreement
have
with you.
because you are arguing in feminine energy. You have no idea what I have because you will not let me finish.
Hold on
That's
a second.
feminine.
Hold
Women
on
do
a
that.
second.
Men
Hold on a second.
come, agree or disagree after logical debate. Why don't you ask the other men here if I am being illogical by asking for 60 uninterrupted
I never said you were
seconds?
being illogical. I
Well,
never
then
made
why are
I
we
never
here,
made an
brother? Read
accusation.
your own chat, Doc. You like hearing your own voice a lot. Read your chat. These
Okay,
people, the people
let me
who
say
came
this.
here want to
Let
hear
me
me
say this.
uninterrupted. Why are you so afraid? This is
I'm
what
not afraid
happens.
of anything.
A
I'm
good
trying to keep
European
you-
education
I'm
does
trying to-
this to a black man.
I'm trying to keep you on point.
Bruh,
because
you don't know what your own point is, Doc. I strongly
I know what
suggest
my
you
point
listen
is.
to other people than yourself.
Okay, I asked you a question when you
I
came
tried
on.
to answer it, Doc. Okay, this
Let
is
me
beginning
finish.
to be
Let me
like shit
finish,
under
and I'll
my
tell you.
fingernails.
I
I'll
asked
tell
you,
what.
I asked you, did you believe in marriage? And you said no.
No.
Correct? All right. Then I asked you what you believe in, and you said the village.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And I asked you to explain what you mean by the village.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. But then after that, you went to England, which you were
Yes.
going to elaborate on marriage, right?
Yes.
And we're not having a conversation about marriage
Exactly,
anymore.
Mark.
Because you already said you don't
Exactly,
believe in that.
Omega Dreads. Exactly, Shane G. He's not reading you, so I'm reading you to him because he ain't paying attention to none of y'all. Let me finish, brother.
I'm paying attention
Let
to
me
you on the
finish.
panel.
This is
I'm paying
ovarian.
attention to you on
This
the
is
panel.
ovarian, Doc. Real talk. Men don't talk like this, regardless to what I
Yes,
have
they
to say.
do.
Have you ever
Yes,
been
they
to
do.
a movie that started in one place and went to another? Or do you need the end
But we're not
first?
talking about a movie.
We are talking about the ability to start at A and make it to Z. But if kids do this, we got to stop. I got to pee. I'm hungry. No. Pee, get ready. We're going to leave. We're going on a 60-second trip. That's how long I need your attention.
Okay.
With silence,
This is what I would like for you to
yeah,
explain
J Boss,
to me.
he actually does.
This is what I would
the
like for you
fear.
to explain
This
to
is
me.
Christian
I
fear.
would like for
this
you
is
to
black
explain to me.
Christian fear. And just wait. It's only got 10 years left. All of these people are going to die. Just wait. And you won't have this. You and I,
Okay,
brother, we're
let
coming
me
to the
put-
end.
Let
You
me
have
put
to
up
mute
some
me.
of these comments. Okay. J Boss says, Sage, set up for 60 seconds and let him talk.
Bruh!
Okay. What I'm
Can
saying, and J Boss,
I don't think you can
appreciate
do
the
it, Jay.
comment.
I don't think
What
you
I
can
would
do it.
say, what I would
This
say
is
is
fear,
that
brother. This is
listen
fear.
to me. Listen to me. What I'm saying is that we already concluded that marriage was not on the table of the discussion because it's not something you believe in.
When
and
you
I
want
agreed
the
with you.
truth, make your way to Jeff TV. GeoffTeevee. I can't do
Okay,
this
we've
no
had
more.
this conversation before, so I'm
No,
through with
bruh.
it. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Let's move on. See, I'm not going to have this conversation about Europe and England and King James and all. I'm not having that conversation. I'm having a conversation about the Black community now. How do we change and move forward? The historical reference, everybody is a historian. I don't want to have the conversation about the history. Every Black man, especially from the conscious community, they have all the answers on the history. But why are we not progressing? I want to talk about what happens tomorrow. I don't want to talk about what happened yesterday, 100 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago. These guys can articulate the history extremely well. And I won't take nothing away from you with regard to that. What I'm talking about is how we move forward tomorrow. We're talking about the respect and lack thereof with black women towards black men. We're talking about how do black men move forward to build a new black community where we can thrive. That's what I'm talking about. What happened in England and 400 or 600 years ago, I don't give a goddamn. Period. And I'm not going to have that conversation. Now, if you're going to tell me about the village, I'll hear that conversation. I'm not going to hear the conversation about marriage because you said marriage you don't believe in. So that's off the table. That's why I cut you. I don't like these bait and switch in the conversation. And I know where you're going. Damascus Brewer. Sorry for that little bit of. So y'all bringing out the old Lee. That's the old Lee. See, I don't play games with people, man. I don't.
That was unexpected. What he said, he doesn't believe in marriage, but went straight to marriage. People seem to forget marriage is a duty at the end of the day. Because marriage's original purpose was to bring forth children, bring forth a family, bring forth your legacy. That's the whole point of marriage. Bring forth a community
and build into a nation.
Right. That's the whole point of a marriage. So that way you can leave something behind for the next generation so that they can carry forth also. For him to say that you don't need marriage and stuff like that, then where did your family come from then?
I know his idea may be different, and I'm not going to dispute that. But if he said he doesn't believe in marriage, and I asked him what he believed in, and he said community, the village, I wanted him to elaborate on the village.
Right.
When he backtracked to explain marriage, that was a backtrack, and I wasn't going to go there because that's something he doesn't believe in. Okay, right. Rick S. Sage is ego tripping. Well, it's been a while since I ego tripped, so give me your grace. That's all I would ask. It's not often that I get a chance to ego trip, so allow me one day to ego trip. Prototype Dad, go on. You have something you want to say?
No, I'm stuck right now for words.
Okay. Well, I will say this.
We went far left. We went so far left from that, right?
Yeah, we did get kind of.
Did I get a chance to address the last question? I think, right?
Sure.
I guess what was the last question? That what was it? How could we do something?
Well, I think the brother was talking about the super chat was whether or not you can elaborate on what you mean by luxury, and I said that was something that we were hashing out in the conversation already, so it wasn't really an issue for you directly to address it because we were already elaborating on that. But if you want to add more to it, I'd appreciate it.
No, it's been addressed. The one guy said it best when he was like, I was referring to it's the matter of walking and driving. You know what I mean? I'm not saying luxury as in lavish. I'm saying luxury as in additional. You don't need it to your life.
Jameer, she said, let the man talk, Lee. I've had this conversation with Uncle Jeff before, and I know that Black people like disruption, confusion, and chaos. I don't operate that way. And if you're going to come to Sage Talk, I'm going to help you gain a different perspective in how organized, intelligent Black men communicate. Yelling and screaming, moving the goalposts, being disruptive. That's not my style. There are many places where you can go and participate and enjoy that type of entertainment. I try to be entertaining, educational, and maybe even informative at times. But confusion, I don't bring that. And you'll never see me do that here with women nor with men. And that is the reason why I deliberately listened to him specifically and asked him what he, to elaborate with regard to village. And when he switched to England, I then asked him, are you going to talk about marriage? And he said, yes. There's no need to talk about marriage because he already said he don't believe in it. I wanted the explanation for village. And I understand, Jay Marie, that you would like to hear him talk. If you want to hear him talk, you could go to his channel. When you want to hear me talk, you could come to this channel. But I'm going to talk about the things that I think is going to benefit Black people. I'm not going to get into the historical references of debating how marriage came about and the legality and passports and driver's license and all the documents that gives you. These things are regulatory structures that build organized societies. And people who people who talk about passports and driver's license and marriage license and all these different things like they have no real significance in an organized society is foolishness. And I don't pay that no attention. Many things have come into creation since God created man. He gave us the intelligence to create things, to organize our lives and build our society to the best of our ability. Now we have YouTube, we have StreamYard, we have Instagram, we have internet, we have planes that fly. We even have instruments to take us into space. And who knows what's next around the corner. And when we do these things, we have to build structures into it, safety into it, organization into it. If you've ever run a business successfully, if you don't have organization, your business is going to go out of business. If you're not able to do your accounting, if you're not able to do your inventory, you're going to go out of business. If you don't understand your margins on what's profitable and what's not, people are going to cheat you and you're going to lose your money. And what I'm saying is that I'm not going to entertain foolish behavior. Plain and simple. So I'm sorry for those of you in the chat who wanted to hear what Uncle Jeff wanted to talk about, but that was going straight off topic of what we've been talking about all day. And I was not going to allow that. And I apologize for my overstating, but sometimes as a man, you have to take control of the situation. And that's what I did. And, what I would say, and we've already been online now, it's already, 3 hours, going on 4 hours?
3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah, 2:58, 10 seconds.
Okay, 2:58, going on 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely want to extend the conversation. If anyone else in the chat want to come up on the panel, we can continue it. If Prototype Dad have something he wants to add, or my man Damascus have something he wants to add, we can continue as well. So Real Bravado Network, thanks for the $10 chat. You didn't extend, I guess, that brother Grace, but you want some. Make me understand that.
Look,
no, when I didn't.
You shouldn't even bother with still answering these these kind of questions. I mean, I think you already stated your point on how you felt about that brother, and if they don't understand, they don't understand. Right. But the only thing I'm going to add is we need to stop blaming women for these problems and be more accountable to ourselves.
Well, let me ask you this: Do you see is there a distinction for you between blame and criticism, holding accountable?
Yes, yeah, but I don't. But there's a fine line, right? The line is you only can hold them accountable to things that they have already agreed to, right? So, like, if somebody said, "Hey, I'm going to go take you. I'm going to take you for ice cream on Tuesday." Right. Well, when Tuesday come around, you're holding them accountable. Like, hey, you said you was taking me for ice cream on Tuesday. Right. I think we're playing the blame game of, oh, women, this woman don't want me, that woman don't want me, or I'm not enough, or she's saying whatever. And I think I think it's a lack of accountability on ourselves, on who we are, who we should be, and what we should be focused on.
Well, what I would say is that holding a person accountable, it's if you wanted to use like a child, if you're going to take them to get ice cream on a particular day, and when the day comes, the child is going to remind you of it. If you follow through, then that is not holding you accountable. If you fail to follow through, then the child will continue to insist that you be responsible and accountable for what you said you are going to do. And I think what Black men are voicing when we speak to Black women is that we want to hold them accountable for the behavior that they continue to have, and to let them see it and then to make a change.
We can't.
Sometimes it takes time for someone to recognize the deficiencies.
What I'm saying is we cannot blame them for the behavior.
Why not?
Because we have not held our part of the bargain.
We're not what?
We're not upholding our part of the bargain. We're not being enticing enough for them to want to behave a certain way. We're not being the leaders of the community. We're not being men of God. We're lacking leadership.
How would you suggest that we take over the community and extend leadership or execute leadership as a prescription?
The first thing is, get space, right? Get a home. Be a
there are
staple.
many Black men with homes.
Yes, but I think it starts there though.
Right, but when you get a home, then
we can't complain when we're not on our feet. But I guess you're saying we're on our feet, and those are the men that's complaining.
No, what I'm saying is that there's a large percentage of Black men who are on their feet, and what these men are saying is that we want a woman to be a wife, but all we're finding is a bunch of whores.
Right, but I don't know.
When you came on the panel, one of the things that you said that there's a 70% single motherhood in the community.
Right,
that's a problem.
Right, but it's a problem that we created. It's a problem that the men are creating.
Say again?
It's a problem that the men are creating.
No, when it comes to sex and giving birth, that's something that is fully controlled by women, and that's why in the beginning of my
we have to see they can't. They're not asexual. They're not asexual. They can't. They can't have kids without us.
No. Understand that the woman chooses the man that she lays down with.
Exactly. Period.
I could come to a woman and I could have no swag. I'm not 6 feet, but I'm a productive man. And Damascus, I'm going to use you for this example.
Oh,
Damascus
you can
go to the same woman. He's 6 feet. He's unproductive, but she chooses him instead of me.
Look,
you can't say then that it's the man's fault.
I'm gonna tell you. Right. I'm gonna say it like this, right? If you're short, stand on your money.
No, I'm
not. So what I'm saying is, you gotta be worth. You got. If you're short, or if you don't have sweat, there's something about. They should be attracted to something about you. You can supplement whatever that is. I'm not tall, right, but I never had a problem with women.
Right. I'm not.
So the whole short thing is like, and I'm not saying I've always had money. I'm just saying I'm not 6 foot, and I haven't had these problems. Like I've had them, but it's the ones I've chosen. Like I'm good.
Okay. You do understand that was an example. I was not saying that.
But
I have a problem with women.
No, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, right. If you're an athlete, right, everybody's not a 6'8", whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like there was a Spud Webb in the NBA, right?
But okay, what I'm trying to present is that we tend to reflect sometimes like from the 60s backwards, the Black community was married at an 80% clip, right? Now, every man that was married was not a 6'5" Adonis with ass. They were average guys. There were some tall guys. There were some short guys. There were some middle of the range guys. There were some professional guys. There were some guys that were just, they worked a job, whatever they had, or they were tradesmen, or they were merchant marines, or whatever it is that they had for a living. But a woman was able to look at a man and say, okay, this man is a good man. Today, all those men are excluded. The only men that are being selected, or at least being touted as selection worthy, are men who are financially uber successful. And even the financially uber successful men are still being treated like a piece of shit.
Look,
you can look at Kanye West and you can look at Dr. Dre for
let's not look at rich people at all. Let's look at us, right?
Right.
I was able to find a wife,
right,
and have a family.
Correct.
I'm not uber successful.
True.
I don't have, I'm not complaining about. I'm not 6 foot. I'm 5'8".
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, if there's ways around whatever, and these things don't, whatever a woman's saying, either that's not your woman, and that's okay, but there's a woman for you.
But I think maybe where we might be having a slight disconnect is that you were able to accomplish the things that you set out to get. But there are many other men who are able to, right? Let me finish. Who have established themselves and are finding it extremely difficult to find the very thing that you said that you have. And by them voicing that they're having these issues, if I'm hearing correctly, you're saying, yo, you just need to look better. They're there somewhere. I found one. But the thing is, if there's a 70% single mother rate, that means possibly there's a 30% that is not single mothers. But then out of that 30%, a percentage is married. So the percentage, what I'm saying is, and then you have a 51 plus percentage of men who are in the middle class that says, I want to be married. I want a wife. I want children. And they're not finding that. And the woman is saying, this is what I want as a standard in terms of a man. And this, and if you don't meet that standard, you're not worthy of respect. And what I'm saying is that, yes, there are good women like you have. And I believe in the beginning of the conversation, I made it clear on more than one occasion that I'm not talking to every woman, the description of what I was laying out, that there are good women. Granted, but there's a larger majority than not. And
that's where I'll push back.
How do we turn the ship?
That's where I'll push back. I want to say the minority or the loudest bunch.
Definitely agree.
Okay, King Sally, welcome
to
the
Sage.
Show. How can I help
What's up, man? I've been listening to you. Well, I've been listening to y'all guys since I was at work, bro, early, and y'all was saying something I hear all the time that's very misconstrued. Like a lot of times, you always say that, don't blame the black woman or blame the black man. It's like at the end of the day, I know an awful lot about politics, and that's what y'all guys do not talk enough about because y'all fail to realize there's a lot of politics that stop us from doing what we need to do as men to keep our women in check and not be able to rule the streets like they do. And it's just sad to me that Logic is the only one who sees this because he's right about that. There's so many laws that if you would take out of place, the black woman would have no choice but to submit to the black man more than what they do now. They would have no choice but to act more, respectful. All these laws protect them. You can't keep blaming the black man when the black man does not have power over laws. It's not the black man making these laws to protect the black women. And it's damn sure not the black man. We know who it is. You take them out the situation, you take all these laws away, a whole bunch of things start to change. Our kids stop killing each other in the street. Our women stop growing up shaking their ass and thinking that's the only thing they could do. So much will change if you have somebody in power who will change these laws of protection for homosexuals, women, and all the above. You take all those guards away, guess what? Men are back in power. Men can actually lead. I'm a married man myself. And I'm lucky. I can leave my family. You know, my wife has no problem with it. I got lucky. Not every single man can say the same.
It's not luck, bro.
All right, so about the politics. All right, so you make a good point that laws and stuff, we need to go down and vote, but the majority of people that vote is black women. Black women is not going to vote for a man's interest. They're going to vote for theirs.
Black women don't even read. Let's keep it a buck. Most people don't go in there and read these laws and politics, bro. I vote myself.
Right.
Most people don't go in there and read.
True. Right. I agree with you with that. I agree with you with that.
But these laws wouldn't pass.
Right. True. But again, the majority of the laws that are enacted or passed is because black women come out and vote majority who? Democrats.
I'm gonna be real with you. Don't believe the stats, because I'll tell you this. I do real stats. You know what I do? I actually go out and watch. When you go out and watch, you see the stats that they tell you online and on Google are inflated, are incorrect. Also, I used to be a medical student. There's plenty of times that they will say black people have more diabetes, but guess what? They tested 50 black people, 10 white people, 10 Hispanic. So of course black people have more diabetes. You have to the numbers are inflated. Most black women are not going out there voting. Let me keep it a buck with you. They're not. They're not. They have other better things to shake their ass to. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just being real with you. And it's just frustrating because it's like, I love Lapeef Network. I listen all the time. I call on Fight Night here and there. And it just bothers me how many, there's a lot of strong men. And there's a lot of times that I'll see even, discombobulation on the show. But it only happens from certain people on there. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, when you look at it and you actually pay attention and block out all the BS and drama, let's be real. Take all these laws away. How much want to bet women are going to act different?
I agree with you.
And I just get frustrated because they say, it's the black man fault too. To a point it is, but not fully, because we can't just sit there and do. Bro, I'm 6'4", right? If I ever got into an argument with my wife and she called the cops, it doesn't matter if she has a knife. Guess who's going to jail? Come on now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this is not just black people. I have white friends I've seen the same shit happen to the white men. Women are just protected. They are a protected class. You know what I mean? And that's one of the biggest issues. Because now you get people in a protected class power. Now they got authority. Now they got to say so. And they don't think like men. They don't think logically. They think with their emotions. Hey, look around. It's okay to be gay. 2022. All this bullshit's okay. All the stuff that they teach our children is okay. And I have a child myself, a newborn. I just can't stand it. Because there's so many things I have to look out for now that I wouldn't have to look out for 10 years ago when I was 20. You know what I mean? I notice this all policy. It's not policy that we are black people or black men are making. Because half these black men wouldn't make no policy like this. That's what I'm saying. All I'm trying to get to is that we need to stop directly blaming black men and start blaming policy. Because you can't hold somebody accountable for something they have no control over.
That's still on, I think that's still on us, right? The policies. We need to unify that way and make moves that way. I wasn't sure that if we could expand upon that, but I just did an episode talking about politics and how we need to come together and be a standing voice that way. You know what I mean? We need to get ahead of these things. We need to be at the board meetings in our communities like we do. And I was making note of it when I was saying, be the guy that puts up the nets at the hoop court. You know what I'm saying? But that guy is the one that's at the board meetings and locally. That guy, that's what I'm saying. And that's how we lead.
The thing is, we don't have any more of those guys doing that. Everyone is trying to get the bag.
I'm sorry, King Sally. He sounds like one.
There's people out there. Let's keep it real. There's people out there doing it, but they get canceled. You a black man trying to do good, you get canceled. You a black woman shaking that ass, you get loved. It's sad. We're just in the Isaiah effect world. You got to be real. We're in the reverse world.
Like I hate to see you're too smart to think like that.
It's not that I think like that. I'm telling you what I see from my own personal experience. You know how many times I try to do a good gesture, something nice for somebody, and I end up getting ridiculed. But then I see somebody treat someone like a piece of shit, and they get.
Bro, like I said, I hate to see you think like that, man. I know when I do
it's not the way I think, bro. I'm a very positive thinker, but I just speak what I actually see. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sugarcoat nothing, and that's the problem. There's too many people sugarcoating things. That's not me. I will never sugarcoat anything. I'm gonna tell you straight, bland as it is. Do I wish it was better? Hell yeah. I love black people. I love black people as a whole. I wish we could come together as a community. Because guess what happens when we come together as a community? You go back and look at the time when we stopped riding the bus, what happened? They had to change things with the swiftness. And that's the problem. They keep us separate because they know if we come together, it's a big problem from them. Let all the black people in America come together and just say, we're going to stop shopping.
1 second.
They have to shut down businesses. Yeah, you good, my bad.
1 second. See, you said something interesting. You said, if we come together, that they know if we come together. How is it that we don't know how to come together? If they know if we come together, we can do X, whatever that X is, right? Why is it that we lack the ability to come together to do X?
Too many chiefs, not enough Indians.
That's our issue. But one thing I would say is that, you know, to give some support to Prototype Dad, it's the black man's responsibility to vote. To vote for the interest.
Right. Yeah.
To vote for the interest to benefit us, because we as black men have been voting with black women for the longest against our own interests. It's
right, which I said earlier.
We're coming to realize what we have done. And so black men are taking more responsibility on that.
Right.
I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly. Deshaun Fun or Dish Fun. Is Sag married? I digress. No, I am divorced. I got divorced many years ago. I was married. Married a beautiful woman back in the day, but it didn't work out. So yes and no to that question.
But I really hope more of us can get together and it's like I want to see the black family, because I know how powerful the black family can be. You know what I mean? Ancient history proves that. We need to get back on our thing. The problem is there's too many distractions. And like most black men, when they actually do sit out there and try to do something, they get laughed at because they're not taken seriously. Nobody wants to take things seriously till shit hits the fan. Then all of a sudden, oh, okay, we got to come together. It hurts me. It hurts my heart that more black people come together over a black person getting shot, which happens every day. But the one that gets naturalized, right? Put on the nation, on TV. They come together more for that than what's actually going on in their streets. More black people kill themselves with gun violence, get robbed, than the cop killing black people. Way more. But nobody comes together for that. Nobody comes together and say, hey, we got to stop this gang violence. Hey, we got to get these guns out these kids' hands. No, but let a black person get killed by a cop. All of a sudden, everybody garner attention. That has to end. We need to garner attention what's already going on in our community. People need to stop being so brainwashed by the media. We need to get the media out of our lives.
No, that's not the media. That's because we can use the victimhood to get something from the white man. So we are using.
You can do the same thing with a black person killing a black person. You just got to be educated enough to do it. You can use victimhood no matter what happens. Because you get shot, you're still a victim. You don't have to be this. You don't have to hold on. You don't got to get shot by a white person to be a victim. If you get shot as gang violence, you just mind your business. You are still a victim. Right. People just don't look at it like that.
King, let's have the conversation. Hold on. When a black man shoots another black man in the hood, yes, you are a victim who got shot. Whether you died or you live, you're a victim. The point is, there's no profit in that.
Right.
So the community don't get enraged. But when it's a white man being a police officer that shoots a black man, you can get enraged because now the community can be the victim of white oppression.
That's just because you've been conditioned. And that's just because of being conditioned. Anytime somebody get killed, you should be enraged. Because when a white person goes to a school and shoot up a school, what happens? They get enraged. But to a point, they help. You can't act like they didn't help. You can't act like they didn't put certain programs in certain neighborhoods. Because I lived in white neighborhoods and I lived in black neighborhoods. I'm talking about I lived in rich-ass white neighborhoods where the TV shows are different than what you see in the hood. We don't control that once again. Like at the end of the day, everything comes down to the people in power. And that's what people need to realize. That's the truth. You cannot control everything, but you know what you can do? You can move. If you're in a bad community, you can leave.
If you don't have the money, how do you move?
There's opportunities everywhere. It's mindset. It's
right,
all about mindset.
There is opportunity and there is mindset. And the thing is, as I was talking with Prototype Dad earlier, there's over 51% of black men who are in the middle class that makes over $65,000 a year. So those men are not dealing with the issues that I think we're talking about right now. They have a different lifestyle and a better lifestyle. And they're not the men.
To a point, it matters where they live. It matters where you live. If you live in a place that's 61,000, like California, that's nothing. Where I'm from, New York, that's nothing. Texas, that's nothing. Now you come to where I live currently in Oklahoma, 61,000, you making money. But if you in most of these states, that's nothing. That is nothing. Especially with a family, a wife and kids, that ain't nothing, bro. It's not enough.
Hold on 1 second. 65,000 or whatever, that's just the benchmark that begins that begins middle class, right? It goes
Yeah,
higher.
yeah.
But I just list that as the benchmark. But before we continue, Natural Empress says, who filed for divorce? Getting a little personal today, but she filed for the divorce. Not a problem there. Oh, man. But the thing is that there are laws that work against us. But when we were in slavery, the whole system was against us. And we were able to still work together. So my question to you, King, is, are Black people only loyal to each other under oppression? Because when they have freedom, they tend to not want to be with one another. They tend to not want to support one another. They tend to not want to build with one another.
I think this goes to what I was saying earlier, right? Everybody is only loyal to their self-interest. If we're all slaves, it's in best our interest to come together and fight against slavery. At this point,
so with that as a thought process, how is it that not only white people in America, but in the UK, in France, in Germany, in Australia, in the Netherlands, how is it that they can continue to be racist against us generation upon generation?
Say that again, because I think the answer is the same.
Huh?
It's in their best interest to keep us where we at.
So why is it's not in our best interest now that we have more freedom and supposedly more power and more ability to move in the society to not only unite on the things that benefits us? Because I hear a lot of time in this space that we talk about everyone is not a monolith. All white people are not monolith either, but they are able to come together on the things that benefits them. How is it that we are unable to come to remain together and be powerful for the things that benefit us?
That's the $1 million question right there.
Yeah.
That's my argument with that, because I do agree with you.
But at the same time, it still goes to they had an agenda and a plan, and it worked. Which
Exactly.
have you know what I mean? Like,
They
so
set us back. Because white people have problems in their communities too.
Okay,
White people have problems in their communities also. It's not talked about as much, but they definitely have problems in their community. That's what I say. I have a lot of white friends, and they have just like they have problems like we do. They have dads that can't be around their kids like we do. It's just not talked about as much. We talk about it more because we're really feeling it. It's something that we really want to change, but we don't got enough people, to come together to do that. You know what I mean? You also got to look at it from a strategic point. If Black people ever come together, like you saying, what happens? We then immediately take over. Immediately.
Hey,
and
but
just
let me
the normal.
let me this. The Asians are what, 3% in the United States?
Mm-hmm.
How is it that they have a certain level of power and freedom in a society that we lack?
Because they connect on their best interests.
Yep.
And also, they're not. You gotta be realistic too. Sage, you gotta be realistic. They're not looked at being savages, bro. You gotta look at it. Every time you see something with a Black person, it's always something savage.
I think another thing.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't see Asians go around killing each other. You don't see them just going around robbing stores and the TV. You know what I mean? Seeing this stuff actively. You know what I mean? You don't see that. Even if it does happen, you don't see that. You damn sure don't see it in China. What you see in America, every time you turn on TV, you can never get a day that you don't see somebody Black doing something ridiculous, something they did not have to do. So what do you think other people think of us?
Here's
I would be racist too. If I saw one group of people always effing up continuously. You know? And then when you do get a good face, you push them away.
That's twofold. One, the media only show us, they don't show them. So that's one. To imply that we do it more. But it is a problem.
There's always more white people on TV than Black. When you look at the crimes, bro, yes, you have the Blacks doing the little stuff, but you always have more white people shooting up schools. That's not Blacks. You always have white people planting bombs, doing all this crazy stuff. That is not Black people. We're both on the news. But at the end of the day, there is more crimes that white people are doing. It's just the egregious ones. They always want to point out us. Or the ones that's just reckless, like when 20 people ran to 7-Eleven, some reckless, just reckless. They don't, you know what I mean? You can literally see who it is. But white people are in the news all the time doing crazy stuff. So that's not true. The media does display what they do. We just have a bad look on us, and it's magnified whenever it comes. You know what I mean? Whenever it comes from the
media doesn't really. They show the school shooting because it's mass, right? But they don't show the robberies like they show us robberies. They don't show white people killing each other like they show us killing each other when we know they do. Gregory Scotland, thanks for the super chat, $5. King Sally, can you really trust the average black woman today? Come on. What's your response to that?
Well, I never said you could. Well, to me, it all depends on mind frame. To me, it all depends on mind frame. If you have like for instance, you have a black woman that was raised by both her parents. First of all, that's very important to me. That's just very important because I noticed the difference between both parents and just one. You got a black woman raised with both parents. You know what I mean? Got a good head on her shoulders. Not like, sleeping around with 30, 40, 50 guys and acting like it's cool. Like, you know what I mean? Like a real old school black woman. Then yes, that could lead. But do we have that as the average? Now, I'm gonna be real with you. Just because what you see on TV and what's pushed in the media, I don't ever believe that is the average. Kind of like old boy was saying earlier, I believe it's the people who shout the loudest is a minority. I totally believe that. And the perfect example of that is when we go to the LGBTQ whatever community, right? They have the lowest percent in the human race.
No,
but they
actually,
get the most pushed.
There's more of them in the black community, bro.
You think there's more homosexuals in the black community?
They're like 26%. And we're sitting at 13 or something like that.
No, I'm talking about people. I'm talking about people, bro, on this planet.
26% of the society. They're 26% of the society. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's more black people on the planet. I'm not just talking about America. You take Africa, you take Brazil, because there's a lot of people who are black who don't even distinguish themselves as black. But you're black. Like you're Brazil, bro. You can call yourself Brazilian. You are dark-skinned. Back in slavery times, you would have been a slave. Just like the light-skinned people, you're still black, and that's the problem. A lot of people don't know how to differentiate. You know what I mean? They'll know the difference. If you're black skin, you're black, my brother. If you're talking about the United States thing, yeah. Still, I don't feel like there's that many there might be that many people LGBT out here now.
The thing is, I think what we have to realize is that there's a multi-pronged issues that we have to deal with, and we have to deal with them simultaneously. We have the media, we have laws. We have misbehavior and disrespect in our community by women and men towards one another as well. And there's drugs, there's criminality. There's so many things we have to deal with and
then no accountability.
Black men who are focused, who are accomplished or looking to be accomplished, and we at the same time have to steer the ship and turn the ship and right the ship. Right? The ship is upside down, bobbing in the water, and everybody is partying still. And the woman is running shit. How do we turn the ship right side up and get back in control? And I think that's what, I'm trying to lend an ear to with regard to, or ask you guys to lend me your ears in this discussion, and the ladies, of course, who are participating in the conversation as well in the chat. Let me bring K Alpha back up. I see him there in the background.
He disappeared.
Did he come up?
I would say
he was here.
I would say this. How do we turn things back up? I would say the nuclear family is the only way to do it.
I agree with that.
So
I agree with that. And but we have two married men, and I think King Sully, you said you just had a child.
Yeah, I got a newborn.
Congratulations, my
6 months. Thank you.
So without the nuclear family, impossible. That's the only way we can fight that and get things back.
The thing is that that's part of this whole big media space conversation that black men are trying to hold black women accountable on, which there have been some pushback, is that black men want families. The reason why there's SYSBM and Passport Bros is because they're saying, look, man, we're having so much difficulty trying to find a woman that we can have a wife with that don't have 3 and 4 kids by other dudes and been ran through, like King Sully said. We're having a problem here. So I think at the same time, we do have to acknowledge that there is a problem in terms of women, their behavior, and what's been going on. We're trying to hold them accountable so there could be some change, not necessarily for the ones who are gone, but for the younger ones who are coming up behind them. The sisters that are 18, 19, 20, 21, 25 years old, who have not fallen into that trap yet. So we're trying to address the issues that black men are having, so black women can have a better man to choose and know that there are men out there, good men that they can choose, such as brothers like yourself, King Sully, and Prototype Dad. But K Alpha, anything you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, sir. I want to pick up right where you just left off. My issue with the MGTOW community and the Save Yourself black men and the Passport Bros, when you break down and consider the language used, even in their self-identification. These are not men who are nation-minded. These are not people who are thinking about building up the Black community. Let's be honest here. The men that are saying to save yourself, so don't save the community, don't save your people, don't save the future of your legacy, save yourself. It's a selfish-minded philosophy. The same goes with passport bros. It's this idea of well, yeah, I don't, I'm not finding what I want over here, so I'm going to go overseas. I think, to answer your question, Mr. Lee, of what is needed for us to be able to move forward, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad said it decades ago: accept your own and be yourself. And that takes root in a lot of different ways. But when he says accept your own, he's saying to accept the fact that you and your people have been through things. Don't just only highlight what you've been through as a Black man, but also take into consideration what your sisters that you've grown up alongside have also been up against. And if you're going to be a leader, if you want to be a leader, then take up that responsibility of knowing your audience.
Let me ask you this.
Now, go ahead.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Did not white men leave England to come and build in America?
They left because they was oppressed. There's still white men out there. They didn't leave because they wanted to. They left because they were oppressed.
I don't want to delve into the reason why they left yet. I'm just asking a general question for K Alpha to respond to.
White men left Europe to colonialize this land.
Well,
let's be clear about the history. They did not leave Britain to come over here and found the United States of America.
No, they left on a pilgrimage and an exploration.
I'm sorry?
I said they left on a pilgrimage of exploration to find something better, to find something else. What was developed came later. But what I'm saying, what I'm trying to address is the notion that because a man leave one territory and go to another territory to build, that he's less of a man. I think that is false. And that's why I used the Moors in the early part of our conversation, because when the Moors left Africa, there were men saying to them, why you leaving Africa? You should stay here and build. Why are you going to Spain? Why are you going to Portugal? Why are you going to Italy? And I think we need to stop that, because the Black man have to see the planet as his. We built America for free. We don't have to stay here. We could go anywhere else on this planet and build. And if the woman here, the Black woman here, how long are we supposed to beg, plead, ask, rebuke, hold accountable Black women to come into subjection, and they won't? You can't grab them by the scruff of the head and make them. You could reason with them, and that's all you can do. If there's another woman that will be open to your leadership and would submit and follow and build, because when it says save yourself, he's not saving himself to run off and hide in a tent or just live a luxurious life around the world. He's saying, I want a wife. I'm going someplace else where I can have a wife, where the laws are different, where I could build and have a family. That's what they're looking to do.
End?
Say again? To the end of building a society and a community for themselves, and have a progeny.
No, that's not what they're doing. Though. They're just going out there.
Wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Now you're saying that, and you're saying that as if any Black man is going to go to another man's country, because you're not going to a nation that's unestablished. You're still going to somebody else's territory. Do you think that a Black man is going to be able to leave here in America and go somewhere else on another country, on another continent, and be able to build up a nation within a nation and be successful in doing so? Do you think that
Why
the men
not?
there will
Why
allow
not?
that to happen?
Why not? It's been done many times over, centuries upon centuries. It's been done. You
It has
think
not been
if
done
you
in
think
it has
if
not
you
been done
think
in
if you
modern
think
times. It has
say
not been
again.
done in modern times. It has not been done in modern
Well,
times. You
what's
talking about
modern
Stone
times?
Ages, brother? We're talking about
What's
today.
modern
Today, how
times?
many black men
Name.
are going over to these other countries, having
No
children, and
black
making a
men.
community?
Hold on, relax. This black men are just starting to come to the idea of his independence, his options, and to talk about expanding those options. That's something that we're just talking about now.
But it's
Maybe it's
not
been
new, bro. This been going on
conversation.
since like 2005. This isn't new. Y'all just cool past pro bros. It's not new. This been going on for a while. It's now popularized. It is nothing
No,
new. My buddies was doing that back in the military in 2010, 2011.
no,
This ain't
what they
nothing
were doing,
new.
but what they were doing in the military was just having sex with the woman, leaving them with the baby, and come back to America.
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking
The
about
brothers,
I'm not
And
saying
you
it
know
like that.
what?
I'm saying I have friends that was out there doing that. They had the money to go and travel
right?
and live in China,
Okay,
live in Japan,
sure,
live places. But they weren't doing that to build a community. They were doing that just to have a good woman. They were doing that just to live in a different place that had different laws. That every time they,
right,
walked out the house, they didn't have to
right,
worry about being arrested. That type of stuff.
right.
But they wasn't
But
building a community. And this is
but
that's what I'm saying.
the difference now is that black men can't find a good black woman in America. So now black men as a group are starting to say, whoa, what's our option? What are we going to do? So now black men are actually looking at other places where they can build a community, whether that's Africa, whether that's South America, whether that's the Caribbean, or whether that's Asia. Black men are
What would
looking at their options and saying, look, I need to find a woman that I can build with. I need to find a woman that I can have children with and build a family. If there are 51% of black men in America with no children, you know how much, the effect of that's going to do 20, 30 years, 40 years from now in terms of the progenitor of our nation as a people? If only a small percentage of black men are having children and a large percentage of black men are not having children, and those who want to seek out options so they can have family and children are being insulted that these options are not a worthy options as a man, that in some way that you are less of as a man to exercise those options, black men are going to die out.
I want to
So
clarify myself.
yeah, go ahead,
I
Q.
want
I'm
to
about you.
clarify myself because ultimately I agree. Look, listen, brother, I come from the same school of thought as you do. This entire
Okay.
planet, every square foot of it belongs to us. And we have every right to go on any continent and procreate and to build families. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that black men here in America, if you choose to take yourself onto another country or another continent to build whatever it is that you want to build, you need to understand that there's a responsibility of integrity that comes along with that. Don't take your trifling ways on to another country and to mess up women in another country and another culture because you think that you're going to get away with what the what some women here in America may or may not allow you to get away with. I'm not saying that as a shaming tactic. I'm saying it because there's a sister. Her name is Sayeda, and she's oftentimes on the Lapeef Network and on Cruise Season. And she said herself, and she lives in South America. She said she's never been to the United States. She said that she's seen many American men claiming to be quote unquote passport bros or whatever you want to call it, and they go over to South American countries, and they're not doing anything different than what they would have been doing here in America if the woman had allowed them to. They go over there with their American dollar, and they're chasing the prostitutes. They're going over there, and it's all about sex. It's all about debauchery, and they're not thinking about building. Now,
Well,
if
That's exactly what I'm saying.
the men that are traveling for sex are traveling for sex. But you see, I think we're grouping all men that travel into
I never
one
said
group.
not, I never
I'm not
said
saying
all.
you did. I'm not saying you did. But what I'm saying is that if we look at where the conversation is evolving to, because we know that black men has been traveling for many years, not all, but a select group of black men, whether through the military or otherwise. But there's a change in the dynamic of the United States, and the dynamic is with regard to building families and building communities, and finding a good woman to be a wife. And there's a drought in that area, and there are many men who are complaining about that. And I'm not talking about the guy that's traveling for sex, because sex travel, white men have been doing sex traveling as long as pretty much, at least for the past century, and no one has been really saying anything about it. And no one has complained that that's a bad thing or one way or the other. And I don't know if the young lady that you're saying that appeared on the Lapeef Network distinguish whether it was white men or black men. But white men have been doing that in a very prolific way. The thing is that black men are just starting to expand their options. And yes, there'll be those who will travel for sex and just have sex with prostitutes. But if you're having sex with a prostitute, you ain't looking to build. And you're not complaining about families. That's not the man that's looking for a family. The conversation that I'm having is about men who are looking for options. They want to build with a woman and build community. I'm talking about building communities where there are other black people who, we're not the only black people who have gone through slavery. Every black person in this hemisphere possibly has gone through slavery. At least their ancestors from that perspective, right? The transatlantic slave affected the entire Caribbean, Central America, South America, and North America. Yep. So every black woman in this region, whether they speak Spanish or they speak English, whether they speak Carib or they speak Creole, they come from a slave ancestry. And if a man leave America and go to another one of these countries and find another sister to build with, it's still part of the same nation.
Yep.
And I think we gotta stop trying to shame men for exercising their option, because women have been using shame to curtail black men's independence and judgment and action. And what I don't like is when other black men do the same thing, though it be with good intention. And I'm not saying you have any bad intention by saying that, but I think we have to be careful on how we use that to shame black men. Yes, we can definitely say to men who wants to go overseas and turn women into whores like they did in America, that is not the behavior that we're looking for. That's not the reputation we want to expand overseas. But the brothers who can afford to go overseas are men with money, men who have built themselves up to have a successful business, or who are in tech, who are now in their 30s and they're saying, I want a wife. But every time they meet a chick, the chick is, just trying to hustle them. And then for whatever reason, they're not able to find a woman like Protege Dad or King Sully. For whatever reason, maybe
I'm not saying you're not going to have those struggles, man, but we got to do better at vetting. And it's easy to tell the women who are hustling and the women who are genuine. Like, I mean, it's easy to tell when women are hustling and when women are genuine. Like, if we're going after, if we're going after a certain kind of, I don't want to say that. F it. I'm saying it. So if we're going after lace front, eyelash wearing females or whatever, you might get hustled. There's a high chance you might get hustled.
But is that becoming more and more the majority, or is that something just a small minority? What do you give me your feedback.
It's definitely not a minority, man. It's definitely not a minority.
Vanessa as the majority of women. I'm sorry, it's not. I'm just being honest. The IG model chase the bag. Yes, that's popular. Is what garners the most attention, and it's something that is the easiest thing to criticize because it's ridiculous looking on paper. But I'm not about to sit up here and act like it's so overwhelming that all these women with tattoos.
All these women with tattoos. These are not just average women walking around with all these tattoos. These are just the strippers.
Are we talking about tattoos, or are we talking about the mindset?
Well, the tattoos is part of the mindset. Those are symbols of the mindset.
Yes. But I'm talking about the mindset itself. And to say
but
that there aren't any good enough women to find, they end up sounding exactly like those same women that quote unquote hit the wall. screaming, why can't I find me a good black man? Do the work. It comes across as lazy to me. The United States is huge, and you telling me as big and as wide and as diverse as this nation is, the United States alone, you telling me that because you grew up in New York, that, oh, I can't find no other good woman, so let me go overseas. Or you grew up in Chicago or Atlanta or Miami or Los Angeles or Oklahoma, and you're gonna say, oh, well, I couldn't find any good women where I live, so therefore I gotta go overseas. It come across as lazy to me, and if they're gonna be that disingenuous as to say that they can't find that woman that they're looking for here in the United States, that they're going to go overseas and find it. Listen, this isn't about shame for me. I'm never going to shame a man for what he decides to do with his life. What I'm espousing is the ideals of the most honorable Marcus Garvey that says that not every black man, not every black woman is going to be beneficial to the African continent or the world at large. If you're trifling in America, if you're disingenuous in America, you're going to be trifling overseas. You're going to be disingenuous overseas. Let's have an honest conversation about it. Because the men that I see espousing SYSBM and MGTOW and doing that, guess where they are? Under IG models, IG models post, chasing after these crazy looking women with the BBLs and the tattoos and all that, and saying, "Oh, look, see, that's proof that it ain't no good black women." Are you kidding me? You sound just like the woman that be chasing around a pimp or a drug dealer or a basketball player or a rapper, and then saying, "Oh, they did me wrong, so therefore there are no good black men." It's just as disingenuous. It's just on the other side gender. Let's be like, I just want honest dialogue, genuine dialogue, and stop gaslighting one another for the sake of saying, look, if you want a chick from another country, just say that, fam. That's
but I think that is part of what they're
saying that.
But that is part of what they're saying. They're saying, I can't find the woman I want here, so I'm going somewhere else.
Yeah, but that don't mean there's no good women here. Like
exactly.
And that's the distinction that I'm saying, that there's a difference between saying that you can't find one and there aren't any. And there aren't
370 million people in America. You can't tell me every single black woman is bad. It
translates to the same thing. If I'm saying it and another brother is saying it and another brother is saying it, they're speaking for themselves. They say, I can't find one, but as a group, it's we. It's a problem.
But
now,
these group of men are looking at the same group of women, though. These group of men are looking at the same group of women. They're looking at the same ratchet group of women. These men, just like how women look for 6 foot tall guys, certain money maker guys. You don't think guys have an ideal woman? Like, these men are looking for the same exact woman. That's why they can't find shit, because they go from one bad woman to the next bad woman. There's 350 million people in America, right? You're not gonna tell me every single black woman is bad.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like people aren't looking. You know, check this out. Right? How many? You know, I found my wife in a church. How many men you see do that? You know what I mean? Most people don't do that. They go to clubs, they go online dating. They don't actually go and meet people, vet people, really get to Instagram.
Most black men have
look, and I wanted to say something to Sage too, because like I work in a public place that I see a lot of people every single day. I'm a trainer, right? And I see people at Walmart, and I see people all the time. I'm always training people. So it's like what I notice is there's always, first of all, there's definitely more black people that have children than white people, because white people are actually declining and having kids, not black. That's first of all. You gotta look at the correct numbers. Second of all, I see a lot of black families, a lot of black people together. But another thing I see though too, to be real with you, I do see a lot of ratchet women in there. I do. I see a lot of women with makeup, all that extra BS. I see it all the time, because this is what they see. This is what they look up to. This is what they do. They don't believe themselves are beautiful. I only believe that because my woman's all natural. My sister's all natural. Women who believe they're beautiful are gonna be all natural unless they go to an interview or something like that. You know what I mean? That's understandable. But for you to always have to on lashes, makeup just to walk out the house, that is showing you don't have that's showing you don't have no confidence in yourself. There's certain things you don't have in yourself. You don't need all this to show certain, a certain look about yourself. But this is all to me, what I personally see is this is all they know. It doesn't just make them a bad woman all the time too, though, because some women, that's just all they could be a good woman, but all they know is lashes and makeup. That's just all they know. You see what I'm saying? This is all that they're inspired by it.
But what I'm saying is that as we can look back and see from the 60s how we've gone from having a unified black community to a community now where we don't even know each other, where one parent can't check another parent's child and then tell the parent, and that parent would correct that child, as opposed to want to beat the person up who corrected their child or shoot them. As we have transitioned to that, when we are looking at right now is that we're looking at a community where what you cited in terms of the hair lashes and the wigs, the coloring hair, the tattoos, all these different things, the young people that are coming up are imitating these behaviors as though it's the norm and that's the way of life, because they're seeing that as a pattern set before them. So more and more, the percentage of even the good woman, or who would be considered a good woman mentally, are taking on the outward persona of the woman that are considered, trashy. And then you got to filter through to find out who is who. And I think
that's
what
where
many black men are finding is that, you know what? If I've been burnt, if I've had 3, 4, 5 relationship in a matter of 10 years, and there have been shit relationship, 1 or 2 might have been okay, could have gone somewhere, they have lasted a few years, but then she flipped the script on me and cheated, or whatever the case might have been. Brothers are saying, you know what? After 10 years, man, there was a brother on my show way back in April. He literally said for a period of time, he went through 8 different black women. And then finally he had to switch and go to an Asian chick to find a wife. This was a black man. And this is a cool brother, got his own business, working hard, building his family, but he's a heavy-set dude. He's a tall man, but he's a heavy-set dude. And he may not look like, a baller or anything like that, but he's a solid man. And what many men are complaining of, that I'm a solid dude. I work, I went to college, I do my job. I don't have no criminal background. I may not be the suavest guy. I may not be the guy with all the game, but I'm intellectual. I'm smart. I have a plan. I know where I'm going, and I'm looking for a solid woman to rock and roll with me. But over the past 5 years, I've met 3 different chicks that I've got into relationship with, and it's turned out bad. How long do you expect a man to keep going through to try to sift through to find a good one? Guys are saying, you know what? Now that this whole passport thing is becoming a thing, they're saying, you know what? Let me try my hand with this. I mean, if you keep doing the same thing over and over and getting the same result, people say you're crazy. You got to try something else. And that's what I'm saying.
That doesn't mean you have to leave the country. Because like I said earlier, they probably, more than likely, they're trying the same type of woman. Have you ever thought about looking outside? Like, if you live in LA, right? There's a certain mentality of women there, right? Have you ever thought about, okay, let me go to Nebraska. Let me meet this black woman out there. Let me go to Idaho. Let me go somewhere else. Because that's the thing. If you can travel to a whole nother country, guess what? You can travel to a whole nother area that predominantly these are families that live here that stay together. You can look that up also. This is Texas for everything. You can find certain places that you have certain black people that the crime rate is low and it's a black community. So that gives you a little bit of clues what's going on there. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to leave the country. Now you can if you have the money to do that, granted. But my thing is, what happens when you go to these other countries and you run into the same type of women? Because there's black women like this all over the world. This is not just America, because it becomes poison. Just like it says in the Bible, it's become a poison.
The thing is that a lot of the things that allow black women to behave in the way in which we did, 1, the laws, 2, the social infrastructure that the government provides by giving them money, the whole child support structured system where the child immediately goes to the man. Like, for example, I'm in Honduras, right? In Honduras, if a man is not married to a woman and she has a child by him, the only way she could get child support is if his name is on the birth certificate, which means that child has to be proven to be his, number 1. Number 2, she can't leave the country or travel outside without his permission. It takes legal documents from both the mother and the father to grant permission. In America, the woman, all she has to do is say it's your baby, whether you sign the birth certificate or not, and get child support. And even if you are on the birth certificate, she can withhold you from seeing the child. You can go to the fiscale, which is what we would call the district attorney. You could go to the district attorney and say, I haven't seen my children in 2 months. You know what will happen? They will freeze the child support until you can see your child and you can come back to court and verify that you are visiting or your child is coming to visit you, and then they'll release the money to her again. So see, there are checks and balances to the whole child support system in other countries that benefits both parents. In America, it only benefits one parent. So it's a confluence of things, especially to a man that have money or is building towards making more money. If you're making 100, 150, 200, 250,000, and you're a man that's moving up, building your net worth is important. Making sure that when you are 50 years old, your wife don't divorce you and take half of what you have and put you at a point where you have to try to start all over is a disadvantage. Taking your kids away from you for you to be able to have the influence to be able to raise your children the way you want to, whether they be females or whether they be males. There are men who are thinking about those things, and they're seeing how, look at Tom Brady. Tom Brady now is going through an issue because he wants to continue to work, and his woman is like, you know what? F it, I'm out. Fortunately for him, she makes more money than he is, or is worth more than he is. So it's not really a child support issue there. But that's not usually the norm in our communities.
But it's not the norm because we don't fight for it, though.
Say again?
Exactly.
We got to stop spreading that rhetoric of, a woman's taking advantage and getting child support. But we don't fight for it. We're scared of the court system.
Exactly.
No,
a lot of
Because
men.
hold up. No.
Go ahead.
The reason why is because their court system is literally against the man. Anything that you try to do, it goes against the man, period. Like, say, for instance, child support.
White man, any man.
Right. And like he brought the case of child support. There is some states that the child don't have to be yours and you still have to pay child support. That was the case that a lady.
You appeal.
Hold up. There was a case where a lady simply said a name and the dude had to pay child support. There were some states that allowed that. So yes, men do try to fight that, but you can't fight a system where it's majority for the women.
Yes, you can.
Now, okay, so now, how do you do that? Now you say, okay, we elect people in laws and stuff like that. Hold up. Now,
then after you legitimize, then you for full custody. Once you get full custody, then you're the one that should receive child support. We got to fight for it, though. The only way is to go all in. We're too busy trying to say, oh, I want partial custody. I'll take 50-50. No, we got to get full custody.
But I understand. I think part of that is that if you're a guy and you make $55,000 a year and you're going to fight a child support case and you go to see an attorney and he's telling you he need a $5,000 or a $10,000 retainer, and this is probably going to cost you $60,000 and you might not even win. What are you going to do? What's your call?
So listen,
for your child, that's a chance.
Listen. I have 4 children. I have 2 by my wife and 2 previous to my wife. When I was making exactly $55K, I went through what I just told you I did.
What state was this?
Full custody of my kid. I live in Georgia.
Live in Georgia? Okay, that's the reason why. Like I said, in some states, they don't do that. A woman can simply put your name on the birth certificate, and she can go down to the court and say that's my baby's father without even getting a DNA test. He has to pay child support. There are many cases like that. Many cases.
And part of it, I will say this.
And most times, there's more cases of us not fighting for it.
That may be true. That may be true.
Yeah.
There's nothing to say until we start fighting, and that's why you got to stop spreading the rhetoric of "we're going to lose anyway." We should be.
Hold up.
No one have.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No one has never
but
said that.
when you
men are fighting more and more and are winning because we're pushing back, right? Granted, but the scale is still very tilted, and the laws are still favorable to women. And not every man wants to be a fighter of the system. Not every man wants to be a revolutionary. Not every man wants to, plant the flag and say, I overthrew the child support system. Mr. Palmer is leading a hell of a fight in trying to shed light on this situation that men are dealing with. And one of the things I like about his show is that he's not just dealing with the black man's plight. He's dealing with baby mama terrorists from black men, white men, any other man that is dealing with these issues in the courts. I saw a video on his show where literally a man came to pick up his kid. He got into a disagreement with the new husband or boyfriend that the woman was dealing with.
Yep.
The guy came out with an AK, what's that?
And shot him.
AR-15.
Yeah,
and shot him right there on the spot and killed the man to get his own kid. And that was a white man to white man crime. This was not black men. This was white men.
Yeah.
Yo, it's serious out
right here.
man.
Yeah, in Texas, where I was and where I am.
For those of us who escaped that, you know, we're the lucky ones, but there are a lot more that haven't. And I know personally because after my divorce with my wife, I seek to get custody of my kids. I went and sat down with a Jewish lawyer, and he told me, look, you're going to spend $100,000 on unless you could lie and prove that your your ex-wife is unfit. She's a drug addict. He totally came out and told me, you literally got to lie on this woman if you're going to win in New York court, that she's an unfit mother. That's the only way you could get full custody in New York. She has to be an unfit mother.
It's like the child.
I was making way north of $250,000 a year. I was on Wall Street and I made enough money to pay it. But I made a calculation. Why am I going to spend $100,000 and still lose when I could just pay my child support and deal with the ajita? And that's what I decided to do.
You decided not to fight.
Yes,
he did try to. Hold up, but you totally missed it.
It was a cost benefit.
Look, regardless,
right?
Look, you decided not to fight. And like I said,
no. I disagree. No.
And we need to encourage each other to fight.
No,
that was my choice.
No, he didn't stop fighting. He saw that he couldn't win against the system. I think that's what you're not trying to do.
No. What you're missing, there's no guarantee. He saw that the odds was against him, and he didn't stand up and take it. Just because the odds are against you don't mean you won't win. Because if that's the case, there would have been no Martin Luther goddamn King. The odds have always been against black men. And the black men who are strong, the black men who are leaders, are the ones who stand against those odds. So we need to start preaching to men to stop. Look at the odds.
No. That's different. That's different.
And people say in our favor, but we fight for
no, that's different. That's different.
A good point.
That ain't no different, bro. That ain't no different.
That's no different. Hey, look, Marks, I got plenty. I'm from New York, bro. I'm born and raised. I got plenty of brothers out there who fought against the system, lost 2 or 3 times to finally then get custody of their kids. You cannot give up. This is a fight. And your children are supposed to be more to you than you. You're supposed to be selfish for your children. But people don't even do that.
Understood. Hold up. Understood. But
how would you lay your life down for your kids?
Hold up. As he stated earlier, he tried to fight for them. He did not give up. The system overtook him. There's a difference.
Well, I think there's two things also.
You can't.
No. He said what the time out. He said what a white lawyer told him. I've been in the court system before, bro. I'm not. First of all, I'm gonna tell you. Then I'm gonna tell you from actual what I've been through myself. I beat a criminal case by not listening to a fucking white lawyer. You know what I mean? Just because somebody's telling you something does not mean that's the truth. You know how many times I was told, "Oh yeah, man, look like you're facing white," and I didn't face none of that. Just because a lawyer is telling you that, even though you're paying them, don't mean nothing. There's plenty of times you got black people with money that beat cases, that don't beat cases. This is a great example. Look at Floyd Mayweather, who actually put hands on his wife numerous of times, or his woman numerous times. Did he go to prison?
Absolutely.
No, any other man would have. Because you see what I'm saying? Like sometimes money talks, but sometimes it doesn't. There's plenty of rich men, white and black, with money that don't go to jail or that don't get their kids and that do. You have to at least try. My thing is this: if you don't try, you can't say shit. You have to at least try.
But I understand. No. I understand that. But again, he tried.
What I would say is that what we don't realize is that more men fight and lose than the ones who win.
Thank you.
I think, you know, we can always say that because you didn't fight, then you don't have a voice or you shouldn't complain.
What I would say miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Of course, more men lose, but they don't try. You got less men trying. If you had
Say
a, bro,
again?
if you had every single it's like missing every shot you don't take. If you have every single man that actually try, you have more numbers of men winning. Because a lot of men don't try, bro, and that's what you're missing the point at. They hear what you want to watch in you, and they just give up. It's called hold on. I didn't interrupt none of y'all. It's called deterrence. It's called deterrence. This is what you do to other countries, and then this is the problem. Black people get deterred easily, and they just be like, all right, man, I ain't gonna and that's the problem.
It's the same difference as to
difference.
men marching. It's the same difference as to men marching for our rights to change the laws. Men will never march to change their laws because that's not what we do. We are not marching. Men are not going to march and submit that way to get laws changed. Men are fighting.
Men need to come together, put the resources together.
And let me finish, Prototype. Let me just get my thought out and to address some of what King Sully was saying. And you made some good points. But what I was saying was that I went through the court system. I won 4 of my cases by myself without an attorney. But once I won my cases and my wife did not honor the court's agreement, I won 4 cases and she didn't honor the court's agreement. The only thing I could have did at that point was to go for custody. I spoke with one lawyer at One World Trade Center and another who was recommended to me by my boss at the Empire State Building. 2 top lawyers. They gave me the same story. And I could have invested the money to fight, but I decided I wasn't going to invest the money to fight because I was not prepared to do what they said I would have to do. I would have to slander my wife. I wasn't going to do that, bro. I would not slander the mother of my children, regardless of what she has done to me. That's not the kind of man I am. I'm not going to make my children see their mother in a negative way, regardless of who
you gotta let people be able to see for who they are, though. That's the problem.
Well, they will have to do that. They will have to do that anyway. They will have to do that when they become parents.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
You have to make them wait. Let people see what it is for what it is, because everything else is exposed to children. So you ain't gonna expose the truth for their parents. Everything's exposed to children, bro. Let them be able to see it. Let them, because when you grow up and see for yourself, guess what happens? You resent them. Because here's a funny thing. The foster care system, which I went through, took more black kids away from black mothers than any black man. So you can't sit there and tell me that you can't sit there and fight and get them back.
But what I will say is that when they become men, they will have to find that out for themselves with regarding to their mother. I will not be an obstacle in a war where children because we have a lot of kids right now who have gone through bad divorces, who have grew up to be men and women, who have seen their mothers and fathers fight and go through horrible divorces. And one of the things, some of that's told men or women that they don't even want to get married because of what they witnessed. So I was not going to be the man that's going to slander my wife, because I couldn't call her a drug addict because she wasn't. I couldn't find any unfit thing to kind of label on her to be an unfit mother. As far as I was concerned, she was a good mother. Yeah. She was just a bad wife. And that's what I will deal with on that aspect.
So it sounds like the kid in the best interest of the kids for the kids.
And for me to become a man that was dishonorable just so I can win, because that was going to be my option. I was not going to have the time to file.
I would never say lie on a person.
Hold on.
No, I understand that, Sage.
I was in a profession where
I
had to be
I ain't never going to say lie on a person, Sage.
Your wife was a better parent than you?
Say again?
Do you feel like your wife was a better parent?
No.
Then you should have fought for it.
Okay, well,
he did try to fight for it. That he did try to fight for it.
I chose a different route.
He didn't.
He did. Dude, he did try to fight for it.
We didn't.
Hold on. He did try to fight.
I will not traumatize my children.
Right.
I chose the route not to traumatize my sons, just to beat her.
There you go.
But you going in there, but no. You chose to make a choice. If you go in there lying, it's one thing. Nobody told you go in there and do that. That's what you didn't do, because you didn't want to lie. You didn't want to say. You didn't want to.
No, listen.
I get it. That's what I'm saying. You didn't want to say she was doing something. Exactly. I'm agree with you. And you didn't want to go say she was something she wasn't. Basically, you didn't want to lie.
Absolutely.
That's cool. That's so well and good.
Right. Okay.
But there's other ways to go around it, though. So I'm saying.
That would be the argument. That would be the argument that the attorney said that will be the best way for the court, for a judge to look at you and say, she's unfit, the children need to be with you.
I would say that.
I understand that, but it's just like when it's just like when the doctors, when 3 or 4 doctors tell you got cancer and you ain't gonna live, and then you live 2 or 3 years later. You can't just take somebody's advice and run with it when it comes to your children. I'm sorry, there's no excuse there.
What I would say is that
you would have fought and lost, okay, but that's not what happened. You fought a little bit, then once it came to you got to spend this money. You're like, all right, the money more important. That's just what it comes off as. Because if I had 100, 2, 3, I don't care if I was a millionaire. I'm gonna fight for my children, bro, no matter what. No matter what.
But what he's about to say is it's also draining. It's also emotionally draining. You like if you're really
do as a man, bro.
Well, hold up.
You die for your kids, right? You die for your kids, right? So how can you not fight for them? So how can you not fight for them? There's no way you can tell me you will die for your kids, but you won't sit there and fight for them.
Let them go.
Let me speak. Let me finish. Let me finish. All right. So, as he stated earlier, it can be emotionally draining and financially draining. If you have a lot of money, then go all out. But if a person don't have the type of money to continue fighting the courts, then yes, you have to come to that compromise, point blank, period, on custody, period. Now, if something were, for God forbid, happened to y'all, then yes, y'all will fight for your kids. But there's comes a time when you're gonna run out of resources, be like, okay, now we're just gonna have to settle this custody battle and stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. But I'm saying for him is he didn't give up. It was emotionally draining and it was resource draining for him. That's all I'm saying.
Sounds like a give up.
But I still think people should still fight, though. You fight to the death, bro. When it comes to that's just everybody thinks different. My personal opinion, when it comes to your kids, you fight to the death. You fight, you keep on fighting. Because like I've seen too many people in my family, bro. I got too many uncles in my family that fought and lost over and over and over and over again. Guess what had to happen at the end of the day? They finally won. They won. Yes. Oh, yeah. And, you gotta keep fighting. And congratulations on that. But I hear you. But like I said,
but for every one of those uncles that won, there was 100 guys that fought and lost.
And
some of them
thank you.
And
even more that didn't fight at all.
Some of them became drug addicts. Some of them became alcoholics. They lost their jobs. They became a worthless man because of the pressure and the financing drain that it took on them. What do they have? A $55,000 job or a $1 million job? I mean, we look at Kanye West right now. He's worth $6 billion and he can't see his kids.
Look at that.
He's fighting.
You can't use Kanye West as an example. He does the most outrageous. He does outrageous, bro. He does dumb stuff.
We're not taking the celebrities, man.
And still can't see his kids.
So you can't use Kanye as an example. Kanye do some bad stuff. Kanye do some dumb stuff, bro.
And it's a complicated mix. You're fighting the woman. You're fighting the court. You're paying off people. You're trying to comfort your kids in the process. You're trying to let them know mommy is not a bad person, but at the same time, you're not a bad person. There's a whole lot of dynamics that goes on with that. And I think that what I'm saying is that I think there are countries where those laws are take into effect that both parents have a right. Whereas in America, only the women have at least the majority of the right. They automatically get full custody. If your name is on the birth certificate in this country, you both has equal custody.
Mm-hmm.
The woman she can't even put the kids in school without you authorizing. If there's a serious medical situation, you got to authorize it as a father if the children are custody with the mother. So what I'm saying is that there are countries that offers more equal distribution of rights and recognition of both fathers and not just only mothers. And I think there are different ways to fight a battle. And some people will sacrifice and say, you know what, I will fight to the end. Like there was a brother, I think a few months ago. He was dating an Asian woman, and the Asian woman knew the issues he was having with his ex that had his child and how she was taking his child away from keeping him from seeing his kid. And she was pregnant. And the Asian woman said, you know what? When this baby is born, you ain't going to see your kid either.
So I think a common thing is
he went and killed both of them. That man snapped. He went and killed both of them. He killed the ex and he killed his present woman. Let me tell you, man, these battles are serious battles. And I think it's not a trivial thing where you can just say, do this and do that because X got a good result, that if you fight everybody will
Right.
get the same.
Exactly.
I
I think the title of today's show is why can't men get respect from their women, right? From black women. I don't have that problem. King Sully doesn't have that problem. Evidently, we're the men that fight for our kids and our family, and for everybody else who can't. That's why y'all can't get respect from y'all women.
Oh, I call bull. I call bull on that. I call bull on that. Big time.
No,
I call bull on that. I call bull on that.
Honestly though, I feel like most men can't get. I feel like most men can't get respect from a woman, honestly, because it's like they're just, like I said earlier, just not dealing with the right woman. Because you could be the best. You could be like Say said earlier. You could be the best man possible. If you're with the wrong woman and she just can't see it, she can't see it. You could do everything right. It doesn't mean the person you are with is going to be able to see that and respect that, especially if they wasn't brought up with respect themselves, especially if they don't know what respect is. A lot of these women don't know what respect is. They don't even know how to respect you. You know what I mean? They don't know how to cook. They don't know how to clean. They don't know how to respect you. So it's like, you know what I mean? So you can't expect somebody to do something they never learn or see themselves. Think about it. Oh, this is mama disrespecting. That's all they ever seen. You think they're just gonna, I'm with a 6-figure guy. I just learned respect off the back. No, certain things that it's like you got to be trained to do things. No baby knows how to just walk. It has to be trained. If you're not trained a certain way as a child, you won't know that you have a difficult time learning it as an adult. And that's why they like to indoctrinate everything to our children. Another thing, Sage, to go to your point, what you saying earlier from where you are right now, the indoctrination in different countries is not the same in America. In America, they breed people to be workers. They want people they don't care about broken families no more. They used to want families all together. Now they want families broken because guess what? It's more money for them. At the end of the day, the system's winning, and they know that. They don't care how many baby mamas and daddies out here. They're not pushing for the nuclear family, as we both know will make the family better. They're not pushing for that because they want workers. They want all this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I would push back on that because the very reason why the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade is because the child birth deficit is having a greater effect on them than it is on us. And they're trying to.
You got to look deeper than that, Sage. You got to look deeper than that, Sage. You got to look deeper. You got to look deeper than that. It's all political. The reason why they changed that is because they don't, bro. What were people doing at that exact time in other countries? There was uprising against their government every single day. Sri Lanka, freaking Spain, places in China, they were uprising against the government. So you know what they did in America? America's very strategic. And that's what I said earlier. I know a lot about politics. They every time they always do something to put people on the left, on the right, Republican, Democrat, black, white. All they ever want to do is make a separation so people won't stick together. You gotta look different. You gotta look way deeper than the surface level. You gotta look way deeper than the surface level.
The things that are going on in Sri Lanka, that's a whole different conversation there. But Kenneth Fitzgerald says rational, stupid. And I guess that was regarding to another comment that was made before about Sag being rational, intellectual. Well, I appreciate that you're here and you're here on a regular basis. If I'm rationally stupid today, I'm entitled to be stupid at least once, right? I've been doing the show for 9 months, so appreciate it. Keep coming back and support the show. What I would say, though, in terms of what Prototype Dad said, and I think that's a simplification, and it's a dig, and well taken. It's a dig. I think if you have been watching Sage Talk for some time, I've never really been a man that have the problems that most men complain about in this space in terms of with women. I've had a long experience with women. My marriage failed, but my marriage was just one relationship out of many. And it was the most important, though, so I would say that. But for many of the things that men complain about in finding a woman and having a relationship with a woman and whatnot, those things have not been an issue that plagued me. But I think I am intellectually, I'm able to realize that just because it's not my problem specifically, other men are having that same problem. Other black men are having that same problem. And I want to speak up and address that so I can add my voice and possibly help change that situation. So I'm not going to just say because it's not my problem, hey, you know what? Maybe this is the reason why, because you or whatever, right? I'm not going to insult a man for not having the same things that I have. I'm going to say, you know what? How can I lend a hand to better your situation? And right now, our situation is that what we see, at least on the surface, is that many of our women, like King Sully said, are not brought up in the right way. And because of the lack of that, and with 70% single mother rate, the next generation are going to be even worse because they're going to be less women that come from whole families. There are also going to be less men that come from whole families. The difference between men and women is that with women, there's a support system that protects them from falling all the way through. With men, there is no support system. Besides, we need men who can go into the prisons, who can work for $1 a day or $1 an hour or whatever the fee is. We know that the 13th Amendment still stands that say, if you have a felony, once you go to jail, you become a slave. So that part of the business will always, those things will always be in the law, and not all of us are conscious enough to be aware of how we are being manipulated in many ways.
Again,
and the thing, yeah, and there's a future where there's going to be more men in the next generation, 2035, 2040, that this problem is going to be even more magnified if we're not able to make some headway in changing the dynamics where we are presently. Go ahead.
Again, saying women have resources and men don't is a lie.
Say again?
Saying
Speak
women
up.
have resources and men don't is a lie. It's not true. We can get
No,
the
I didn't
same
say
things.
women. I
We can
said
get the
women
same
have
support.
a
We can
support
get the
system.
same. We can get the same support system. We just gotta apply for it.
Come on. Are you for real?
Dog.
So you're telling me, okay, well, I'm not going to go there with that. If you're
I'm
saying
telling
that men have
you,
the same
we can get the Section 8, we can get the WIC. I mean, dog, we can get everything that the women get when they have custody of their kids. We can get it too.
That's definitely true.
The child support assistance, I mean, the daycare assistance, you can get it all.
Once you get on the system is there and it's written that is we can get it equally, but how it's metered out, how it's distributed. When
Right,
you go
it's
to
differently.
when you go to these services, who are you sitting before? There's a black woman that you're sitting before where
Who
you're
gave
trying
it
to
to
get
me?
those social services.
Who gave
Again?
it to me? There's a black woman who gave it to me.
Well, you're one of the fortunate ones, bro. I mean, hey,
Right.
you got an angel on your shoulder.
When I
You
needed
got
it,
an angel on your shoulder.
that's all that was. When I needed it, I applied.
Right.
I
I'm
was
just
raised
saying.
by a single mom, so I knew what she knew. She got resources. Well, hey, you got WIC or whatever, not WIC, but you got Section 8. Let me go apply for that. I applied.
Well,
I got it.
I would say this: not many black men, one, can easily access the system.
Not many
Right.
black men try. Let's get that clear. Not many
But
black
they
men
do
try.
try.
Man.
But they do try.
No, they don't.
And they still don't get it. That's the thing. It seems like whenever you try something, you can just always get it. That's not the case. Men do try. I get that. But every man is not going to get it. As he stated earlier, for every case with the child thing, one man might win.
Every man
Hold up. One man might win, but there's 20 others that loses. The exception is not the rule. Period. No matter how you look at it.
And I think you are definitely a man of exceptions when it comes to the system where you have won.
Look, I'm resilient. Right? I'm not the kind of dude to get mad to hear rejection.
Every man can have the same result.
These dudes that can't hear rejection, or the dudes that will kill a woman for because he can't get her phone number. Like,
but then you have women that'll kill men for stupid purposes too. See, I can flip that too.
Now that is an exaggeration.
Don't do that.
A man killing a woman for not getting a phone number, that's an exaggeration.
No, it's not. It happens. It happens.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
It happens, but in rare cases, yeah.
Most men get turned down by a woman. He just walks away.
Mm-hmm.
The worst he might say is, you beat. He might say some insult.
Most sensible men, the men that are resilient and can handle rejection, and that's not going to quit. Yeah, but there are some men out there that's super weak and like, oh, she told you no, can't get the number. So they're like, shut up, B, or whatever. Like, move on, keep it moving.
Yeah, well, that's emotional instability from that. So that,
but I think
that's just
everything you
weakness
were
right
saying
there.
before made more sense. But what you just cited was like that was way
But
left field.
listen, all I'm saying is men just need to fight and be
But I
resilient.
think, and that's part of what not only this show, but the whole manosphere or Black manosphere is about, is men standing up, men fighting, men pushing back, men are exercising their rights within the society, men are looking to vote more and change the dynamic where the laws can be bent
I
to
think that's the next
benefit
step we
us
need to
more
really
so.
focus on is getting these laws changed that we keep complaining about, right? And
That's
figure
part
out
of it.
how to do that, right? And it's like I did a show about it. We got to, get the lobbyist groups. First, we got to unite on how we're going to do this. And then, get a lobby group. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what we need to start focusing on. Instead of complaining about the laws, oh, we can't win in court. Well, let's get them
But
changed.
I think what you're suggesting is that when you speak about something, it's not necessarily complaining. And part of it is
Right.
that, you have to put a message out over and over and over and over for it to stick and for it to spread within a large enough community to be able to create a force where it could be executable. One or two people making a vote here and there is not going to make an issue. In Georgia, you're dealing with what's the woman that's running for governor?
Stacey Adams against Kennedy.
Stacey Adams. Now she is making the argument that, you know what, she needs the black man's vote.
Stacey Abrams.
And black men are pulling back. So the point is that now black men are starting to use their vote because she's saying, I want your vote, but she didn't say anything that she's going to give you for the vote.
I mean, that's the thing. I don't think black men are voting for Stacey Abrams.
Say again?
No, they're not. They're not. Yeah, they're not.
But that has come from men pushing back and speaking about it in this space to get the awareness for other black men to start saying, you know what, we need to start exercising our power within the system and voting and analyzing what are these policies that these politicians are pushing. Because before we were just blindly supporting our women and voting where they vote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about. I'm not that old to understand that, but we were definitely we voting Democrat. Cause I mean, my grandma said we're Democrat, so we're going Democrat. Yeah, I mean,
but the Democrat is basically all for women's and LGBT.
And then when I came of age, I was like, I don't think I'm so Democrat anymore. So.
And that's what this is all about. When we're having these discussions and pushing these thoughts and ideas, it's not complaining. It's raising awareness where it becomes big enough within the atmosphere of black men in our community throughout the United States. Not just those who are on YouTube, but those who are not on YouTube, to become more politically aware and then to act on their policy, on the politics, so we can make a shift where we can rein in some of these laws that have been that are exaggeratedly executed against us, not only in child support but also in the criminal justice. All of these things is where we really need to become more active. But at first, we need to shed light on the issue, promote what's being done to us. Talk about our pain, talk about our suffering. It's not complaining, it's bringing it to the awareness of others who may not even know that you're having the same problem I'm having. And there's a million men having the same problems, but it wasn't until YouTube or until the internet that we're able to now come together in a group to realize that, hey, the guy in California is having the same problem as in New York.
So let me ask you this.
Chicago is having the same problem as in DC. Now we're able to communicate and share our situations, and then we can start talking about, well, what's our next step? What are the solutions? How can we resolve these issues? Go ahead.
So the men that move forward this way, right? As we're talking at this moment, how we need to move, get these things changed, blah, 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 blah. These men are not going to have respect issues from women.
Say again?
They're not. To go back to the title of the show, right? The men that are going to move forward to help us become better and get these laws changed. Right. These aren't the men that's going to have respect issues from women.
What are you talking about? Mr. Logic is a man is a high value man economically. And he's in this space talking about the same thing and talking about the behavior of these women and how we need to make a change.
I don't got no words on Mr. Logic, no logic, but
Yeah, Logic be kicking it. But the point is it's they're educated black men who are successful, who are suffering in silence, who are not in this manosphere space, who just are not like, you know what, I'll give up. I'm just going to focus on me and I'm going to go this way. But by us speaking about it and making it more aware, there's a confluence of more and more black men that are starting to unify, and it's now becoming part of the public discourse. And even women are now in support of it, who support black men, good black women, who have been silenced by the minority that you guys say that exists, but they're silencing the majority, making it look like all of them are in approval. So now there's some black women who are starting to speak up because they see that they can get some cover from black men. So it's important that we speak up and raise our voice and repeat it over and over and over, because it has to take hold. It has to, when you stick a black man with a pin, it hurts. When you shoot him with a gun, he dies. And we got to make that clear to everybody else, because everybody else feel pain but us. And everybody abuse us. Our women abuse us, white men abuse us, white women abuse us, everybody abuse us. So we have to stand up and say no more abuse. And unless we voice it, that's the first stage. We have to voice it so we can get some kind of a consensus. And then actionable steps and ideas start to come forth. Some ideas are ridiculous. Some ideas are not actionable. But somewhere in between there, we're going to find a next step, and we're going to move on that. The next step is midterm elections, November. After that is 2024. So black men are looking on many, many options on how we can change our situation that we are suffering. And it's not, and for the men like you two brothers who have been successful with your families, there are many brothers who are successful with their families, but there are many brothers who are quiet, don't say nothing. They're like, no, I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna stir the pot, because the last thing I want to do is create some shit in my family, because they may have women on their side of the family or on the white side of the family. They may be treacherous, so they're not gonna speak out and say nothing because they don't want to create a situation where there is none, right? But the thing is, men who want to take the risk to come out and say something, men who are divorced, single like myself, I can take the risk and say nothing because ain't nobody gonna hurt my life anymore. It's already been damaged, and the pain is, the pain is what it is, and the suffering is what has happened, and the result is what is the result. But the thing is, men have to speak up about the situation and fight for it. And if we don't fight for a change and we just suffer in silence, people are gonna act like it doesn't exist. We gotta tell a woman, hey, putting tattoos all over your body is not the way that a man that is looking for a good wife will choose you. He's going to see those tattoos and he's going to say, you know what? You've been in the streets. I'm not dealing with you. Now, you could be a woman that maybe you weren't on the streets, but the neighborhood you grew up in, the circle you grew up in, it was just a thing to do, so you did it. But the man is not going to know that, because a man's going to see that, and for him, that's a high sign. She ain't for a wife. She's for a freak.
But Sage,
go ahead,
do you think, like, okay, for instance, I want to use this example. Like you saw about how some men get deterred or just, don't go all the way fight because, like, when it comes to the court thing, they see how it's, court's against them. Have you noticed that there are a lot of men who try to speak out, but they get called soft, they get called weak? The men that try to speak out and say how they feeling, they get ridiculed to the point that they don't want to speak no more, and then they become silent. And we all know closed mouths don't get fed, so I feel like you're right. But men also have to understand, because you have to understand what comes with the territory. If you're going to speak out how you're feeling, what's going on, you're going to have people that's going to call you weak and say certain things, but you have to bypass that. I feel like too many men don't want to bypass that. They want to, like, say how they feel, but then once people start calling them weak, they want to get in the shell. And then that shows weakness. Instead of be like, yo, this is how I feel. F what you're saying. This is how I feel. We need to change it. So I agree with you on that.
Because that's so powerful, because not only will the women call you soft, there'll be a whole bunch of men in the community that's going to call you soft.
Yeah.
And no man wants to look soft in front of other men. You know, you deal with the issues with women, but no man wants to look soft or belittled or insulted amongst other men. So
and that's why men keep to themselves, like you said.
Pushback once or twice, he's going to be like, you know what? I'm
it's
gonna
not
just
even
shut
worth
up.
it.
Let me just take it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So, and I think that's why it's necessary for us to have these conversations, and that's why I think it's important. You know, some of the things that Prototype Dad was talking about as well. You know, but you know, he's been one of the fortunate ones that he hasn't gotten hit by that Mack truck every day when he walk out the house. There's some guys every day they walk out the house, they get hit by that Mack truck. They be like, yo, I'm done. And I think it's necessary for us to come out in these spaces and speak about it, because we can lend voice to men who may not have the strength to stand up and fight openly. But in a pack, in a group, we can move together as a force, and we can do those things politically, and then we can have those conversations in this space as well, and we can address the woman, and we can talk about her being accountable and not being responsible and taking advantage and using men and not taking care of their children, having boys that are reading below 8th grade level, where you only have 9% of black boys reading at 8th grade level. That is, you know, we always talk about the women as the first teachers. I differ with that. The men are the first teachers, because the men must first teach the woman. Because if the man doesn't teach the woman, she's not going to know how to teach the kids.
Teach the kid.
If the woman is willing to listen, I totally agree with you.
So
the woman's so willing to listen.
It's all our fault.
Say again?
Because it starts with us. We have to train the women so they can train our boys. Like, it starts with us.
Right. And that's
what I've been saying from the.
But the women have to be able to want to listen. The women don't want to listen.
Bam, bingo.
You can't teach them. That's the problem.
Bingo.
Most of these women don't want to listen to no man teaching them.
Bingo. That's it.
And like I said before,
and that's why we can't get nowhere. Like
you have to be the best interest that will serve their purpose.
Say again?
A woman will listen as long as they understand that you're in their best interest.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where you at? Where you live at?
I'm talking to
you. We might have all the time, bro. I gotta push back on that. Not all the time, bro.
My plan is you'll have your best interest in my plan. Then I mean it's easy.
So what you're saying is that successful men who are looking for women who just literally say, tell a woman, look,
I'm saying this.
This is where I'm headed, and I want you to work with me on this. And the woman would be like, yeah, we down together.
Look, I'm saying this, right? It's the Patriot way. People go to troubled players would go to New England Patriots and they would act right because they believe that they can get a Super Bowl with the Patriots. Be the Patriots.
That's a very superficial
analogy.
Thank you for the correct word. That's a very superficial analogy, no doubt.
Yeah, I couldn't connect with that analogy on that one, because a person that moves from a football team can just up and move, or that player is not performing like that. I couldn't follow that analogy on that one.
1 second, guys. Kenneth Fitzgerald, I'd like to bring you up, but you got to come on camera. That's the only way you could come up on the show. Okay? So definitely, I want to hear your pushback if you have any, or agreements or other suggestions. Definitely want to hear what you have to say, but you got to go on camera. Much appreciated. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say at the end of the day, I really feel like the main way for men to get respect from women, like honestly, we just gotta change the way we approach it. We gotta keep being successful. We gotta keep trying to be the best that we can be, but at the same time, we have to get out all distractions. You gotta set a standard for yourself as a man. You can't just talk to any old woman. Honestly, I feel like you don't want to chase a woman as a man. Gotta be a little old school and let the woman come to you. But not every woman. You still gotta have standards. Just because women are coming to you, if they don't meet your standards, you gotta be able to be like, you know what? No, and keep it pushing. And I feel like a lot of men have as you say, they may get lonely, they may get certain feelings, and then they'll go ahead and go with a woman that is, I don't want to say less than, but not for them. And then they end up 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years with a woman not for them. You know, instead of just being strong, keep doing what they're doing and keep vetting to be like, all right, you know what? You listen to me. You're a woman that listens to me. You're a woman that, you know, don't have a problem being natural. You're a woman that don't have a problem doing this and that. You have to be able to see this. Like, a woman gets, you have to see a person good and bad side too, I believe. Like, as a leader, you have to be able to know how to deal with every situation that comes your way. And if you don't know how to think fast or deal with the way that a woman's going to be, then you have to keep it going. Because there'll be a lot of times you find a good woman and then you see her get angry. And then you're like, yo, can't deal with this, you know? And that'd be the issue. You try to deal with it because of everything else she brings, but don't see the one red line that she crossed. You continue to let her cross it because everything else is great. And then 5, 6, 7 years down the line, you finally hit that, you know, that you finally hit that point that you explode. And then you just watch all those years down when you could have been.
But you know,
stop.
but you know,
You don't
I think, you know, and that's part of, that's an issue because, you know, if a man look at a woman and he's in a relationship with her, they're 2-3 years in a relationship, and she checks off 7 or 8 of the boxes that he required, but then there's 1 or 2 that potentially are red lines. He want a woman to build with, and maybe from his past experience, there were other women that didn't even get to 5, 6, or 7 of his situation, what he wants. So he's trying to build with this woman, but then, like you said, over time, a woman will always push the limit. So if she's getting over on this issue, she's gonna push the line and see how far it can go. And I think, you know, as men, we are used to suffering. So we tend to absorb the impact of the relationship issues because we want to build. And if you have children with the woman, you want to build and be there for your kids. So you deal with a lot of issues. That's why we have sayings like happy wife, happy life. That's a man that suffers in a relationship. A man that'll be in a sexless marriage. Those are men that suffer in relationship just to have the family. And what I'm saying is that what we're doing in this space is speaking out so men like that don't have to suffer. Or future men.
You shouldn't sacrifice your happiness for your. I feel like you shouldn't sacrifice your happiness for what, you know, for that's what men do for, you know, the go. Like, I get if you come from a broken family, you just want a family because you've never seen it. That's what you got. Okay, granted. But at the same time, I feel as a man, you should not sacrifice your happiness really for anything because, like, it just builds up. You know what I mean? You don't want to build up to the end. You know what I mean? To like, you know what I mean? It's like a ticket time bomb. You don't want to sacrifice happiness, like I said earlier, for 5, 6, 7 years just for it to end. And then guess what? Now you're going through divorce. Now you're going through child custody. Now you're going through all this stuff that literally could have been prevented. And I tell my wife all this time, bro, I'm about prevention. I like to prevent things from even happening the best of my ability that I can. You know what I mean? Because, like, you know, that's, to me, that's the best defense, to not let it happen whatsoever. And a lot of times we put ourselves in bad predicaments, or we put ourselves in certain predicaments that we could have prevented it. We saw the signs, but yet, you know, we ignored them. It's kind of like when God talks to you. We hear him a lot of times, but we ignore it. It doesn't change when it comes to people. We do the same thing to people that we do to God, that we do to everybody else, that we do to our children. You got to stop ignoring the red signs.
But let me ask you this. So if you get a woman that checks off 7 out of the 10 things that you require in her, would you kick it to the curb because of those 3 things? Is that what you're saying? Because a lot of times
what I honestly did. That's what I did until I met my wife. Honestly, I did. I'm being real. Honestly, I did. That's why, like, I didn't get married till I was, what am I, 31 now? I didn't get married till I was 29. I knew my wife for 5 years from when we got married. But, like, there's a lot of boxes that other women I was with checked off, but there were certain boxes they didn't. I just know me. I'm like, hey, I don't want to be, I want to be like, I would put it like this. I want to be like my foster mom. She was married for 60 years. She didn't divorce her husband. He died. That's what I want. I want a woman that I could live with too until one of us passes. You know what I mean? I don't want something to happen that, you know what I mean? Something might happen and divorce comes up. I don't even believe in divorce. So
that's what many men are talking about and saying they want. They want the relationship that's going to go the distance.
Yeah,
they don't want to
be
in a divorce when they're 45 and 50.
Exactly.
They don't want to go through that. But and some of them, because you didn't get married to that woman that you let go, perfect. But had you married her and you still have the same mindset that I want to not have a divorce, maybe not you, but some men might say, you know what? She checked off 7. I can 50-50 on the 8th, 9 and 10 is a deal breaker, but I'm already committed in this marriage now. We already have 2 or 3 kids. We're already 5 to 10 years in. So
You're right.
you
No,
know,
I may be like that.
those are some of the things that we're looking at in terms of our society and our women, and where are we looking as men to be flexible with a woman, and where are we looking to hold a woman accountable in terms of what are our deal breakers and what we won't accept. And I think these are the things where we're leading to those conversations to get to that place, because no man is going to get 100% or all 10 things that they want in a woman. I shouldn't say no man. That will be an exceptional or rare man that will find that. Most men won't. And in today's society, it's probably rarer than it was in past societies, right?
Yep.
That's
true. That's true.
That's definitely true.
That's true.
We definitely need to speak for the men who are weaker, who are unable to fight, who are suffering in silence. Go ahead, Prototype. Think you wanted to say something?
I was I was saying no. Survival of the fittest. The men that are weak hit the weight room. I don't understand. Like,
so what you're saying is just put on some muscles, and your life will change.
Look,
I understand what he's saying.
I
know what he's saying too, but I'm
like we said.
That's how the world works, though. We gotta be realistic. Like Protest earlier,
those mouths don't get fed. So for the men that's not speaking, you better learn how to speak.
No, but I'm not saying the men who are not speaking that are single. I'm talking about the men who are in sexless marriages.
All men, you better learn how to speak.
Well,
some women don't give their men respect because they don't speak.
Say again?
Yeah.
Some women don't give their men respect because they don't speak. A woman knows when she pushes your buttons. Like my wife knows when she does certain things, but it's like you don't step up and say something as a man. Guess what? As a woman, just like a child, they're gonna think they can run all over you. They're gonna keep pushing it. They're gonna keep pushing as long as you let them. So honestly, like Prototype said, the problem is the men not speaking. They need to grow some balls and be like, you know what? Hey, I'm done dealing with this. Do you know what's gonna happen most of the time? Yeah, sometimes the woman might leave them, but sometimes the woman might be like, damn, okay, hold up, he said something. You know what? Let me check myself. You know what I'm saying? Like that, and that's the problem. Men don't even give it a shot. They don't even give it a chance. It's just like child support, bro. Same conversation. They don't give it the actual 100% chance. And that's why I always say, go back to what Jordan said. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. You got to be a man and stay. You a man. A man is supposed to step up. If you're going to be a feminine man, then that's exactly what you're going to deal with. Like, you have to be a master. You have to be more manly. You got to be more like, you know what? Hey, I'm tired of this. You know what I mean? We got to do this better.
What we're saying is that every man is a leader. Every man is an alpha. And every man is very forward and outspoken. That is not the reality of all men.
I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying that either.
I'm not saying that. But
I'm not saying that you're saying that. What I'm saying is that we know from our community there have been many men who have suffered. Some spoke, some didn't speak. What we're using this space for is to speak, and we may be the minority in this space, but we're a minority with a large voice, and we're speaking for those who can't speak or won't speak, and to help them get the courage to speak out more. Because we do have to speak out more. That's true. But the thing is that many men have been shamed for not speaking, like King Sally said earlier.
I mean, we got to not care about shame, though. Like, you got to speak. And it's an exercise that you got to keep practicing. And sometimes you want to hide it, but you got to learn how to speak. It's your duty to speak as a man.
Let me say this. Kevin Samuels, rest his soul, he spoke. And he spoke boldly. And he spoke aggressively, and he shed light to the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the overall health of Kevin was, but I will say this, that he cut his life significantly shorter by the fight that he led. And in his death, the rejoicing of Black women over his death was eye-opening to many men. And I think why this space is becoming more aggressive in the way in which we are speaking is because of what we saw. We didn't realize how deep so many Black women have an animosity against black men.
Look, we can't give no love, no light to the women that hated Kevin Samuels. You know, he came, he did what he did, and you know what I mean, it helped out a lot of people. But for the people, for the women rejoicing about his passing, we can't get at no. We just gotta ignore that kind of stuff, man. We can't
But it's
get at no
not just
light.
Kevin. It
But
was
I'm just
Kobe
saying, any of
Bryant,
that, like if they
Kobe
negative,
before Kevin.
if they
I mean,
negative, we
every
gotta learn to
time.
like walk without them, man. Like if they don't want, if they're not on a plan, yo, we out. Like we gotta learn to walk. Like we can't get no love to anybody that or any light who's like, oh, I'm glad Kevin Samuels is. Come on, that's just trash.
No,
We
but
don't care about what they
Nobody,
think.
nobody likes nobody that holds them accountable, and that's what Kevin Samuels did. Because at first he held men accountable, and then he started
Yep.
holding women accountable. And that's
Yep.
what a lot of people don't talk about. He started off with the men didn't like
Men.
him. Then he
Yep.
started holding women accountable. Then men liked them. It's the same thing with Andrew Tate, and he's just extreme as hell. You know what I mean? It's like you hold people, women accountable. It's a problem, and then they got a voice. Let me give you a better example, bro. Right? Let me give you a better example. I work, like I said, once again, I work for Walmart, right? So if I'm around somebody who wants to be a transformer, right? Even though I'm uncomfortable, I can't say shit. But let them be uncomfortable.
Yep.
Uncomfortable. It's a problem. My comfortability means nothing, but their comfortability is entitled. It's the same thing with the women. Black, white, black, white together. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing with women as a whole. Because if they're not, comfortable, if they're not feeling what you're saying, guess what? Their voice is going to speak louder. One, because there's many women. You know what women do better than men? They come together and they become like the beehive. They come together and stick together no matter what. It could be the wrongest thing in the world. Majority of them is going to stick together. You know what I mean? And it's something that we need to do together as men.
And they got the power of the system behind them.
Of course. Exactly. So they stick together with some power. You see what happens? We just need to do the same thing. And the problem is, you know what I mean? Well, a lot of us, we know we have an uphill battle. Men, especially black men, have always had an uphill battle. And we know this, but it's like too many men just give in. Too many men are not fighters. There are not enough leaders in our community. And that, to me, is one of the biggest problems and issues. And then when you do finally have a leader, it's a lot of times I notice they can't do too much because they have something on their record or there's something else that is stopping them. There's a lot of leaders that come out of jail because they get their mind right in there. But then they got a felony. They can't leave the country. They can't get a certain jobs. There's so many limitations against them. You know how many times I've been to a prison to do like communities, like fun, just do things to help the community and go and see them in there. Be so many good people there, so many good talent there, and they just waste it because they decided to do something stupid. And now once they get out, guess what? They can't do half the things they could have done if they would have been doing this from the get-go. I feel like you shouldn't have to go to jail to get your mind together. And a lot of young black men, that's what happens, and it's sad.
Because they make bad choices when they're young for short-term gain, and that's what.
And why did they make these bad choices? Who are the people? Who are the people that are leading them? Because damn sure the daddy ain't there.
They made the bad choices more than likely because they were trying to get a woman. They were trying to make some money. They were hustling so they could get a woman, so they can do whatever it is.
Because they was trained by a woman. That's what a lot of people don't want to admit. When you have the dad in life, I'm not saying the black guy don't go to jail at all. I'm not saying that. But when you have a father in your life with structure, you are less likely to go to jail because you're less likely to pull off some dumb shit or pull off something that's ridiculous. You know what I mean? When you have structure, you do less. You know what I mean? You be like, all right, you know what? I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? You also got to think about, let me give you a better thing. Like in Chicago, where there's more gun violence than everywhere around young black men, right? Think about it like this. Your daddy teaches you how to fight with your hands. A woman can't always do that. You know what she's going to tell you to do? Go get a gun.
I think another thing is like our boys hit the streets because our fathers, because our fathers aren't like, we generally learn our skills from our fathers. I know, like when I was young, I went to, my grandfather was a construction worker, and I would go to work with him, and I learned how to put up drywall, and you know what I'm saying? Like I learned how to put up concrete walls and like that kind of stuff, right? So we learn our skills from the men in our lives. And when they don't have those men, man, it's like all we hear is bickering from women about how they can't pay the bills, and it puts pressure on them young guys to go out in the streets and put money in their mom's pocket.
And that's what we're trying to address, because the only way the father can be in the house is if he has a woman that he can live under the same roof with. And a lot of times, these women are like, they're like a dragon, man. They make it difficult for you to live with them in a home. I mean, we do know that 70 to 80%.
I mean, look, if they're paying them bills,
80% of the
she's
divorce
going
that
to
are
make it
filed by
difficult.
women. Say again?
if a woman is paying the bills, she's going to make it difficult. I would never recommend any man to go moving with any woman. Get your own, let her come to your space, and that's the only way to do it. But if you got a woman and she's paying them bills, dog, you know what I mean? That's
But I think in terms of, especially where the conversation has been so far, we weren't talking about men who are shiftless and just live up under a woman. We're talking about productive men. This conversation have always been about working productive men making 50, 60, 65, 80, 100 grand a year. We're not talking about men that are just living up with women, whether they make under 30,000 or whether they just make minimum wage or whatever. And the thing is, it's like, I think also that we're acting as though women never had to work. Every century, on every planet, on every continent, women have always had to work. Women just don't live up in a house and don't do shit. Even wives of rich men work. Not necessarily work a job to bring in money, but they have to do things. They host the parties. They meet with the wives of the other rich men so they can do things to advance his career and make business. The woman is just not there idle, wearing fashion and going to tea and lunch and just spending money and not doing nothing. This is a Hollywood lifestyle that's been presented as though it's the reality of everyday life. It's not.
It's not.
And for us to come from the 60s to 2022 and expect every man to be able to pay 100% of the bills is ridiculous. That does not exist in any nationality within the United States. There's a certain group of men that can do that, but there's a larger group of men that are not doing that. And in the past, men and women work together to build so the children will have an advanced level of life. Yep. If I'm making 45 or 50,000 and my wife is making 35 or 40,000, we now have 90 to 100 grand in income. We do that and we build and we send our child to a good college. That child now has a graduate degree. They go and they advance their life and they're now making 100,000 and they get with another woman that's making 50, 75, 80 grand. And now they're at 175 to 200,000 and you're advancing your life by generation by generation. But all of a sudden now we want every man to be able to pay 100% of everything for you to get some kind of submission or cooperation or just kindness in a relationship or loving. I think we're overreaching. And in terms of leadership,
I think I also think that's a matter of a looks quality. The more unattractive women are a little bit more giving in those submissive roles. But I mean, guys might be like, oh, I make 100, I deserve the IG model, expecting submission. You know what I'm saying? It's just the wrong way to go about it.
But you see, the problem is that outside of the United States, that theory falls apart.
Those are third world countries for the most part, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
say again?
They're still in survival mode. You can't compare. You can't compare what we're dealing with to a third world.
When you
country.
say third world, what do you mean when you say third world? Just so I understand.
So what are you talking about? Like Brazil, like South America, like that kind of women?
Anyway, you pick a country. I don't know.
I think it just depends. I think it just depends on where you at.
In your mind,
or forced to be more submissive. Not
the women are not forced to do
other conditions. It's cultural, but it's also that they are. We have first world problems, man. Like
we have first world problems that we created. We made laws to overturn the natural structure of men-women relationship. And we have now turned the laws where the women have the superior position over the men. And that's not just a United States problem. That's a Western European problem. That's a first world problem.
That's going on in Iran right now. The women aren't wearing their skirts no more. The women are trying. The women aren't doing nothing. The women are not following their traditional ways no more. They say it's because they see what happens in America, but they're just getting fed up. Bro, nobody wants to go through something they don't want to go through for life. And women are getting to the point that they understand they have a voice and they're using it. They're getting fed up. You know what I mean? These women don't want to just hide their bodies all the time unless they're around their husband. Let's just keep it a buck. That's not just tradition. That honestly, to me, that sounds torturous. You know what I mean? We as men definitely wouldn't want to do it. You know what I mean? That's what goes on. And back on to what Sage was saying earlier, my wife doesn't work. I pay everything. You know what I mean?
Right.
She takes care of the baby. She can make sure the house is clean. That's her work. You know what I mean? She makes sure dinner's done, all that stuff. I do all the work. You know what I mean? Also living in Oklahoma is dirt cheap out there. But what I was gonna say also is that like you also at the same time have to like just have that type of woman. Come back was DeMarcus was saying earlier. If she's not if you making 6 figures, it doesn't, and the prototype was saying also, it doesn't mean the woman's just gonna bow down to you. And that's the problem. Most men think, okay,
and that's another
I
thing.
deserve this and that. You know, and
Sally,
that's just not the case.
Sally, why cooperation means bowing down? See, when we use terms like if you make 6 figures, the woman got to bow down to you. That's like you're saying you want a slave.
Basically.
And women interpret that and say things like that as well. Because a man makes, whether it's 6 figures, 100 grand or more, he doesn't want a woman that's bowing down. He wants a woman that's cooperative.
Yeah, submissive, basically. Better word for
it. Cooperation is
friendly,
submission.
submissive. Yep.
Yeah, but you gotta say certain words. You say submission, women get mad. You say cooperation, they okay, even though it's the same thing. You know, you gotta be word tricky with them.
It's the same thing. Absolutely, it's the same thing. See, because submission now comes into the term as bowing down
or slavery.
Yeah, look at it like
or slavery.
I'm slavery, exactly. When was black man ever in the position to put black women in slavery?
I don't think ever.
Not where we can remember in the United States history of black men and women. We don't have that history. But yet women will say, you just want me to be your slave. No, you're the white man's slave and you're being a slave to him against us. Because her job is to keep us in line. As long as we are underneath him, underneath her, we can never be a threat to him. We can't compete with him corporate-wise, business-wise, political-wise.
Facts.
If our women keep us under her, how can we ever be a threat to him?
We can't.
So I'd rather pay her 100 grand to keep you in check. I'd rather pay her $1 million to keep you in check. As long as you are fighting with her, you don't have time to fight with me. And I'm constantly setting up traps for you every day. Every time you overcome one, I set up another 2.
They have a plan and it worked.
It's been strategic forever. But white people have always been strategic. The leaders have always been strategic, always, with everything that they do. So it's like if you can't see the strategy that's going on, you know what I mean? I feel like another problem though is us, and this is like ancient history. We always been like, not that we fall for their tricks, but we've been too loving, like too trusting. You know what I mean? To the enemy, and I feel like that's caused much disruption.
We have that syndrome. What is called
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome. We have been under the boot of oppression for so long that now we work towards pleasing him, even though it's not to our best benefit. It's like what I said earlier in that analogy. It's like the woman wants to be a servant in a rich man's house than be the wife of a regular man.
Of a regular man.
Facts.
Wow.
And that's what we're fighting against. We're fighting against trying to recruit our woman back to us, because if she come back to us and we can really build, we could take the big house. That's the white man's fear. From we got out of slavery, the white man's fear has always been that. Why do you think Margaret Sanger came up with all this eugenics program? Abortion.
Get rid of black babies, man.
I think
we can't have another black leader, Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or any business entrepreneur that can come up and create an industry that will overtake their industries.
I don't think we could. Recruiting our women, I think, is a complete waste of time. And recruiting our women back I think is a complete waste of time. And this is what I'm saying is we
Come
just
on,
need
man.
to.
You're throwing a monkey wrench in this right now because you're totally switching up on me.
I'm not switching
up. What you were saying earlier totally goes
up
against what you just said just now.
No. I said be a better man. I'm coming back to what I was saying earlier. is that we
Okay,
just
good.
need to be better. The better men we are, and that's why I was saying a woman is a luxury. Being a better man, focusing on what we got to do, they'll come to that. We don't got to recruit them. We don't need to focus on them. We need to focus on us and getting us together. Get yourself together, get your career straight, and they'll come. They'll flock to you. It'll be easy.
There's 51% of black men who are single, childless, and in the middle class.
Look, for whatever reason, for whatever reason, they can't get
Now,
a woman. That's
50% of those men could be sucker ass, fat, 300 pounds,
that could be on
whatever, right? But there's still a percentage of those men that are worthy of a wife.
Right. And I think the men that are worthy will find one. But
those are the men that are complaining that they can't find one. And once you hit a certain age, we act like men don't have a timeline. Men have a timeline too. Our wall is not as close as the female's wall.
Barely.
Men have a wall.
We barely have a timeline. You know what though? We can speak about timelines. We can't even live past 50 though. Like, you know what I'm saying? If we could keep our health together to live even past 50. You know what I'm saying?
That's a whole nother story though, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
A whole nother story.
Yeah.
We like the health thing, man.
So
that's a good point. The health issue with black men
being healthy would help, though. It would help because being healthy helps the mind, and you can help the mind, you can help the body and soul. Like I said, once again, I work at Walmart. You know how many people I see, black people, where they run to? Sugar, soda, Kool-Aid, all the most unhealthiest things in the world. And the funny thing is, I've noticed when I see, and this is just, I've really seen this, when I see like successful families, successful people in good shape, most people I do see are overweight and out of shape. There's a certain way that they eat. There's a certain way that they handle their business, a certain way that they move. It all comes together as one.
The fact that they buy food from Walmart is enough of a sign already.
But you see, and
the fact that you see people buying food from Walmart is enough of a sign to be like, oh, they ain't gonna make it long.
But you see, that's part of the poverty. I mean, buying cheap has been the consumer game that corporations have structured, and they've gotten the governments, particularly the U.S., to create outsourcing and international trade agreements whereby they can have products produced in other countries where it's significantly cheaper, which lower the quality both of food and products. I mean, there was
and they don't tell you what they put in the food. There's so much stuff they put in the food that hurts the brain that they don't tell you about. So much stuff they put in the food.
And the thing is, even though a woman may have the independence of her own home because she's on Section 8, she get WIC, and she may get different benefits and she get cash, she's still trying to live a lifestyle like she's way more than that. So she has to sacrifice on the things that she feels is not as important, which is what? Food. Because it's better that I have my nails done, which is going to cost me $150, $200, that I have this, the hairstyle done, which is going to cost me $400, $500, $600, $700. Those things are more important to them because it's superficial. It's that they wear the clothing, the shoes, designers, whatever. These are the decisions that a lot of the women in our community are making. And they're sacrificing, putting forth an image as though that they are quality and living good, but in actuality, they're eating poison and dying. And that's both men and women.
True. So true.
And for men, when I say we got to recruit the women back, we have to recruit our women back. And yes, what you said is right. We have to build and make ourselves strong economically, but at the same time, we have to exercise all the options we have. Some of those options is going to be going overseas, choosing different women. Some of those options are going to be certain women in America separating themselves from the other woman that we would not choose. So we can find a woman like King Sally and like Prototype Dad. So it's not so difficult just by appearance to distinguish between who is an IG model and who is a decent woman. But today those lines are blurred. Mm-hmm. Because even the good women who have good upbringing want the attention of men And when they go online and they see what the IG models are doing to get the attention of men,
They're gonna do the same
at
thing.
some point they break
Exactly.
down and they say, you know what, I want the attention too.
They're gonna do the same thing.
So that's why
why I
we
said
got to
earlier,
fight to
sometimes it's hard
recruit.
to sort
We
that.
got to fight to recruit those women, like Courtney Michelle. She's a woman that had been, I would say, recruited by us, and is now speaking out to find other women like her who want to have good black men, like we're speaking about, like you guys. But we have to fight for that. We have to speak up, and we have to exercise every option we have to be able to do that. Sometimes fear make people make decisions that are good for them.
Exactly.
Good men that are leaving and going outside the United States to find a wife. Now we have soft girl magic and whatever they're talking about, soft girl era.
Why you say they good men? Why you say good men outside the
They're
country?
trying to make a surface change. They're saying, wait a minute, we got to shuffle. We got to do something here. But the point is, somebody said, well, Courtney let me down. Well, Courtney let me down. Short Gates. You may want to elaborate a little more so I can know what you're talking about. But I will say this, you know, I've lived in a drug-infested community in my youth, and I see what the struggles are for someone to come back off of drugs and become a productive person in society. And many times they fall often before they're able to succeed at making that change. Women, and many of our women will fall many times before they make that change. They will have to want to make that change. Many won't make it. Many will fall to the wayside, and we're going to have to accept that. But then what I say is, for the ones that fall to the wayside and the men that want a wife, what is he supposed to do? Just fold his hands and say, okay, I'm one of the unlucky ones. I didn't find a good one, so I just got to suck it up. No.
He's going to have to make some changes.
He's going to have to make some changes. Absolutely. And that's why we're having these conversations. And I like the fact that, you know, we have brothers who have successful relationships, who are building, who have the example to say there are good women out there in America, black women, that you can find. You have to fight to find them, but you can find them. But there are also other men saying, you know what? I've been building. I'm 38 years old. You know, things are looking good for me. I can make changes. I'm looking to start a family now. In the next year, 18 months, 2 years, I want to be married. I don't have time to be digging through this rubble. I'm going to go someplace where the ratio is a lot better for me to be able to find one. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to get a black woman, but I'm going to get a woman that I can build with. Now, we know bringing women back to the United States can be problematic because of the culture. So men who go overseas may have to decide to stay overseas. Cheryl, I'm not sure, you know, what your situation has been. I definitely want you to come up on a panel, but you've never cammed up. So maybe next week or another show, you can have your camera available where you can do so. What time is it?
It is. It's 8:19. It's 8:19 my time. Texas like a mother.
8:19 for me too. I'm right above you, KC.
So we want to keep this. We want to keep this going and make it a marathon. You brothers still got some more?
Man, I got to work in the morning, man. Come on, man.
Hey, we all got to work in the morning, man. Work is part of life. But you know, we sacrifice, and this is part of what we're talking about, man. We got to fight. We got to fight that good fight. And I think sometimes, and like Prototype Dad said earlier, the men who are silent have to speak up. But I think, like, if you go back and you watch the gladiators and movies of war, there are very few men who are leaders, man. Leaders, there are very few men who are leaders. The majority of men are part of what make the society run. Look, every man can't be a CEO. He needs 10,000 workers to build a company.
True.
There's going to be one CEO, 1 or 2 vice presidents, regional managers, and so forth. If every man was a CEO, who would work and build what we have?
If you can't lead your home, then you don't deserve a woman.
But you have to get a woman to first.
You have to get a woman first. And that's where we're married. Yeah.
See, we're talking about.
I mean, you said for the men that don't speak up. For the men that don't speak up, you don't need a woman if you can't speak up.
The women that The men that are speaking up that want a woman, they're speaking up and they're going overseas, or they're making other options. The men who are suffering that are not speaking up are the men that are in marriages where, you know what, they're like, I've been in this marriage for 25 years. I want peace. I have my 401k or my retirement coming up. I'm 59. I'm 62. I'm getting ready to retire in the next 3 years.
They're about to spend their whole retirement on a harlot.
Huh?
Those men spend their whole retirement on a harlot.
No, they have a wife. I'm talking about men who are
the ones with the wife.
Yeah, the ones with the wife who's not speaking up. When they spend their whole retirement on the harlot.
Well, I think that would be a stretch because retirement is not that much, and if you're living in the United States, even two incomes on retirement is a struggle in any city.
Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah,
you know?
It's not enough.
But I think, you know, just to kind of off the cuff assume that just because, you know, a man is unhappy in his marriage and he's been sucking it up to keep the marriage together or to keep his family together, you know, men sacrifice for what they believe is worthy of sacrifice. And some men speak up, some men don't. And the men who speak up, they fight for the many. And I think this is what this space is really all about. It's about saving Black families and building back a community that is lost, because our communities are lost.
But in order to do that, we have to teach men to speak up, though. It's just like the kid being bullied. It's either somebody's going to help you or you're just going to continue to get bullied. At some point, you have to speak up. At some point. Because then what if you have a son and all your son sees you as daddy getting talked to like recklessly by mommy all the time? How do you think your son gonna grow up? You gotta speak up. You gotta be able to lead example. As to be a man, you have to act as a man, and that's the problem. Just be and I understand. I feel like just because you're born as a man, don't necessarily make you a man. You feel what I'm saying? Now, no trans shit. Just on like you have to be able to speak up. You have to be able to, when things get rough, not give up and try to figure things out. You know what I mean? But outsource if you need to. And that's the problem. So many men don't know how to rely on their self. They don't know how to speak up. They don't know how to do certain things. The one thing the Black community needs, number one, is counseling. That's what the Black community really needs. Number one is counseling. Because there's a lot of hurt people out there. Okay, but and hurt people, hold on. Hurt people hurt people. So we have a whole hurt community. What do you think is going to do? Continue to hurt the community. First thing we need to do is heal. You can't do shit without healing. That's number one. Once we heal ourselves, then we can move forward.
But that's granted. Who's gonna do the healing?
We gotta do it ourselves. We have to do it ourselves.
Because in the what's that? Am I looking for? The women who provide these services for counseling, and the men who provide these services for counseling, whether they're white or Black.
Psychology.
They tend to lean favorable to the society and females centric ideas. So when a man is in a counseling with his wife, the counsel he's getting is, you don't see your wife issues. But when he bring up his issues, the argument always come back around to him. So even when men seek counsel, the counsel seem to go against them.
I'm sorry.
I'm not saying every time.
And that just matters where you go, bro. That just matters where you go. Because you know what? Let me be real with you. Just being on the network, being able to talk and express my opinions, to me is very counseling. It's very, very, very helpful. Like that's why I love Lapeef. Just being on Lapeef and be able to speak my opinion, speak my mind with other men is very therapeutic. Very therapeutic. And more Black men don't even do that. That's what I'm talking about. We don't even come on like, bro, it's a free network that there's plenty of shows that y'all guys let people just come up and speak. And they don't even do that. You'll see the same person in the chat 3, 4, 5 hours. Bro, come up on here and talk. You know what I mean? Like, and that'd be the problem. Those are the quiet men. The same men that sit in the chat and say 100 messages are the same men that their wife is telling them what to do. They're like, yeah, okay, baby. It's the same dudes. You got to teach a man to have a backbone. You have to have a backbone as a man. And I learned that from my father, from my grandfather, and for every man I've ever had in my life taught me to have a backbone. And that's the thing. And most men don't have that.
And you're right. But that's the society that has been created. And that's a society that is pushed.
Yeah,
a society where women runs the family and there's no men in the family. See, there's a dynamic, there's a shift that's that changed from the 60s to now. I came up not with my dad, I came up with my granddad, and I came up with my dad's brothers. My granddad had a big family, so I had 9 uncles, including my dad, but my dad died early, so it wasn't that he wasn't able to be there because of life circumstances, right? But I've had strong men in my life, and my grandfather who influenced my life as a man, and I learned many things about manhood. But in the generations that we have had, 70s, 80s, 90s, and with the crack epidemic, which destroyed an infrastructure of men, that by the time we got to the 90s, 2000, and 2020, all those 30, 35 years were absent of any man or the counsel of any man. And that was also the trajectory and the rise of Black girl magic and woman empowerment, not just Black women, but women in general. So the society that where we have been trending towards for the past 40 or so years is really absent of men. And there are nuggets of men that are still existing who have the strong upbringing, like yourself, King Sully, like yourself, Prototype. And I think it's disingenuous to just say, grow a backbone, come online and show your face and say what you got to say, when we know cancel culture is a real thing and people could call up and get you fired for what you say. I'm not saying that men shouldn't speak up and be stronger in their communities and in their life and in their homes, but that's a growth process. And these spaces is about first finding a safe place where you can come and congregate. And then at some point, you come to the point where you say, you know what, I'm gonna get up on the panel. And I'm gonna start speaking my experience, what I've dealt with. Share your story. So all of us can then learn from that and add to it, and maybe even give you advice on how to deal with those challenges. And with regard to counseling, I think you were right, King Sally. This is a man's space where we can be a counsel to other men, strong men who favors men who want to counsel men. But the structured counseling therapeutic society out there is not for men. We just saw, what was that sister name like a month ago that came on TikTok and was basically insulting men? She was a counselor. She said
the psychiatrist. Yeah, I know you're talking about. She got fired.
She ended up getting fired and everything.
Yeah, she got fired.
It was the women who got her fired, but still, she got fired.
And these are the women counselors. That's a professional. The distinction, the lines between your profession and your personal, those things are blurred now. There's no such thing as being a professional anymore.
I'm not
People
a fan.
betray their profession all the time now. How do you think we get things leaked all the time? That's unprofessional behavior when you leak. But I think it's necessary because of corruption. Go ahead,
I'm gonna say this. I don't like you saying like therapists aren't for men. I
didn't say they aren't.
Well, you did. Like it's not.
Okay, good. I implied it. So go ahead.
But because that's not necessarily. That's not true. You know, like there's male therapists, and there's therapy we can get. There's help out there for therapy wise. So I'm not a fan personally of therapy, but I don't want you to put that out there because men are listening, thinking that they can't get therapy help. You know what I mean? We know like especially amongst men, suicide is a huge thing, and we need help. You know what I'm saying? Especially mentally, whatever. So I don't want, like, there could be a guy listening and you could say, oh, we can't, there's no therapy, they're not for men, blah, blah, blah. But he might have needed that before he jumped off the bridge. Like, you know what I'm saying? You just deterred him from, you know what I mean? From getting help.
Well,
so I just don't want you to say like,
if he was listening to this show, and I would assume that he's maybe not a one-time.
He might have just chimed in though. He might have just chimed in when you made that statement. And
okay,
so I just don't think it's fair for you to say that therapy isn't for us. I do think there's resources for therapy for us. You implied it. I think you did though say that.
No, what I said is coming to this space is therapeutic, and it can.
No, come to the space is definitely therapeutic.
Therapy, especially I said therapy in the structured society is really problematic for us because there are therapists out there that don't have our best interests as men, black men or white men. But as black men, there are therapists, both male and females, who will sabotage us and create our problems to be even worse. And we have to struggle and find the right therapist. I mean, even Kevin Samuels was advising some females. You may have to go to 2, 3, 4 different therapists before you find the right one because there were females talking about they've been in therapy for 3 years and still on the same problem.
Still on.
So they just get
Agreed.
milked.
I just don't. I mean,
They just
there
get
could be
milked.
valuable resources for some people, not me, but for some people that could be a valuable resources, and I don't want them to be deterred from seeking therapy. You know, because we already they're hearing, don't we? Well, we can't win in court, so they won't fight. You know what I'm saying? So if we tell them therapy's not good, then they won't seek out help. I just don't. You know what I mean? So that's just how I feel about that.
Well, I don't think we said and I don't want to have that misinformation. If
Misconception.
that's the interpretation that you can't win in court.
Right.
I'm just saying,
never said that.
the history have been a very hard odds against men in terms of winning in court. The tables are turning and more men are fighting, and more men are fighting because more men are talking about it and pushing it. And more men are not being shamed and insulted to just take it by either their women or women in their family and other men, either in their family or homeboys they may know or whatever. So more men are speaking out about the issues to make it more acceptable for men to be able to, one, speak about their issue, and two, try to fight to overcome the issues and problems that they have. Whether it's a counseling issue, whether it's getting a stronger backbone and speaking up to your woman, or whether it's a custody issue that they have to fight and, like you said, spend whatever money you need to spend. Some men would make the calculation to spend all that they have. Some men won't. But at least they tried and failed if they fail.
Yeah,
give it your best shot, right? Like if you give it your best shot, then you can't be disappointed. Like, hey, I gave it all. I gave it all I could. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's what we were saying earlier. That you can continue to fight. At least you gave it your all you gave it your all for the final result. May not be the result that you want, but you gave it your all. That's what Sage was saying the whole time, is that, you know what I'm saying, he fought the best that he could, you know, but you know, you just got to know when. What was that famous that famous saying? I cannot remember, but
Yeah,
you know,
you got to know when to fold them.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
you got to know when to hold them, and you got to know when to fold them.
There you go.
And that's part of strategy, right? How to play your hand. And I think Prototype, you were a very good panelist today, and I would like for you to come back on future shows because you definitely bring I wouldn't say a contrary opinion, but you give you definitely bring an opinion to build the discussion and build the argument with regard to, one, men being more outspoken, and two, that there are more good women out there to be had. And I think those two things are valuable ideas or belief that men, black men particularly, need to be able to have, because I think many men are starting to think that, you know what, this ship is out of control and it's headed down, man. We're about to crash. Some men are like, I'm jumping ship. I'm out.
I appreciate everything you just said, Sage, man. I appreciate that, honestly. But yeah, I'm all about us rebuilding this thing and getting our communities back. I created a podcast called Prototype Dad, right? So in there, we're talking about how to rebuild our communities and how to restructure the nuclear family, like get that structure back together, because that's the only thing that's going to help us. You know what I mean? That's the only thing that's the only way to change anything. And
that's what we're talking about. We're talking about, one, building ourselves up, and then find a wife that you can build a family with. Find a woman that will respect you and follow your leadership. You know, I hear so often in this space that many men will say, Well, if the woman will only let us lead, if she let you lead, she's still in control.
Exactly.
Her job is to follow. Her job is not to give you permission to lead.
Right.
I love you just said that.
You just gotta take the step and lead.
That's it.
He's so
I'm
right.
on
You just gotta
that
take
one.
some lead. And Prototype, man, much love to you for what you're doing, man. Don't give up. Keep doing it, because like they said, Rome wasn't built in a day. You know what I mean? It might be your children that finish your dream, but hey, at least you started the dream. That's all that matters.
Exactly. And just like, Kevin Samuels started this discussion. I mean, he didn't start the discussion, but he really shed some great light on it. And now more and more of us are speaking up about the plight of men and the plight of our community with our women. And we're telling our women, we don't like your behavior. We don't like the way you're headed. Where you're headed is not good for the Black people, the Black nation in America. Our community is falling apart, or have fallen apart. Now, most of that falling apart was by design, but we don't have to succumb to the tricks that's been played against us, especially when we know that they're tricks, right? We know, and we have seen, and we have lived through the manipulation over and over again. And it seemed like every generation comes up like they don't know what happened from before, and they fall for the same game plan again. And I think it's time for us as men to just say, you know what? We're drawing a line in the sand. We want our women to be like this. We don't want you to be like that. And if you're not willing to change, we're going to take steps to do something else. And we know that there's a portion of women, whether that's a large, small, or anywhere in between amount of women who are good women. But there's a lot of good women who don't speak up. And the reason why they don't speak up is because the women in the community will shut them down. And we see when women come out and speak up in this space, how they get attacked. They get attacked in the men's space. They can't even go in a female space and speak on female channels about the things that we're talking about in here. They wouldn't stand a chance. So I mean, it's a man's fight all the way. And with regard to that, I would definitely agree with you 100%, Prototype Dad. This is a man's fight. And in the essence of everything, we hold 100% all of the responsibilities. But now that our eyes are clear, our minds are clear, and we know what has been done, and we know what we have to do next, now we just got to act. And people's feelings are going to get hurt. Females' feelings are going to get hurt. Men are going to get their feelings hurt. But we got to stand up and fight for what we want as a community of men and women. And we don't know if that community is going to be a large community or if it's going to be a small community. Because in the next 20 years, I mean, things are changing fast economically in the world. There's a major shift, and that's going to be for another show that I'm planning. There's a major shift going on economically, globally. You think the crash that happened in 2008 was bad?
Oh, no. Oh, man. Don't get me started on that. Holy.
You know what?
Don't get me started, boy.
Crash that's coming is going to be worse.
We need to, the only thing that will change the Black woman would be a natural disaster. Well, this is going to be a man-made disaster economically, but we don't know the ramifications of what that's going to be like. We had a little insight with the pandemic.
Yep.
But I think what's coming up soon is going to make the pandemic look like child's play.
Don't let if Russia go ahead and do the BS that they on, everybody's gonna have to wake up because everything's gonna change. Like I said, I live in Oklahoma where it's cheap and everything's still getting more expensive. Like, from gas tax, electricity tax, from them shutting off power because the grid isn't as powerful as they thought it was. Like, there's so much economic stuff that's going on. You know what I mean? I done see prices 6 months ago go from $3 to $8. Now, if you want a bag of chicken wings, it's $36 for a 10-pound bag of chicken wings. And I see the prices all the time. I'm one of the people to change them. You know what I mean? So it's like, just imagine when we're totally cut off from the other part of the world and we have to depend just on ourselves. There's gonna be a lot of things not in the store. There's gonna be a lot of people that don't have jobs. Crime is gonna get worse than what it is now. You think crime is bad now? Wait till there's no cops.
And exactly.
Because they're protecting their own family.
And crime is not just going to be crime committed by men. More and more women are becoming more violent and committing violent crimes. That's another reality. Getting set up by a woman and getting taken down. Think you're gonna get some cooch, and you get a bullet upside your head.
You get robbed.
Well, that's already happening. That's already happening.
But multiply that tenfold when the economy falls.
I say 50-fold because it's going to be an interesting time.
Sadly, that might be the only thing to bring the family together, and that's so sad to say. But
stay away from them harlots.
You're gonna see a lot of certain people sticking together during this economical time, hardships.
And you know what? That may be the most true statement that ever been said so far for the whole show today. That may be the very thing, because like I said earlier, in slavery, we found a way to stick together and unite and build. And it may take another disaster for us to unify and come back together. And for vain imaginations about having a red bottoms or Birkin bag or anything else that is just materialistic and don't really add to the quality of life.
Right.
It adds to flashy, splurging, wasteful life. But when I worked on Wall Street, I must have had at least, 100 or more custom-made shirts. Every one of my shirts were made. $200, $250 a piece, 30 suits. They're all gone. When I left New York, I gave them all away. Whatever I had, I donated to the Goodwill. When I left the industry, all those things don't mean shit. And I think we chase so much material things that over time just... How many of us have clothes in our closet that they've never worn?
Man.
It's gonna be really and then this may come off a little awkward, but trust me, it's gonna be really good for something like all the internet to go down. Because you know what? You're gonna actually have people figure out how to be sociable, how to come together, how to live together, how to be stronger. Because honestly, you take away all these distractions, and this is why people in jail do so much for themselves. You take away all these distractions, you can't focus on nothing but yourself and what's around you. And it's sad it has to be that dire.
Well, I think the criminal element is going to be the criminal element, but I think most importantly, I think women are going to be seeking a good man for both protection and food and shelter. Yeah. Because we act as though food and shelter is not a big deal, but when you ain't got one, and when people that are walking the streets at night are looking to take you off or take you out, it's a big difference, man. A good man is going to be a lot different than the Pookie and the Ray Ray.
Oh yeah, definitely.
A man that have food on the table every day is going to be a different kind of dude. That fat dude that's 5'10", that's 250 pounds, may not have that abs, but you know what? The rent is paid, or the mortgage is paid, the light is paid. There's heat in the home, and there's food.
Don't be trying to get that fat man no help.
Dang.
Get that fat man to try.
Yo, fat man need love too, man. What the hell?
There's harlots for that.
Well, we've been running now.
That man need to love their self. Hit that gym.
Yeah, we got 5.5 hours of airtime up in this mug.
I haven't ate nothing all day.
I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and stab out.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut down. Any last words? Why don't we, do a last words commentary? We'll start with you, Prototype, then King Sully. King Sully, you rock today, man. I'd definitely like to have you come back on another day too, when you find the show interesting, to add your voice to the conversation. And then
my last words: men, be accountable, yo. It's all our fault.
God, man, you gonna stop saying that bull crap, man. Jeez. Don't be egging these women up, man.
I guess that's how he found his woman.
Jeez.
That's it? Okay, go ahead, King Sally.
I just feel like, as for last comments, just, men stay strong, try to find confidence in yourself, try to find a way to speak what's going on, just try to stand on your own too. Like, really just put all distractions beside you, try to build yourself and then let your empire build from there. You can't, you got to start off with a foundation and work from there. You can't just go into every relationship trying to build a foundation that's not there, got to be strong. Got to be strong.
Absolutely. DeMarcus?
All right. I just want to say thank you, everybody, to the panel and to all the chats out there participating. As y'all said earlier, when different minds come together, good things can come about. And to our esteemed guest that said, keep on saying that it's all men's fault. No. Women's fault as well, but it could be on men's side as well too. All right, so yes, that's it. Hope y'all be well, and I'll see you next time. Thanks a lot, Sage Talk.
Okay, no problem. Thanks a lot for coming up and gracing us with your presence. Well, today was a very good show, and what I would like to say with regard to the topic, Black men's dilemma and no respect, and the respect that we want respect not only from other Black men, especially when we have differences of opinions, that we are not so sensitive to any verbal disrespect that we may encounter, to want to take that to another level, to execute one another. Sometimes disrespect just have to be let go. Sometimes a person is not in a place where he can hear you, where he can see it. We are so quick and easy and willing to put the lights out in one of our brothers for the slightest things. I think we need to be more tolerant of one another. And this is Black men to Black men. Be more willing to give our brother the benefit of the doubt and not be so quick and ready to get some kind of justice on a conversation that is just a bunch of words that in the real life have no value. And to the general conversation with regard to women and how we move forward with women, like Prototype said, women will disrespect you and take advantage of you as a man if you don't speak up and stand up for yourself. I think that's a given, and most men know that. And for those of you who don't, take note. But for most of the men who are becoming successful, that are striving to build themselves up to be a man of value and want a woman of equal value or value themselves that they can build with, I think women today, Black women specifically, I think you need to find your role and play your role. Because being the woman king, that's not your role. The man is the king. And to him, you're his queen. You're not everybody's queen. You're his queen. But I think if you say you are a queen, queens are dignified people. They have grace. They have humility. They look out for the poor, for those who are less fortunate. Queens are helpful. I think if we as women, if the women in our community want to represent themselves as queens, maybe next week I'll read a passage about the qualities of a queen. And Kenneth Fitzgerald, kings have a kingdom. A kingdom must be built by having a wife and children and a community and cohesiveness, love, and respect of one another. That's something that we have lost and something that we must retain or regain. One of the purposes of Sage Talk is to try to extend that conversation, to extend some grace to both women and to our men. And that over time, we can build and make a change. But I think Black men are no longer going backwards from where we left. We're standing up, we're speaking out, we're making changes, and there will be changes. So for the women that says they want a strong Black man, keep tuning in. The Lapeef Network, Sage Talk. You'll find a strong Black man here. And Kenneth, I'd definitely like to see you come on the show next week if you're available. You had a lot to say today, and I'd like to hear some of your opinions live. And to everyone else, have a great Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Get some good rest, and see you next week. Sage Talk, this is Lee, signing out.